Chapter 806. Another Heavenly Monarch. The old Ediosaurus looked at Zhou Tong as if he was looking at a real imperial star. It wasn't that the world of immortals didn't have the titles of monarch and emperor, but the owners of these titles were the true supreme emperors. However, there were also some king-level existences that were called monarch and emperor, such as the Little Stone Emperor and the Heavenly Monarch. However, these, monarch and emperor, were all existences that were infinitely close to the supreme emperor-level Tao fruit. The way the old Ediosaurus looked at Zhou Tong changed again. He felt that this junior azure dragon not only had the hope of reaching the supreme Zushin, but also the hope of reaching the Heavenly Monarch or even the Little Stone Emperor's level. This wasn't an illusion, but in the eyes of the old Ediosaurus, Zhou Tong's every move was filled with invincible will of that level. In addition to his unparalleled perception, this wasn't just an unattainable dream, but a reality that had a glimmer of hope. This was a natural-born supreme expert. At this time, Zhou Tong turned a deaf ear to the old man's words. He was further deconstructing the Six Paths Reincarnation Grand Art and deducing it into a brand new Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. In the shrouding heaven world, Heavenly Monarch Huang was able to deconstruct the Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art into the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Similarly, Zhong Yu was able to deconstruct the world of immortals' Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art into a brand new Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Furthermore, with Heavenly Monarch Huang's experience in deconstructing the Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art, it was easier for Zhou Tong to deconstruct a similar Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art. After all, the Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art and Six Paths Reincarnation Heavenly Art shared some similarities in terms of concept and concept. At this moment, as the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist continued to be perfected, the worldly essence and sun and moon essence gathered by Zhou Tong's Six Paths Reincarnation Great Art began to further refine Zhou Tong's mortal body. Battle techniques and divine abilities were two completely different things. When comprehending and cultivating divine arts, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would focus on tempering one's soul. The old Ediosaurus was proficient in divine arts, so even after his body was destroyed and only his soul was left, his strength was still ferocious. However, it was different when it came to cultivating combat skills. The best combat skills actually came with the tempering of the physical body. Not only the battle skills of the world of immortals, but even the shrouding the heavens world was the same. In the shrouding heaven world, those who could practice the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist were not weak. This was because the process of practicing this fist technique was accompanied by the tempering of the body. Similarly, the lifelong realm's battle techniques were the same as well. For example, the Hand of Heaven was a technique that tempered one's hands, allowing one's hands to be stronger than any other treasures. The divine abilities and battle skills of the world of immortals actually represented the path of a future king. Those who majored in battle techniques would most likely walk the path of the Stone Man King in the future. Those who majored in divine abilities would most likely walk the path of the Supreme Zushin in the future. Of course, because the path of the Supreme Zushin was too difficult and hopeless, many cultivators who majored in divine abilities would also walk the path of the Stone Man King. The new Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist was still being perfected. Gradually, six great worlds began to appear around him and circulate there. As if splitting heaven and earth, the Six Paths of Reincarnation were endless. The six fist seals were floating in the six ancient worlds, ready to erupt at any time. This fist technique was being perfected at an unimaginable speed and was about to be perfected. However, at this time, Zhou Tong's punching motion came to an abrupt halt. He sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the old Ediosaurus and began to comprehend it again. Although this fist technique was about to be perfected, the traces of chiseling were too heavy. Zhou Tong needed to get rid of the impurities and preserve the essence. he needed to further refine the fist technique and remove those traces of chiseling. He needed to make it a whole new 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After calming down again, Zhou Tong was like a stone statue. He no longer had the terrifying aura of a celestial emperor like before. He had completely died. If not for the inexhaustible worldly essence entering his body, those little dragons in the vicinity might have really thought that Zhou Tong had passed away. Time passed by slowly. During these years when Zhou Tong was in seclusion on the Dragon Island, the world of immortals had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Firstly, ancestor god Yukashi's heavenly palace was breached. Not long after Zhou Tong left, those half-martial ancestors who had been hiding in the world of immortals came out one after another. For example, primordial god, Tong Tian, Zhuanti, martial sage Sun Wu. These half-martial ancestors breached the Yuchao clan's heavenly palace together and obtained the Yuchao clan's most valuable treasure. Of course, Shao Chun naturally participated in this kind of flourishing age. He also participated in the final destruction of the Yuchao clan's heavenly palace. He was very lucky to obtain one of the most important treasures, a part of the ninefold golem. And after the destruction of the Yuchao clan's heavenly palace, the real big event happened next. On the demon plane, many countries were fighting in a chaotic war. Of course, these chaotic wars only left bloodstains. They used the lives of the soldiers of each country as a sacrifice to lay down the battle array. The 24 battle swords that had been sealed for a long time reappeared in the world. And along with the appearance of the 24 battle swords, there was also the most valuable treasure left behind by Ku's father, Paradise Lost. And in Paradise Lost, there was also a heavenly monument, as well as a martial imprint left behind by the martial ancestor. Where there was a heavenly monument and battle swords, there was naturally no lack of Shao Chun, who was used as a chess piece by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Shao Chun shone brightly in Paradise Lost. He killed all the half-martial ancestors who had lost their divine abilities and obtained the 24 battle swords and all the half-martial ancestors' magical artifact. He even obtained a part of the martial imprint's inheritance. But in contrast, Ku was dead. Now, everyone in the outside world was chasing after Shao Chun, and Shao Chun was also forced to flee to the ancient god-barren desert. Compared to the turbulent outside world, the Dragon Island where Zhou Tong was at was truly quiet and peaceful. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain of dragons and quietly comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation that was passed down by the Ediosaurus. He quietly perfected the brand new 6 paths of reincarnation fist. During this period, his cultivation also grew bit by bit in the process of comprehending the Tao. 4th heavenly layer of perfected person, 5th heavenly layer, 6th heavenly layer. 3 years after he came to Dragon Island, he had directly advanced to the 9th heaven of the perfected person realm. Over the past 3 years, he had spent his time in the process of comprehending Tao and comprehending battle skills. His cultivation had only grown because the deep-sea divine ability in his body had been further stimulated in the process of comprehending. While his potential had increased, it had also been passively strengthened. Cultivating to the 9th heaven of the perfected person realm in 3 years seemed to be extremely fast, but in reality, it was extremely solid. Because every realm was achieved naturally, without the slightest bit of effort. However, it was also because Zhou Tong did not deliberately cultivate that the dragon qi in his body had only barely transformed half of it into Ediosaurus qi. And on this day, Zhou Tong finally completely woke up. He did not have the slightest bit of domineering aura. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he had naturally woken up from a sleep. Your fist technique is completed? The Ediosaurus asked. Zhou Tong nodded and said, Yes, I changed the 6 paths of reincarnation great divine ability to the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Chapter 807. It's good that it's been perfected. Your talent is beyond my imagination." The old Edisaurus did not delve into how Zhou Tong had modified the 6 paths of reincarnation. "However, you haven't deliberately cultivated in the past few years, so you haven't refined much of the draconic aura in your body. Originally, you had a chance to officially become an Edisaurus in the Absolute Land realm, but I'm afraid you'll have to reach the Heaven Ascension realm now." Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That was indeed the case. He had not deliberately pursued the Edisaurus realm, so he had only made progress in his realm. The refinement of the draconic aura in his body was far from reaching the standards of an Edisaurus. However, it's still too fast. Almost all the Edisaurus in the past became an Edisaurus in the Zushin realm, but you became an Edisaurus in the Heaven Ascension realm, which is the half-ancestor realm. The old Edisaurus looked at Zhou Tong. To be precise, he was looking at the dragon scale armor he was wearing. "This armor of yours is the common choice of all the dragon kings. You've advanced to become an Edisaurus too quickly." The armor of the past Edisaurus was a supreme treasure in the Zushin realm, but I'm afraid your armor can only be a half-ancestor realm supreme treasure. At this point, the old Edisaurus also shook his head. This was the problem of advancing too quickly. The past Dragon Kings had refined their own skins into armor, and the past Edisaurus basically underwent their last transformation in the Zushin realm. The dragon skin they shed at that time also represented the Zushin realm. However, once Zhou Tong became an Edisaurus, the skin he shed represented the Heaven Ascension realm, which was the half-ancestor realm. Materials had a great restriction on weapons. If the material was too weak, it would be too difficult to raise a weapon's strength to the limit. "Is there any way to remedy this?" Zhou Tong immediately asked. "There are 3 ways. First, you can wait until Zushin to undergo the final transformation. At that time, the skin you shed will naturally be fine. Second, you can find some treasures similar to the Eternal Light. Naturally, it will be easy to upgrade your grade," the old Edisaurus said. Zhou Tong was a little speechless. His enlightenment, this time, had already delayed the time for him to reach Edisaurus. If he continued to suppress it, it would not be worth it. There was indeed a chance to obtain the Eternal Light in the future, and that was to go to the evilest land with Shao Chen and the others. The conditions for the formation of the Eternal Light were extremely special. More than 10 Zushin had to fall at the same place. Moreover, these Zushin only had their consciousness destroyed, but their spirit remained intact. At that time, the divine light formed by the burning of Zushin's divine souls would be the Eternal Light. Generally speaking, when a Zushin fell, its essence was the destruction of its divine soul. However, the conditions for the formation of the Eternal Light required Zushin's consciousness to be destroyed, but its spirit to remain intact. Moreover, more than 10 Zushin had to die at the same place in such a way. If this method of death was not deliberately set up, it was almost impossible for it to be established. It was very difficult to destroy a Zushin's consciousness without destroying its spirit. Only a strong person like the Stone Man King could deliberately gather a group of Zushin, deliberately preserve their spirits, and destroy their consciousness. Only then could such a condition be formed. Zhou Tong speculated that the Eternal Light in the evilest land might have been deliberately left behind or set up by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to prevent the crucial battle sword from being destroyed. Therefore, when the time came to follow Shao Chen, it should be easy to go there and obtain the Eternal Light. However, Zhou Tong was a bit concerned about the third method that the Edisaurus had not mentioned. He immediately asked. The old Edisaurus said, "The third method is not difficult, but it is not easy either. You need to turn your battle armor into a living thing. When the time comes, it will naturally grow along with your cultivation. You must have seen the heavenly tree stump on our Dragon Island. If you can find a tree of the same level and smelt it with a secret method, there might be a chance to turn your battle armor into a living thing. I wonder if this tree will work." Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment, then took out a tree from his inner world. This was a small tree that was 1 meter tall. The tree was green and glistening, and a surge of vitality overflowed from it. The longevity tree of Zhu Shen's Yuchao clan? This tree is actually in your hands? During the time you were out, your opportunity was not small. The old Etosaurus looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. This tree was a treasure that Zhou Tong obtained from the Heaven Palace of Zhu Shen's Yuchao clan. It was still just a seedling that had not really grown, but it could already be compared with other treasures. This tree is just right, I will teach you a method. The old Etosaurus immediately transmitted a message. It was the method of refining. After obtaining the method of refining, Zhou Tong silently thought about this method of refining. This method of refining was completely different from the method of refining in the Shrouding the Heavens world. The method of refining in the Shrouding the Heavens world could indeed refine a weapon into a living thing, that is, a god born from the weapon. But this kind of weapon was still a dead object in essence, because it lacked a real life, unless one grasped the profound of immortal gold to activate the vitality of the material itself. But the method of refining mentioned by the Etosaurus was to use the periphery to forcibly activate the profound of life of the weapon. It seems to be relatively simple for the weapons of this world to live. Zhou Tong couldn't help but think of the black iron seal and the golden halberd in Xiao Chen's hands. These two weapons seemed to have a real life. However, the method passed down by the Etosaurus can be considered simple. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then began. The longevity tree was quickly guided by Zhou Tong's secret method and integrated into his armor. At the same time, endless green light bloomed, drowning Zhou Tong's whole body. Not long after, the light dissipated and the longevity tree disappeared. The green dragon scale armor on his body shone brightly, as if it was alive. It's alive. This kind of refining method is quite useful. Zhou Tong quietly sat down and carefully sensed the armor on his body. He sensed the longevity tree within the armor and said in his heart, "Planting a tree in the armor. In the future, perhaps this armor can become my metamorphosis. Divine City?" Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Although the majority of the Stone Man King's path of transformation was the Forging God City, there were actually some special cities. For example, Xiao Chen's was not a city, but a stone prison. Since there was such a unique stone city like the stone prison, it was normal for there to be a stone armor. Furthermore, Zhou Tong didn't have to worry about turning into a stone man if he walked the Stone Man Road. He could refer to Xiao Chen's path of transformation. In the original work, Xiao Chen walked the path of the Stone Puppet King, but his divine city was a little special. Moreover, after he cultivated the divine steel mystic method, the potential and life essence accumulated in his body were too abundant. Those divinized acupoints constantly released life essence to prevent his body from petrifying. Zhou Tong himself could actually do something similar, because his deep-sea sacred art was evolved from the heavenly monolith profound technique. He could also accumulate terrifying potential and life essence that was not inferior to the heavenly monolith profound technique. As long as his body was not petrified, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors refined the only true world and turned it into the world of immortals, the Stone Man could no longer exist. Armor, Divine City. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that he might be able to do this in the future. This armor was originally made from his own skin, and the Divine City was originally something left behind by the Stone Man King after his transformation. The nature of the Divine City was very similar to the skin that Zhou Tong had shed. Next, I might be able to prepare a few things in advance. Zhou Tong said in his heart, "Before, I had also thought of creating a holy tree that was not inferior to Ku's tree. Now that I can properly design it, I should be able to integrate the profound meaning of the undying tree into it." Chapter 808. The old Ediosaurus saw that Zhou Tong had come back to his senses and immediately said, "Your armor is almost fully refined. There are a few things that I need to clarify with you." Zhou Tong immediately looked at the old Ediosaurus solemnly and listened carefully. The old Ediosaurus said, "With your cultivation speed, reaching the absolute land realm is no longer a problem. If you really want to break through, you should be able to do so in a few days." Zhou Tong nodded. The ninth celestial layer of the perfected person realm was a natural breakthrough when he was comprehending the magical combat skills. If he wanted to break through to the absolute land realm, it would be a piece of cake. Your cultivation speed is very fast, but the absolute land realm is different from the perfected person realm. Even for you, it would take at least 10 years to cultivate to the perfection realm, and the reaching heaven realm after that would be even more difficult. The old Ediosaurus' old voice sounded in Zhou Tong's ears. "I believe that you will definitely surpass me in the future, but now there may not be much time left for you." The old Ediosaurus' voice carried a trace of worry. It seemed to have sensed the changes in the era and the changes in the space-time of the world of immortals. Zhou Tong was silent, because he also knew that according to the current time, the Battle of Zhu Shen had already taken place in the ancient God Desert. Zhu Shen Shenong and Zhu Shen from another world had already fought. Although the old Ediosaurus' strength was almost exhausted, it could definitely sense the Battle of Zhu Shen and was also aware of the changes in the current era. "There is really not much time left for you." The old Ediosaurus took one last look at Zhou Tong and sighed. "The path of cultivation has always been about bravely advancing. There has never been a lack of time. If there is any danger or obstacle, I will cut it with my sword." Zhou Tong's gaze was calm, and there was no trace of panic in his voice. He was incomparably calm. Boom! Just as his voice fell, the deep sea in his body surged and a terrifying wave suddenly shot up into the sky. The divine power around his body surged and flowed like a raging wave through his limbs and bones. The divine power was like a flood that washed over every inch of his flesh and blood. At the same time, Zhou Tong's body emitted a loud rumbling sound. It was like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. Endless power surged out from his body. His entire body exuded a vigorous vitality, and the barrier between the perfected person realm and the absolute ground realm instantly collapsed in front of him. He had broken through to a whole new level, the absolute ground realm. As the light dissipated, Zhou Tong stood there quietly, looking at the Ediosaurus. "That's right, but it's not that easy to break through to the absolute ground realm. Even if you want to break through quickly, you'll need a lot of experience and battles," the old Ediosaurus said calmly. Zhou Tong's breakthrough was within his expectations. Zhou Tong also became silent. He could indeed break through easily, but the reason was because he already possessed the secular immortal realm of the shrouding the heavens world. He only needed a period of comprehension to easily transform the shrouding the heavens world's realm into the comprehension of this world, thus making great progress in his cultivation. But this transformation also needed time. The proud goddess Lan Nua became a half-step ancestor when she was 200 years old. She was known as the youngest half-step ancestor since ancient times. Even if Zhou Tong's realm was higher and his cultivation was easier, he would still need at least 20 years. But the old Ediosaurus changed its tone and said, "I don't have much time left, I'll give you one last chance." Speaking until here, the old dragon no longer had the appearance of a dying dragon. Instead, it was domineering and awe-inspiring. A dragon roar shook the starry sky, causing the entire dragon island to tremble violently. The deathly still taboo ocean within a radius of several thousand miles soared into the sky. "Look carefully, this is the real 6. Tao. Wheel. Return." The old dragon's aged voice reverberated throughout the universe and shook the heavens. Even the voice was transmitted to the immortals' mainland, causing the entire world to resonate with the old dragon's voice. At this moment, the immortals' mainland lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light, the heaven and earth changed drastically. All the half-step ancestors looked at the direction of the South Sea in shock. Only they could sense that this extremely terrifying power was transmitted from the depths of the South Sea. 6 paths of reincarnation? It's actually the 6 paths of reincarnation? The legendary paragon divine ability. All the practitioners were overwhelmed with shock. This was simply unbelievable. The legendary paragon divine ability, 6 paths of reincarnation, actually appeared in the world. Furthermore, it was being used by someone. This was simply the descent of an ancient legend. Who is it? This kind of terrifying power, could it be that other than Zhu Xin? Zhu Xin is still alive in the Immortals' mainland? It's definitely Zhu Xin's power. If Zhu Xin is using the 6 paths of reincarnation, could it be that the other world has appeared again? All the half-step ancestors from the Immortals' world were even more overwhelmed with shock. They thought of even more things, for example, what kind of crisis the Immortals' world might be facing. And on the Dragon Island, Zhou Tong was also flabbergasted as he watched the scene unfolding before his eyes. What the old Ediosaurus said was right. This was the true might of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was still far from the old Ediosaurus level. At this moment, along with the appearance of the 6 paths of reincarnation, a huge change occurred on the Dragon Island. That luxuriant primitive mountain range shook violently, and even more so, a huge amount of divine power rolled over and over. The vast and mighty fluctuations spread in all directions. The terrifying pressure simply wanted to shatter the stars and destroy the mountains and rivers. It was simply the end of the world. The roars of tigers and cries of apes could be heard on the island. The ancient beasts were running away, and the dragons were roaring. It was a huge mess. However, Zhou Tong was a little worried about the old Ediosaurus. He was originally a lamp that was about to run out of oil, yet he was still forcefully using this kind of power. After this move, he wouldn't be able to live for long. He might even die on the spot. PFFF! The old Ediosaurus in midair coughed out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head to look at Zhou Tong and said, "Ediosaurus will never meet again. Next generation Ediosaurus, this is all I can do for you. With my blood, I will pave a way for the future generations." Along with the final dragon roar filled with determination and sorrow, a rain of blood swirled in the sky. The old Ediosaurus body began to crack. However, the fluctuation of the 6 paths of reincarnation did not stop. On the contrary, it became even more powerful. The old Ediosaurus body crumbled. He burned his own flesh and poured all of his power into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Rumble! Finally, the heaven and earth shook. The entire world of immortals sank into darkness. The stars in the sky reappeared. This kind of heaven and earth anomaly caused all the dragons on the Dragon Island to grieve. They roared madly together. A rain of blood poured down from the sky. 10,000 lightning bolts flashed across the sky. Even the Immortals' mainland that was thousands of miles away was also grieving. The rain of blood shook the world. The Ediosaurus fell. Rumble! The heaven and earth trembled. Flower petals filled the sky. The falling petals were like the tears of heaven and earth. It seemed like they were bidding farewell to the Ediosaurus. All the dragons on the Immortals' mainland and the Dragon Island grieved together. Tears rolled down their cheeks unceasingly. Even Zhou Tong felt that he was affected. The corner of his eyes unconsciously became moist. The sorrowful roar of the dragons resounded through the starry sky. Chapter 809. Ediosaurus had disappeared. At least, his body had completely collapsed and burned. In the end, only 6 black holes were left in the void. These were left behind by Ediosaurus using the 6 paths of reincarnation. I have left all the opponents and skills in my memory in this 6 paths of reincarnation. Each world can buy you 10 years of time. Once you enter it, you can only come out after 10 years. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on yourself. The old Edosaurus's old voice resounded in Zhou Tong's ears for the last time, and then it completely disappeared. Is the old Edosaurus really dead? Zhou Tong stood in place for a long time. He thought of many things. This was the true spirit of Pangu Nuwa, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in this world. The spirit of sacrificing oneself for the future generations. This was also the real difference between 9 regions and the other world. 9 regions inherited this spirit of sacrifice, but the other world did not. All the actions of the other world were for the higher-ups, for their ancestors. This kind of spirit was the biggest difference between the 9 regions and the other world. 9 regions emphasized that the higher-ups sacrificed themselves to protect their descendants, while the other world emphasized that the descendants would sacrifice themselves to support the ancestors at all costs. However, Edosaurus most likely left behind a remnant soul. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. Edosaurus was a powerhouse in the Zhuxian realm. Moreover, he was not weak in the Zhuxian realm. He was a very strong Zhuxian, so he should not die so easily. In the original work, he erased a word on the divine monument, but still left behind a dragon soul. Now, he should not be completely dead. Sacrificing for the future generations, unfortunately, I am not from this world, but you can rest assured that I will stand on the side of 9 regions. Since you are willing to sacrifice your life for me, then I will leave the true dragon treasured technique as a new inheritance of this world's dragons. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart, and then directly stepped into the first world. This was a gray world. Boom! As soon as Zhou Tong stepped into this world, his body was severely injured. Blood bloomed all over his body. Bright red blood splashed in the air and dyed his green armor red. Is this the opponent in Edosaurus' memory? Was I careless? Zhou Tong regained his senses and unleashed a new fist of 6 paths of reincarnation with all his might, crushing the monster with a single punch. However, the moment Zhou Tong killed the monster, a mysterious spell suddenly appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. Is this what the Edosaurus meant when he said that he would leave all his divine abilities in this world? I have to kill my opponent in order to obtain such a small section of the incantation. Zhou Tong understood that this was all carefully arranged by the Edosaurus. He didn't want to directly leave all his insights and divine abilities to Zhou Tong, because it could easily cause Zhou Tong to walk on his own path. Therefore, he left everything here so that Zhou Tong could rely on his own strength to kill his opponent in order to obtain these things. In this way, the old Edosaurus' own insights could only be used as icing on the cake, and it wouldn't affect Zhou Tong's true path. Clang! Soon, the iron sword swept across the sky, and at the same time, a skeleton rushed over with a black divine sword in its hand. It was ferocious and boundless, and the jet-black sword light bloomed like lightning. Boom! Zhou Tong swept his palm and directly shattered the divine sword, causing the jet-black sword light to dissipate on the spot. At the same time, he condensed his palm energy and shattered the skeleton's body. Roar! However, soon a loud roar sounded and a jet-black tiger rushed over. Its body was emitting a jet-black light as if it was the underworld. Boom! In the end, it was as if it had transformed into a jet-black underworld mountain, and it came crashing down, causing the void to tremble. Its huge claws slammed down and the void shattered, causing black cracks to spread out. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Clang! Zhou Tong directly used his dragon claws to meet it head-on. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew in all directions like stars. Fight! The battle intent that had been buried in Zhou Tong's heart for many years was awakened once again. He was extremely powerful, and he brazenly rushed towards the monsters. He had already used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. When he punched out, the sky and earth lost their color, and the wind and clouds exploded. It was as if a comet had collided, and the bright light illuminated the sky. This punch was like a green sun, extremely dazzling to the extreme, and it directly shattered a few of the monsters at the forefront. Bang! However, soon a heavy blow landed on Zhou Tong's back. The terrifying power passed through his dragon scale armor and shook his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill. There were countless figures in all directions. There were humanoid figures, all kinds of beasts, angels, skeletons, and many other races. There was a vast expanse, and they all raised their weapons and charged toward Zhou Tong. Black divine sabers, dazzling divine swords, crimson spears, sturdy thick shields, blood-dripping giant axes, killing intent soared into the heavens as thousands of cultivators charged toward him at an extremely fast speed. These were the powerful beings in the Eddasaurus memory. How could opponents who could be remembered by the Eddasaurus be weak? Furthermore, it was not just one person. There were countless people charging toward him at the same time. Immediately, Zhou Tong began to bleed. His body directly exploded, and blood splattered all over the sky. However, he quickly recovered. There seemed to be some kind of strange life force in the void of this world, and it endlessly poured into Zhou Tong's body, allowing him to continuously be reborn. This was a training ground set up by the old Eddasaurus. It was not really to kill Zhou Tong, so as long as he did not die here, he would be able to quickly recover and enter a new round of battle. Of course, if Zhou Tong could recover, so could his opponents. This world was simply a reincarnation cycle, and the boundaries between life and death were blurred by the laws of this world. The battle continued, and Zhou Tong had already killed hundreds of thousands of opponents. However, at the same time, Zhou Tong's body was also shattered more than 30 times. He kept going back and forth between destruction and rebirth, and he kept fighting in the crisis of life and death, enduring the most terrifying torture. And all of this was to make up for the lack of time. If he wanted to rise up in a short period of time, he had to experience the most terrifying and hellish training. He had to comprehend Tao in pain, comprehend remarkable battle skills in death, comprehend the laws of the myriad realms between life and death, comprehend the heart of the world in battle, and comprehend the will of the world. He even experimented with the true dragon treasured technique in battle. He wanted to turn the true dragon treasured technique into a cultivation method native to the realm of immortals. This was a triple extreme training of the divine soul, physical body, and will. Even the gods and Buddhas in the heavens would not be able to withstand such extreme torture. However, all of this most terrifying torture only lasted for a month, and there were still 10 years left. Once one stepped into this world, they had to endure for 10 years before they could leave. This was the rule set by the Eddasaurus when it first created this world. Time passed day by day, month by month, and year by year. In the fierce battle, Zhou Tong could no longer remember how many opponents he had killed, and how many times he had been shattered. However, there was no doubt that his realm was rising bit by bit in the continuous battle. When the 10 years in the first world were up, he had already reached the 9th heaven of the Earth Absolute Realm, and was infinitely close to the level of half-ancestor, heaven-reaching realm. Now, it was very easy for him to enter the realm of half-ancestor. Chapter 8:10. Zhou Tong walked out of the first world, and quietly sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain. At this moment, there were only 5 of the 6 black holes left in the void. Zhou Tong had already destroyed one of the 6 paths of reincarnation set up by the old Eddasaurus. This meant that Zhou Tong had already obtained 1/6 of the old Eddasaurus's divine ability, cultivation method, and even the Great Tao comprehension. Inheriting 1/6 of Zhu Xun's Great Tao comprehension was enough to make Zhou Tong's foundation soar. Of course, it was only his foundation that soared. He didn't blindly follow the Eddasaurus's comprehension. He only used it as a reference. He wanted to walk the path he had set, the true dragon treasured technique. 10 years of crazy fighting, 10 years of comprehension, 10 years of life and death. A small part of the true dragon treasured technique has already been transformed into this world's cultivation method. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. At this moment, the circulation route in his body was completely different from before. This was a brand new cultivation method transformed from the true dragon treasured technique that he had comprehended himself. The complete true dragon treasured technique not only contained the method of fighting, but its core was also the fundamental cultivation method of dragons. It could cultivate the purest true dragon qi. Now that this cultivation method had been modified by Zhou Tong and turned into the cultivation method of the world of immortals, the true dragon qi naturally turned into the qi of Edisaurus. In fact, this was also the cultivation method that Zhou Tong had comprehended in the past 10 years to refine the true dragon qi. He had integrated the inside and outside, making his whole body full of the qi of Edisaurus. Everything has been perfected. The Edisaurus body that has been tempered by hundreds of battles is now perfect. The qi of Edisaurus has also been refined, and the half-ancestor level of comprehension has already been reached. Next, it's time to officially advance. Zhou Tong once again transformed into the Edisaurus body. A 500 zhang long cyan Edisaurus hovered in the air. At the same time, Zhou Tong mobilized the divine power in his body. Suddenly, boom! Divine power instantly surged like a raging sea, and he charged toward the true half-martial ancestor realm in one go. At this instant, resplendent divine radiance burst out from the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. An incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation soared into the sky. The glaring radiance caused the entire Dragon Island to be resplendent. At this moment, the Dragon Island was like a sun that fell into the ocean. It was dazzling. Then, streaks of green light shot into the sky like countless waterfalls that covered the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. Every streak of azure light was like an endless river, and deafening booms resounded through the sky. As the azure light soared into the sky, an enormous sea of lightning instantly descended from the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. Boom! Thunderbolts as thick as mountains struck down in one breath. The sea of thunder boiled, and millions of lightning flashed. It was so dazzling that nothing could be seen. And at this instant, Zhou Tong made a thorough breakthrough and stood above Tongtian realm, which was also half-martial ancestor realm. The divine radiance in his eyes became even sharper. They were simply like two exceptional divine swords. The instant they opened and closed, it was as if two divine radiance had broken through the void and traversed across the entire world of immortals. When charging into the half-martial ancestor realm, this kind of fluctuation couldn't be concealed from anyone. That was because in order to become a half-martial ancestor, one must borrow the power of heaven and earth to temper their body. This kind of fluctuation was really too terrifying. It could be said that as long as one was in the world of immortals, they would be able to sense Zhou Tong's current fluctuation. At this moment, all the half-martial ancestors in the world of immortals opened their eyes at the same time and revealed a shocked expression. This kind of fluctuation was really too sudden. It had been many years since a new half-martial ancestor appeared in the world of immortals. Everyone looked at the southernmost part of the world of immortals, the Southern Sea. They could sense that the person charging into the half-martial ancestor realm should be on a certain island in the Southern Sea. Countless people opened their heavenly eyes and saw the region where the Dragon Island was located was filled with glaring divine radiance that soared into the sky like an exceptional divine sword. The person charging into the half-martial ancestor realm is on the Dragon Island? How is that possible? Wasn't the Dragon Island sealed? A half-martial ancestor who harbored evil intentions was incomparably shocked. He wanted to stop Zhou Tong, But after he saw the location where he was charging into the Dragon Island, he immediately extinguished that thought. Because of the seal on the Dragon Island, to a certain extent, it could prevent outsiders from interfering. In the southern wasteland, the old Dragon King also suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the Dragon Island. At this moment, he felt that the aura of Edisaurus within his body seemed to be faintly submitting and kowtowing in the direction of the Dragon Island. Is the old Edisaurus really dead? A completely new Edisaurus was actually born at this time? Furthermore, how could he be a half-martial ancestor? He became a genuine Edisaurus when he was only a half-martial ancestor. The old Dragon King of the Southern Wasteland was incomparably shocked. This kind of evolution speed was far beyond his imagination. He was also an existence that participated in the Battle of Edisaurus. Moreover, he was also a half-martial ancestor now. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to evolve into an Edisaurus. It could be said that becoming an Edisaurus at such an early age meant that he was already an invincible existence among the dragons. He was able to crush the other Dragon Kings at the same level. Could it be that the strongest Edisaurus in history is really going to be born? The old Dragon King was shocked. Rumble! Above the Dragon Island, endless lightning descended and turned the entire sacred mountain into a sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. Any random lightning that burst forth from the sacred mountain was enough to turn a huge mountain into ashes. However, the sacred mountain of the dragons was extremely special. Those lightning were all restrained by the sacred mountain. At this moment, there were no longer any little dragons on the sacred mountain. When the old Edisaurus decided to help Zhou Tong, he had already dismissed all the little dragons on the sacred mountain. That was because the old Edisaurus knew that Zhou Tong was the only Edisaurus in this generation. Is this the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm? It's too weak. Zhou Tong didn't care about the lightning at all. He was already used to undergoing the tribulation. He didn't even put up any defense and allowed the endless sea of lightning to rush into his body. Those lightning couldn't do anything to him at all. Instead, they were all completely absorbed by his body. At the same time, dragon aura rushed out from the depths of his body. The last molting of the Dragon King's evolution into an Edisaurus had begun. Rumble! The sea of lightning descended. This was a boiling ocean that belonged to the world of lightning. It was unknown how many lightning bolts that carried the laws of the world descended beside Zhou Tong. They rushed into his body and tempered his divine soul and physical body. They didn't waste a single bit of energy. The endless lightning bombarded for an entire day before it finally stopped, and at this moment, Zhou Tong had also successfully completed the last transformation on the path of evolving into an Edisaurus. Roar! The dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Zhou Tong shed his old skin and was completely reborn. He was one with the inside and outside. He was powerful to the extreme. He had an inexhaustible amount of terrifying divine power in his hands. He had finally completed the final leap and undergone an unprecedented huge transformation. At this moment, the dragons finally gave birth to a new Edisaurus. Over 10,000 dragons roared on the Dragon Island. They were welcoming the arrival of the new Edisaurus. However, this was still not the end of Zhou Tong's transformation. The inexhaustible star power in the sky converged into a great river. It transformed into a resplendent divine waterfall and violently rushed towards Zhou Tong's body. Millions and millions of star splendor tempered the body. This was something that could only be enjoyed after advancing into the half-ancestor realm and passing the lightning tribulation. Zhou Tong's power was once again sublimated. The entire Dragon Island was submerged in the starlight. On the Immortals' mainland, the cultivators who were paying attention to this matter were all shocked. Especially those half-ancestor realm cultivators, they were even more shocked. So much star splendor, how is this possible? When I advanced into the half-ancestor realm back then, the star splendor was not even 1/10,000th of his. How can he be so powerful? One of the half-ancestor realm cultivators didn't dare to believe it. The newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator seems to be on the Dragon Island. Such terrifying star splendor, could it be that the dragons gave birth to a new Eddosaurus? Another half-ancestor realm cultivator was also somewhat shocked. The strength of the dragons was somewhat terrifying. As a matter of fact, the baptism of star splendor could roughly determine the strength of the newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator. The more terrifying the star splendor was, the more terrifying the strength of the newly advanced half-ancestor realm cultivator would naturally be. Chapter 8:11. The stars in the sky were blossoming with radiance, but the strange thing was, everyone could see that the world had turned dark. It was clearly a starry night, but this kind of scene was incomparably shocking. The inexhaustible starlight between heaven and earth gathered at the Dragon Island. Even the space-time seemed to be distorted. The ocean-like starlight unceasingly fused with Zhou Tong's inexhaustible dragon body. The myriad of things between heaven and earth, the stars in the universe, were unceasingly tempering Zhou Tong's body and divine soul. At this moment, the draconic might within his body became even more terrifying. Half-martial ancestor was a completely different realm compared to before. Generally speaking, just a strand of half-martial ancestor's aura was enough to wipe out a large number of absolute ground realm practitioners. And Zhou Tong was an Eddosaurus. After combining the half-martial ancestor's aura with the draconic might, he burst forth with an incomparably terrifying divine might. The entire Dragon Island was enveloped by Zhou Tong's boundless draconic might. The terrifying fluctuation was surging violently. The entire Dragon Island was shaking. Even the taboo ocean was in a perilous situation. The originally deathly still surface of the sea was unceasingly surging with huge waves that were hundreds of meters tall. The inexhaustible starlight tempered Zhou Tong for an entire night. When the sun rose from the east, and the first ray of sunlight sprinkled down, Zhou Tong let out a melodious dragon roar. At the same time, he rushed straight to the east while carrying the starlight and the dragon skin left behind from his last molting. The moment he became a half-martial ancestor was also the best time to refine a divine armament. Because at this time, the blessing and baptism of heaven and earth had yet to end. As long as the starlight was absorbed into the divine armament, this divine armament would possess incomparably terrifying divine power. The hope of becoming a Zhu Shen weapon in the future was extremely high. Zhou Tong transformed into an azure dragon. His speed became faster and faster. In the end, he transformed into a streak of light and flew straight to the sun. The seal of the Dragon Island was related to the Eddosaurus. Therefore, after becoming an Eddosaurus, the taboo ocean outside the Dragon Island would no longer obstruct his advance. As far as the natives of the Immortals' mainland were concerned, today was definitely an unforgettable day. As long as everyone raised their heads slightly, they would be able to see the boundless starlight converging into a river. It was accompanied by an azure ancestral dragon that was rushing towards the sun in the east. It was like a comet rushing towards the sun. The vast starlight stretched for 30,000 miles. Some ordinary people and cultivators with lower cultivation bases knelt on the ground in shock, thinking that the dragon god had descended. As for those cultivators who knew a bit more, they were all shocked because they had already recognized Zhou Tong. It's him? That azure dragon outside Yuchao clan's heavenly palace. How is that possible? Azure Dragon King? Did he become an Eddosaurus? Moreover, he had even advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm? How many years had it been? This is too heaven-defying. The Azure Dragon King has become an Eddosaurus and a half-martial ancestor. At this time, He still wants to go to the sun and use the heavenly fire within the sun to forge the strongest divine weapon? Everyone on the Immortals' mainland didn't know what to say. They could only stare blankly at the sky, unable to forget for a long time. They didn't expect that the one who became a half-martial ancestor this time was actually an 8-year-old baby dragon. And after the shock, everyone's heart became gloomy. The heavens prides of heaven were once again dealt a blow by Zhou Tong. Countless people lost their confidence. Such starlight, and using the heavenly fire within the core of the sun to forge the divine weapon, the Ediosaurus is indeed innately powerful. On the Immortals' mainland, a butterfly was fluttering gracefully as it emitted a hazy spiritual fluctuation. This was the half-martial ancestor closest to Zhu Shen in the immortal realm, Zhuangzi. Forging the divine weapon together when advancing to half-martial ancestor? So it can be done like this. A stunning woman also stared at the sky in a daze. A trace of surprise flashed past her eyes. If Zhou Tong was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the goddess he was very familiar with, Lan Nuo. Not only Zhuangzi and Lan Nuo, countless other people also sighed one after another. It was possible that another exceptional divine weapon would appear in this world. When advancing to half-martial ancestor, the starlight would be the same as the power of heaven and earth. This was also the best time to forge the divine weapon. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to spend too much time and effort to forge the divine weapon in the future. Not only that, because this was the power produced by heaven and earth during the half-martial ancestor's transformation, if they took advantage of this opportunity to forge the divine weapon, then the compatibility between the divine weapon and the half-martial ancestor would reach the highest point. This was also a huge advantage that was hard to achieve when forging the divine weapon at other times. Since ancient times, all the divine weapons with many legends were not refined in this way. At this moment within the sun, the starlight was sprinkling down from the sky, and the endless heavenly fire was burning fiercely. Zhou Tong's cyan dragon scale armor and the dragon skin that had undergone the last transformation were placed under the heavenly fire and the starlight to temper. This was also an excellent opportunity to completely refine this armor into a divine city in the future. At this moment, the cyan dragon scale armor unfolded again and transformed into a cyan dragon that was almost exactly the same as Zhou Tong's body. The cyan dragon coiled up, as if forming an unimaginable dragon city. At the same time, Zhou Tong was further combing the veins in the armor. These veins were like the spirit veins of a city. At the same time, he directly moved the longevity tree that had fused with the armor into the core of the veins of the armor. After everything was formed, this cyan dragon once again transformed into a cyan dragon scale armor and wore it on Zhou Tong's body. However, forging this armor had only consumed 80% of the starlight he had brought. Now, there was still 20% of the starlight that had condensed around Zhou Tong. When I became a half-martial ancestor, heaven and earth had indeed poured a lot of power into me. After I absorbed and refined it, the remaining portion was refined into an armor, and there was still so much left. Zhou Tong was secretly pleased with himself. It could be said that 99% of the power poured in by heaven and earth had been refined and absorbed by Zhou Tong himself. He had only brought 1% of it to the sun. The remaining 20% only accounted for 2/1000ths of the total starlight. However, even 2/1000ths of it had already surpassed the power of heaven and earth used by many half-martial ancestors when refining weapons. Fine, I once said that I would let you transform into a real sword of Ediosaurus with me. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then took out the sacred sword of dragons and threw it into the last of the starlight and heavenly fire to temper it. This refining process took half a day. Only when the sun set did Zhou Tong appear from the sun and descend toward the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. His whole body was shrouded in dazzling divine splendor. The armor on his body and the divine sword in his hand were even more dazzling. Even the sun, moon, and stars were overshadowed. Forged with the heavenly fire of the sun, refined with the mind of a half-martial ancestor, and watered with the divine power of billions of stars, these two supreme divine weapons were finally refined. Chapter 8:12 Zhou Tong once again descended on the Dragon Island with boundless radiance. After the refinement this time, his dragon scale armor was condensed, vast, and majestic. Every single dragon scale seemed to be reflecting the starlight of the universe. And because of this forging, the dragon's sacred sword in his hand had completely become Zhou Tong's possession. He had basically forged the sword from scratch. He only kept the material, divine power, and appearance of the sacred sword, but the inside of the sword had completely changed. Zhou Tong had further improved the sword from the Dragon King's sword to the true Edisaurus sword. It's finally done. Zhou Tong withdrew the radiance from his body. Whether it was the armor or the divine sword, they all disappeared. Next, it's time to take a look at the other 5 worlds left behind by the old Edisaurus. Zhou Tong had a trace of expectation in his heart. He once again looked at the 5 worlds in the sky. His figure flashed and directly entered the second world. A moment later, he walked out of this world covered in blood. He quietly sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain for 2 months. After his aura skyrocketed, he once again entered the third world. Just like this, Zhou Tong went through 5 worlds in a row. Each world took 10 years. Every time he finished a world, he would quietly sit cross-legged for 2 months. It was not until 10 months later that Zhou Tong slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, it had already been 2 months since the destruction of the old Edisaurus 6 Paths of Reincarnation world. 9th Heavenly Layer Half-Ancestor. Moreover, there are still many things that I haven't fully comprehended in these few decades of fierce fighting. Give me a few more years, and I can easily cultivate to the 9th Heavenly Layer. Zhou Tong was still recalling the various battles in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation world. It had to be said that the old Edisaurus had very rich experience. He had fought with the native experts of the world of immortals, the experts of the ancient 100 races, and also the experts of the other world and the world of death. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation world he left behind had opened Zhou Tong's eyes. During the battles, he had also comprehended many things that he had not noticed before. Every time Zhou Tong calmed down to comprehend what he had seen and heard in those worlds, he gained a lot. This move by the old Edisaurus was the best catalyst for Zhou Tong. This was because Zhou Tong's cultivation level was already extremely high. All he needed to do was to transform the heaven-shrouding technique's cultivation level into the Dao and Dao of the world of immortals, and display it using the cultivation system of this world. Therefore, the more extensive his knowledge was, the more Zhou Tong would be able to bring out the full potential of his realm. If he cultivated normally, it would probably take him over 100 years to reach the 9th level of the half-martial ancestor realm. How could it possibly be accomplished in a mere 50 years? However, going from half-martial ancestor to Zushin is the real challenge for me. Zhou Tong could not help but think of the key to turning the entire world into Zushin, the laws of the myriad world. The real Zushin needed to comprehend the laws of all things in the universe, understand the profoundness of all worlds, and understand all the divine rules and profoundness in the world. This was a kind of comprehension. One needed to comprehend the origin of the world and understand the essence of all things. Although Zhou Tong's cultivation level was extremely high, the test of Zushin was to test one's comprehension of the laws of the myriad worlds and the Tao of the world of immortals. In this step, Zhou Tong did not have much of an advantage. Of course, even if he could not comprehend these things, his body and soul would still continue to grow, allowing his combat strength to reach the standard of Zushin. This kind of thing was called war ancestor in this world. Even if he did not cultivate Zushin, he would still have the combat strength of Zushin. Now, it's my turn to officially take control of the dragons. Zhou Tong stood up and walked towards the depths of the oasis. That area was a place Zhou Tong had never been able to enter. The trees were swaying in the shadows, and he could see that the deepest part of this oasis was a huge tomb. In front of each tomb stood a pair of incomparably huge dragon horns. There were a total of 9 tombs, and each of them occupied an extremely large area. After walking into this place, Zhou Tong felt an extremely rich draconic aura. However, it was not completely the aura of Edosaurus. These tombs were all the tombs of the Dragon Kings. This should be the batch of Dragon Kings that the old Edosaurus killed. Zhou Tong quietly walked in front of each tomb. He was very familiar with those dragon horns. He had basically seen them in the memories of the old Edosaurus. Finally, he stopped at the side of the last tomb. That was the tomb of the old Edosaurus. The pair of huge dragon horns in front of the tomb came from the head of the old Edosaurus. The old Edosaurus had already prepared a tomb for himself when he was alive. Unfortunately, his physical body had collapsed in the end, and only the dragon scales that he had shed were buried in this tomb. Zhou Tong came in front of the tomb and paid his respects. However, his expression changed slightly because he saw something in front of the tomb, the arm of the stone man. That's right, a part of the 9 stone man was in the hands of the old Edosaurus. He put it here. Zhou Tong picked up the stone arm. He was a little curious. This was a part of the natural stone man. Zhou Tong was very curious. The 9 stone man should resonate with people who practiced the divine steel mystic method. Then, was he considered to have practiced the divine steel mystic method? Almost subconsciously, Zhou Tong activated the deep-sea divine ability that he had transformed from the divine steel mystic method. Almost immediately, the arm moved slightly and then disappeared from Zhou Tong's hand in the blink of an eye, sinking into the deep sea. Oh! A stone man's arm entered his body. Zhou Tong could feel that there was an extremely terrifying thing in his deep sea. This stone arm emitted some kind of strange fluctuation, causing his deep sea to be even deeper than before. The 9 stone man is also good for me. Unfortunately, this thing is too important. I can't keep it with me for a long time. Zhou Tong felt the performance of this stone arm in the deep sea and suddenly understood. Next, I should properly sort out the matter of the dragons. First, I should bring the little Edosaurus and the little Dragon Kings to the sacred mountain. I'm going to start preaching. Zhou Tong immediately left the dragon's graveyard and prepared to start transmitting a part of the true dragon treasured technique to the dragons of this world. Swish! However, the moment Zhou Tong left the graveyard of the dragons, a brilliant 7-colored light suddenly appeared. Along with the condensation of dragon chi, it attracted Zhou Tong's attention. He left the sacred mountain of the dragons in almost an instant and arrived at the place where the 7-colored light was condensing. He was very familiar with this place. It was precisely the stump of the heavenly tree. And at the center of this stump, where the 7-colored light was condensing, there was an egg emitting 7-colored light. A familiar aura was being nurtured in the egg. Ku finally reborn at this time. It seems like the time for the world of immortals to reintegrate with the 9 regions should be very close. Zhou Tong carefully looked at this egg and said in his heart. At the same time, he also sensed that Ku only needed about half a month's time to come out from the egg and be completely reborn in this world. Chapter 8:13. Time passed by slowly. In a blink of an eye, another few months had passed. On the sacred mountain of dragons, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged quietly under a huge tree to train. He was further perfecting the true dragon treasured technique. He was further comprehending those things in the old Edosaurus memory. The furry Kiki was snoring beside him. In these few months, Kiki had already been reborn. It was brought back to the sacred mountain of dragons by Zhou Tong. And not far ahead, there were more than 30 young dragons. Some of them were exchanging pointers with each other, some of them were training the true dragon treasured technique that Zhou Tong imparted to them. The sacred mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. Among these young dragons, there were also 2 young dragon kings. One of them came from the same clan as Zhou Tong, the tyrannical dragon bloodline. The other one came from another king-class bloodline of the dragon clan, monarch lion dragon bloodline. These 2 bloodlines could be said to be the 2 most powerful bloodlines in the dragon race. The other weaker bloodlines might not even be able to give birth to a dragon king in this generation. However, the tyrannical dragon and monarch lion dragon bloodlines, these 2 bloodlines gave birth to 2 dragon kings each. Someone moved the palaces under the sacred mountain? Who is it they can actually move those palaces? Zhou Tong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes carried a trace of surprise. But very quickly, his divine sense sensed an acquaintance walking up the sacred mountain step by step. Shao Chen finally came to the Dragon Island again. His arrival also means that the big picture is about to start. Zhou Tong said in his heart. Zhou Tong didn't have to wait for long. Shao Chen appeared in this oasis very quickly. He saw the snoring Kiki as soon as he arrived. He revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He didn't expect Kiki to still be alive. Kiki! Kiki! Shao Chen immediately called out to Kiki, but what he got in return was the little critter's incomparably lazy sleep talk. I brought you the Inwood ginseng, deity fruit, 9 leaves immortal Ganoderma. Shao Chen decisively adopted a new strategy. To deal with this kind of foodie, only delicacies were effective. Yeah, sure enough, just as Shao Chen said the name of the dish, Ku sat up with a swoosh, and then turned into a white light and rushed over. Zhou Tong did not interrupt the reunion between Ku and Shao Chen. He immediately asked all the little dragons nearby to leave. Shao Chen and Ku reunited. Soon, Shao Chen looked at Zhou Tong, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. He hesitated for a moment, then strode to the open space in front of Zhou Tong. He was filled with doubts about Zhou Tong. When did this Azure Dragon King return to the Dragon Island? And he even entered the sacred mountain of dragons. Especially when the little dragons around him were extremely respectful towards him. One must know that there were several dragon kings among those little dragons. Shouldn't the dragon kings be baring their teeth and declaring war when they meet? Why was it like this? Moreover, when Shao Chen looked at Zhou Tong, he instantly felt an unfathomable feeling. It was a feeling he had never felt before. This feeling made Shao Chen feel like the feeling he had when he met the half-martial ancestor Zhuangzi. However, the frightening thing was that the feeling the Azure Dragon before him gave him was much stronger than Zhuangzi back then. Azure Dragon King. Shao Chen hesitated for a moment, then directly opened his mouth. When Zhou Tong became a half-martial ancestor, Shao Chen was already completely isolated in the Zhuqian desert. Therefore, he did not see the scene of Zhou Tong transforming into Ediosaurus. He also did not know that Zhou Tong had already become the new Ediosaurus. You should change the way you address me. The current me is no longer the Dragon King. You should address me as Ediosaurus, Zhou Tong said softly. What? Shao Chen was instantly stunned. The 2 words Ediosaurus were simply like a bolt from the blue, causing Shao Chen's mind to tremble violently. How could it be so fast? Shao Chen was puzzled. Although he had long guessed that Zhou Tong was extremely likely to become the real Ediosaurus, he did not expect that he had already become an Ediosaurus in just a few years. There's nothing to be surprised about. I've already said that this generation's Ediosaurus is none other than me. It's just that it was brought forward by some time, Zhou Tong said leisurely. However, it's good to see you now. I'll give this to you as well. As he spoke, Zhou Tong had already taken out the stone arm from the deep sea. Noiselessly, the stone arm directly entered Xiao Chen's body. Vaguely, Xiao Chen seemed to hear a kacha sound. The stone arm was completely reassembled. He had gathered all 4 limbs of this stone man. Moreover, these 4 limbs were connected by a faint mist. Sitting cross-legged in Xiao Chen's body, it looked like it was meditating. Moreover, Xiao Chen also had a strange feeling at this moment. This stone man had a weak connection with him. It was a mysterious feeling that was difficult to describe in words. Xiao Chen was excited. If he could use this stone man to fight, how strong would he be? Thank you. Thank you, Ediosaurus. Xiao Chen directly bowed to Zhou Tong to express his gratitude. Do you know the origin of this stone man? Xiao Chen continued to ask. Zhou Tong shook his head and did not say much. This kind of thing should not be told by him. Instead, it should be left to Xiao Chen to explore on his own. You have something that belongs to us dragons. However, at this time, Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chen's arm. He felt a thick and extremely pure Ediosaurus aura. This kind of Ediosaurus aura was definitely something left behind by Ediosaurus. Seeing Zhou Tong's gaze, Xiao Chen's heart moved. He immediately took off a jade bracelet from his arm and handed it to Zhou Tong, saying, I come from the human world's Ediosaurus village. Some people say that this is one of the keys to unlocking the seal of the human world. The moment Zhou Tong's palm touched this jade bracelet, a golden Ediosaurus shadow appeared from the purple bracelet. Rays of golden light quickly merged into Zhou Tong's body. Roar! Facing this golden light, Zhou Tong couldn't help but let out a long roar towards the sky. The entire sacred mountain of dragons shook violently following his roar. Zhou Tong's imposing manner was too astonishing at this moment. At this moment, it was as if a Ediosaurus that could move unhindered in the heavens had descended to the world. It was world-shaking, and its might was boundless. The roar of dragons resounded all over the Dragon Island. There were also the roars of all kinds of ancient beasts. The Dragon Island was in an uproar. Xiao Chen was also looking at Zhou Tong in shock. It was merely a roar, but in Xiao Chen's opinion, this imposing manner, this draconic might, was simply a lot more astonishing than those half-martial ancestors he had seen before. They were simply not on the same level. As expected of an Ediosaurus. With such terrifying might, I'm afraid that even if he were to face White Tiger Holy Emperor, Tong Tian, and those half-martial ancestors, he wouldn't feel any pressure at all. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked. Zhou Tong's strength was simply unreasonable. How could he cultivate to such a terrifying realm in such a short period of time? However, that golden dragon shadow only flashed and quickly returned to the purple bracelet. At the same time, Zhou Tong's draconic roar also stopped. At this moment, Zhou Tong's entire body was glowing with divine light. He had obtained a huge benefit in this instant. That golden dragon shadow just now was the sole imprint of Ediosaurus. It was originally an Ediosaurus that was infinitely close to the stone monarch's level. Even if it was just a trace of its power, it was enough to benefit Zhou Tong a lot. He clearly knew that the moment that dragon shadow touched him, a huge amount of life essence appeared from the dragon shadow. Then, it quickly turned into a golden dragon and appeared in the depths of his sea. After slightly operating the deep-sea divine ability and refining this wild dragon, Zhou Tong immediately felt that his potential, physical body, and divine soul had all improved tremendously. It could be said that the current him was only a paper-thin distance away from the so-called battle ancestor. However, without comprehending the rules of the myriad worlds, Zhu Shen still had no chance. Chapter 8:14. This. What is this? Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Tong with a puzzled expression. What exactly was that dragon shadow? Ediosaurus left behind a brand in this jade bracelet, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to be left for me. You should keep it for yourself. Zhou Tong handed the jade bracelet back to Xiao Chen. According to Zhou Tong's guess, This thing was most likely left for Edosaurus' 10th child, Guqian. Edosaurus probably saw that he was an Edosaurus and gave him the essence of Edosaurus that belonged to Edosaurus. Xiao Chun took the jade bracelet and asked, "Rumor has it that a new Edosaurus can break the seal on dragons. Since you have become an Edosaurus, why do I feel that the dragons on this island?" Zhou Tong said. "The seal on the dragons has not been broken. Rumor has it that Edosaurus can indeed break the seal on this island, but that's for an Edosaurus that has reached Zushin realm. I am still a step away from reaching Zushin, so naturally I can't break the seal." However, the ancestor who left behind this legend also didn't expect that an existence like me would appear in the future. I have already become an Edosaurus before reaching Zushin realm. The things left behind by the ancestors are not necessarily correct. They can't possibly predict every situation, Zhou Tong said in the end. Xiao Chun stared blankly for a moment before smiling bitterly. Perhaps only this arrogant azure dragon would be able to say such rude words to an ancestor. Speaking of which, you didn't even know that I have become an Edosaurus. It seems like you weren't in the Immortals' mainland during this period of time. And this jade bracelet on your hand, it's also not something from the Immortals' mainland. Zhou Tong quickly shifted his attention to other places. He had wanted to go to the human realm since a long time ago. "I have returned to the human realm." Xiao Chen was silent for a moment, then he slowly told Zhou Tong about the things that happened during this period of time, including the matters of the human realm. The human realm is also the 9 prefectures. In the 9 prefectures there are 4 worlds: Martial World, Spell World, Qi World, and Soul World. These 4 worlds also represent 4 types of training system: Martial Artist, Spell Master, Cultivation, and Divine Soul. Among these 4 worlds, the Martial World is the world of immortals. However, the Martial World was renamed to the World of Immortals at that time when the Martial World was almost completely wiped. Moreover, the original Martial Way was also replaced by the Divine Ability System. At the same time, there were also Spell Master and many other systems here, forming a hodgepodge. And now, the Qi World, which is also the people from the Cultivation World, once again occupied the human realm. And Xiao Chen's fiancée, Ruo Shui, was also possessed by a peerless expert from the Cultivation World. And Qing Qing was also kidnapped by the people from the Cultivation World. Xiao Chen came to the world of immortals to look for helpers, to save his wife, and to save Qing Qing. In other words, the reason you returned to the world of immortals from the human realm is to look for helpers to help you get rid of those people from the cultivation world? Zhou Tong laughed lightly. That's right, the cultivation world is too much of a bully. Xiao Chen was very angry. In these few short encounters, the cultivation world gave him a really bad feeling. No need to look for helpers, I will go with you. I also want to meet the so-called cultivation world's experts. Zhou Tong went straight to the point and said, "All right." Xiao Chen's face was overjoyed, and he readily agreed. Although he didn't know what realm Zhou Tong was at now, Xiao Chen could feel that Zhou Tong was stronger than any half-ancestor he had ever seen. Moreover, he also had the identity of an Edosaurus. Even if an Edosaurus was weak, it couldn't be that weak. Not to mention, this was an Edosaurus that created history. Zhou Tong followed Xiao Chen and left the dragon's sacred mountain together. Soon after, Xiao Chen immediately used the purple jade bracelet in his hand to cut open the void, revealing a spatial passage. "Let's go." Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen directly stepped into this spatial passage. The two of them were pushed forward by a huge force. Time seemed to stop, but it also seemed to fly by at an extremely fast speed, making Xiao Chen feel as if time and space were in disorder. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all. He quietly sensed the teleportation power in the spatial passage and vaguely formed a connection with some secret techniques in his heart. Soon, the passage was about to end. The light in front of them became brighter and brighter, and they could even vaguely see the exit. At the same time, a grand aura rushed over. Is this the aura of the 9 provinces? Zhou Tong was incomparably astonished in his heart. In this aura that assaulted his face, he felt an extremely dense dragon aura. This dragon aura was practically of the same origin as the dragon aura in Xiao Chen's jade bracelet. It was definitely the dragon chi left behind by an Ediosaurus. Boy, you secretly left and finally came back. This time, this old man won't forgive you. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the spatial passage, an old voice instantly sounded. And the moment the two of them appeared, a short old man with a head full of white hair and a stooped body appeared in front of the two of them. This person's height was only about 1 meter. He was even shorter than the current Zhou Tong. His face was full of wrinkles. Boy, so this is the helper you found from the world of immortals. This old man looked at Xiao Chen angrily. But the moment he looked at Zhou Tong, his expression suddenly changed. Especially when he saw the pair of dragon horns on Zhou Tong's head, he was even more shocked. Dragons! This short old man was startled. He suddenly retreated a few steps, as if he was guarding against Zhou Tong's sudden attack. Why are you retreating? Zhou Tong's voice sounded in this old man's ear. This old man wanted to answer, but in the next moment, he couldn't say anything because he clearly felt a powerful arm pressing down on his shoulder. Don't tell me you think you can escape from my hands by retreating such a small distance. Zhou Tong's voice sounded again, but this time, the old man was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how Zhou Tong appeared beside him. In other words, his previous defensive action was simply a joke in front of this dragon. Especially the arm that was pressing down on his shoulder. It was simply too terrifying. Just the pressure of the palm made the old man feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. A palm pressing down on him made him unable to move. Have mercy! Xiao Chun immediately called out to Zhou Tong. Although Xiao Chun and this old man didn't get along well, this old man was after all a guardian of the 9 regions. He didn't want this old man to die in the hands of Zhou Tong. However, after seeing Zhou Tong's move, Xiao Qin was even more confident. This old man was unfathomable. Last time, it was Tai Hao who made a move and stopped this old man, allowing him to sneak back to the world of immortals. Now, Zhou Tong actually suppressed this old man with just a palm. Xiao Qin was shocked, but he also became more confident in his trip. Zhou Tong loosened his grip, and the old man immediately regained his freedom. He coldly snorted and said, "Brat, you're really something. You've only left for 2 days and you've already found such a helper. Senior, we don't have any evil intentions. We just want to deal with those experts of the cultivation world," Xiao Chen explained, but this old man obviously didn't want to pay attention to Xiao Chen. He was suppressed by me, so he naturally has a stomach full of anger. Why are you still talking to him? Zhou Tong leisurely said. Now let's do our business first. Xiao Chen was helpless. He didn't say anything more and directly pulled Zhou Tong towards the sea. After Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen left, this old man finally let out a sigh of relief. Dragons, it really is the legendary dragons. Moreover, looking at the 2 horns on his head, he is at least a dragon king, or even... No, impossible, this brat can't possibly find an Ediosaurus. The old man didn't dare to continue guessing. Of course, he also didn't believe that Xiao Chen could find an Ediosaurus. This brat actually has such connections in the world of immortals. He can even invite such a peerless dragon king as his helper. The 9 regions is going to change. This old man finally sighed. Chapter 8:15. For ordinary people, the sea could be described as a violent storm. If they were not careful, they might be buried at the bottom of the sea. Humans were insignificant. In front of the sea, they were like a grain of sand in the vast desert, insignificant. Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen traveled together above the East Sea. The originally stormy sea was quickly calmed down due to Zhou Tong's dragon aura. During this trip, Zhou Tong had a deeper understanding of the immortal world's cultivation system. The immortal world's cultivation system and the heaven shrouding technique are simply two extremes. Perhaps this is the root of why emperors can't exist, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. The heaven shrouding technique is particular about not seeking external objects. The outside world is a big universe, the human body is a small world, and one's body is comparable to the universe. Therefore, to a certain extent, if a cultivator who cultivates the heaven shrouding technique goes to a different world, his magical power will not weaken much. For example, if Zhou Tong's original body came to the immortal world, he would definitely be a peerless expert from the beginning. But the immortal world's cultivation system is more about something similar to unity of heaven and man. Therefore, this kind of cultivation system is more dependent on the outside world. Once the world changes, it is possible to affect oneself. The most typical example is the emperors. Originally, emperors can exist in the heavens, but later on, the world changed, and this made the emperors no longer exist. Zhou Tong was thinking as he advanced. After flying for thousands of miles, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually became stronger. In the depths of the sea, the waves were clear and crystalline. Fish jumped and dragons soared, churning up bursts of waves. At the same time, there were immortal islands constantly in the sea, emitting auspicious multicolored light. It was like a dream. At this moment, the destination of the two, Shushan Immortal Island, was only 1,000 miles away. Zhou Tong's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he brought Xiao Chen to their destination. On the island, the immortal aura was misty and dense. There was even a divine spring waterfall, immortal birds and strange beasts. It was an auspicious and peaceful scene. This place is very similar to the style of the heaven shrouding technique. Arriving at this place, Zhou Tong could not help but have a trace of nostalgia in his heart. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. The void above the Shushan Immortal Island was pierced through, and an old man was shaken out. If it were not for the pagoda above his head that was emitting a chaotic aura, protecting him under the heavy sword, he might have been injured by the 4 sword auras that followed closely behind. This old man was Taihao, a half-martial ancestor from the cultivation world whom Xiao Chen had met in the human world. Old barbarian, you still dare to spoil my plans? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? At the same time, a clear and cold voice rang out from that space. Xiao Chen was relieved. He knew that Taihao had been pestering Goddess Qinglian all this time and did not let her continue to attack Qingqing. Taihao didn't answer. He laughed and returned to Xiao Chen's side. He looked at Zhou Tong curiously. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, and had a pair of dragon's horns on his head. Without a doubt, he was an expert of the dragon clan and a peerless genius at that. At the same time, Taihao was a little surprised that Xiao Chen knew such an expert of the dragons. However, Goddess Qinglian, who had thrown Taihao out, had a vast consciousness. She also sensed the existence of Zhou Tong and Xiao Chen. Her cold voice rang out from that space. You don't know what's good for you. Zhou Tong knew that Goddess Qinglian wanted to come out personally, so he didn't bother to go in. He just waited there quietly for her to come out. Soon, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Goddess Qinglian appeared from the space tunnel. She was surrounded by auspicious lights. She was a peerless beauty. She was standing on a 12-grade lotus platform, scattering bits of light like broken jade. 4 extremely sharp battle swords floated around her. Her killing intent soared into the sky. There was also a lotus flower in her hand that bloomed with multicolored light. The moment she appeared, Goddess Qinglian immediately looked at Xiao Chen. You still dare to come back. You really don't know what's good for you. Old witch, release Qingqing and return my Ruoshui body. Xiao Chen looked at Goddess Qinglian coldly. Goddess Qinglian ignored Xiao Chen. In her opinion, Xiao Chen's words were the cry of a weakling. She then looked at Zhou Tong and said in surprise, "The Dragon King of Dragons? I didn't expect there to be dragons in this world. Surrender to me, and I'll make you my guardian dragon god." She didn't even say anything and directly attacked. She pointed her slender finger at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was a little surprised. This woman was so decisive. She attacked as soon as she came out. She didn't even know the opponent's background before attacking. "But you don't have the right to pretend in front of me." Zhou Tong's eyes turned cold. He grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a dragon roar shook the sky. A terrifying dragon claw appeared in front of him and grabbed at Goddess Qinglian. Poof! With a soft sound, specks of blood bloomed in the void. The green lotus goddess's arm was nearly caught by Zhou Tong. If it weren't for the fact that she was a 9th celestial layer half-martial ancestor with extraordinary strength, Zhou Tong's attack would have crushed her arm. Goddess Qinglian revealed a shocked expression. She didn't expect this Dragon King to be so strong. If it wasn't for her strength, she would have been seriously injured by this dragon in an instant. The wound on her arm was hideous. It was grazed by Zhou Tong's dragon claw. Such an injury infuriated the green lotus goddess. Her killing intent soared into the sky. The terrifying might of a 9th heavenly layer half-martial ancestor was completely revealed at this moment. Just the killing intent that leaked out from her was enough to instantly freeze a large portion of the ocean. But before she could calm down, Zhou Tong's crazy attack came again. Boom! Zhou Tong didn't use any fancy moves. He directly punched down. Waves of dragon roars rang out. His divine power was invincible. Monstrous fluctuations swept across the surroundings, causing this space to tremble. "You're courting death. No one can defeat me in a one-on-one battle." Goddess Qinglian's eyes shot out streaks of cold light. Her lotus robe fluttered in the wind. The 12th grade lotus platform under her feet carried her straight into the clouds. The 4 simple and unadorned swords by her side shone with restrained brilliance, but their invisible killing intent soared to the heavens, like 4 divine dragons flying out, sweeping towards Zhou Tong's body. At the same time, she waved the lotus in her hand to meet Zhou Tong's fist. Lotus platform, lotus battle swords. She had already activated all of her magic treasures to the extreme. After the previous attack, Goddess Qinglian had already seen that Zhou Tong's physical body was unparalleled. He had to rely on magic treasures to fight against the enemy. Rumble! Goddess Qinglian's lotus slashed onto Zhou Tong's fist. In an instant, brilliant divine light burst out between the dragon fist and the lotus. At the same time, a mysterious aura wrapped around the lotus, blocking the aftermath of Zhou Tong's punch. On the other side, when Goddess Qinglian's 4 battle swords were about to reach him, a green dragon scale armor appeared on Zhou Tong's body, blocking all the sword lights. For a moment, clanging sounds could be heard. The violent confrontation between Zhou Tong and Goddess Qinglian set off a wave of divine power. The two of them retreated at the same time. The space between the two of them was also shattered. Terrifying cracks spread for hundreds of miles. The ice on the sea surface shattered, and waves soared into the sky. Such destructive power made the hearts of the cultivators on the surrounding islands tremble. This was a shock that came from the soul. Chapter 8:16. Boom! After one blow, the battle began again. Zhou Tong and Goddess Qinglian clashed again. The two of them seemed to have turned into 2 bolts of lightning. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed and waves soared into the sky. The space was like a piece of paper. It was fragile and couldn't withstand a single blow. The two of them directly charged into the depths of the East Sea. It was as if they were splitting the world apart, destroying all the old order. The aftermath shattered the sky. The range of the battle between the two of them was too wide. It affected the hearts of all the cultivators in the mortal world. Everyone watched this battle closely and nervously from behind. Brilliant rays of light, dazzling sword light, and shocking dragon roars. This battle directly shattered the void. One had to admit that Goddess Qinglian's treasures were amazing, especially the battle swords in her hands. They were the things that Zhou Tong had to pay attention to. Zhou Tong could casually block an ordinary attack with his armor. However, Zhou Tong had to divert some of his divine power to attack with the battle swords. Otherwise, his armor would be damaged. After all, these were the battle swords made by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They were peerless divine weapons, specially prepared for the final battle. Boom! The final collision caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. Divine light filled the heavens and the earth, forming a boundless expanse. Every inch of space was filled with divine light and sword qi that surged like waves. Zhou Tong and Goddess Qinglian stopped. They stood proudly in the void and looked at each other. For a moment, Xiao Qin and Tai Hao couldn't help but feel nervous, especially Xiao Qin. He was afraid that Zhou Tong would be at a disadvantage. However, after seeing clearly, he was relieved. Zhou Tong was still unscathed. On the other hand, Goddess Qinglian's performance was slightly better. Her consumption was obviously greater than Zhou Tong's. Xiaolong, you're really something. You can actually fight me to this extent, but that's all you can do. Goddess Qinglian's voice was extremely cold. That's right, let's end this battle here. The warm-up is over. Next, I'm going to get serious. Zhou Tong's eyes were cold, and an unparalleled dragon's might shrouded the entire East Sea in an instant. His draconic might was like the wrath of the heavens, causing the hearts of almost everyone in the entire world to tremble. The heavens and earth fell silent, and the world seemed to have turned into black and white. This kind of pressure, could it be that Zhu Shun has descended? Impossible, this kind of pressure is definitely not from the Dragon King. It's Eddasaurus, definitely an Eddasaurus. Those half-martial ancestors in the mortal realm were all horrified. That was such an astonishing battle just now, yet this dragon was only casually fighting. Now it was going to use its true strength? Opposite Zhou Tong, the Blue Lotus Goddess felt an even greater impact. She felt that her opponent had changed in an instant. It was just a glance, but it revealed an unparalleled majestic aura. It was enough to shatter the sky, destroy the ages, and kill everything. The Blue Lotus Goddess felt that under the majestic draconic might of the person in front of her, the so-called invincible and peerless in the past were just as laughable as a paper tiger. This aura, this momentum. Terrifying, it's too terrifying. Could it be that he's Zhu Shen? Tai Hao, who was standing beside Xiao Qin, had a drastic change in expression. He had seen Zhu Shen before, but at this moment, Zhou Tong's presence in his eyes was even stronger than Zhu Shen's. Are you ready to die? Zhou Tong looked at the Blue Lotus Goddess, slowly raised his arm, and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Roar! An impassioned dragon's roar instantly resounded throughout the 9 regions. In an instant, everyone seemed to see an Eddasaurus coiling around Zhou Tong's raised fist. It was the same dragon fist, but after Zhou Tong became serious, its power was simply incomparable to before. The Blue Lotus Goddess's expression changed drastically. The 12 lotus platforms under her feet spun out hundreds of millions of rays of light. The 4 battle swords around her quickly turned around, crushing layers of space to protect her. The lotus in her hand swayed and released a bit of chaotic aura, further protecting her. She had already expected that Zhou Tong's next attack would be earth-shattering. However, the draconic aura surged violently. The Blue Lotus Goddess almost didn't see Zhou Tong's figure. She only saw a pair of fists that suppressed the universe and crushed everything in the world. She subconsciously mobilized the 4 battle swords to meet the attack. Clang! A crisp sword sound rang out. The 4 battle swords on the outermost perimeter were knocked away by Zhou Tong's punch at the same time. They buzzed incessantly and directly broke away from the Blue Lotus Goddess's control. Crack! Immediately afterward, the light curtain emitted by the Blue Lotus platform that protected the Blue Lotus platform was penetrated. In the end, only the lotus and the Blue Lotus Goddess's hand met Zhou Tong's shocking punch. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the repercussions instantly shattered the void within 800 li. The ocean below was instantly vaporized, and the bottom of the ocean was exposed, collapsing toward the Earth's core. Pfft! Even so, the Blue Lotus Goddess was still horrified. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The mournful crimson color dyed her cheeks red, giving her a sense of poignant beauty. The Blue Lotus Goddess was almost in despair. The other party had only used one punch to break through 3 of her strongest defenses. She almost exploded in the void. "You can't kill me. My physical body is Xiao Chen's fiancé, Ruoshui. Once I die, Ruoshui really won't be able to reverse the situation." The Blue Lotus Goddess screamed wildly. "You can kill me, but if you want to save this physical body from my hands and capture my soul, you will have to do it personally by Zhu Shun." In the original work, when facing Laozi and the other half-martial ancestors, the Blue Lotus Goddess was still stubborn and had the courage to perish together with everyone. Because at that time she was besieged until she died. Even until her death, she believed that she was invincible. However, at this moment, facing Zhou Tong's dragon might and dragon fist, she was scared out of her wits. All the pride and confidence in her heart were shattered. She no longer had a trace of resistance, and directly opened her mouth to beg for mercy. "Ediosaurus, have mercy!" When Xiao Chun heard Blue Lotus's words from afar, he immediately became anxious. He brought Zhou Tong here to save Qing Qing and Ruoshui. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope, he was naturally unwilling to give up. However, Zhou Tong did not show mercy because of Xiao Chen's words. He looked coldly at the Blue Lotus Goddess and then struck out a supreme divine law, 6. Tao. Cycle. Return. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation was used, heaven and earth trembled. The 9 prefectures trembled and the sky cracked. Endless divine light bloomed on the land of the 9 prefectures. Everyone's heart trembled. A legendary supreme divine ability, like the 6 paths of reincarnation, had appeared. This dragon's combat strength was simply terrifying. They could see its limit. At this moment, 6 worlds appeared and rotated in the void. The 6 worlds' mighty forces obliterated everything in the world. The cycle of reincarnation was activated. No one could resist it. The Blue Lotus Goddess was submerged by the 6 paths of reincarnation without any resistance. She was completely transferred into these 6 worlds and began a long journey of reincarnation. Chapter 8:17. The Green Lotus Goddess was sent into the 6 realms by Zhou Tong's 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, only Zhou Tong's figure and the 6 paths of reincarnation were left in the void. "Ruoshui!" Xiao Chen cried out in grief. He wanted to rush into the 6 paths of reincarnation and grab Ruoshui's body. "Xiao Chen, that's the 6 paths of reincarnation. Don't court death." Tai Hao held Xiao Chen back. Zhou Tong didn't even turn his head as he stared at the 6 paths of reincarnation in the void. "Don't worry. Once I extract the Green Lotus Goddess soul, I'll return you a complete Ruoshui's body." He ignored the voices of the Green Lotus Goddess and Xiao Chen because Zhou Tong knew the ins and outs of the Green Lotus Goddess. The Green Lotus Goddess was connected to the Heavenly Death Bridge. If he didn't go all out, the Green Lotus Goddess might activate the Heavenly Death Bridge in desperation. The Heavenly Death Bridge was one of the sacred items in the heavens. Once it was activated by the Green Lotus Goddess, countless variables would appear out of thin air. Therefore, the best method was to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to completely immerse the Green Lotus Goddess soul in the cycle of reincarnation. Only then could he extract her soul from Ruoshue's body. If he was lucky, he could even go one step further and find traces of Ruoshue's imprint in her body. At that time, he might be able to revive Ruoshue. Although the Green Lotus Goddess claimed that she had erased all traces of Ruoshue, it was impossible to completely erase a possession. There would always be some traces left behind. In the original work, when the Green Lotus Goddess knew that she couldn't escape this calamity, she told Xiao Chen that as long as he let her go, she would return Ruoshue to Xiao Chen in the future. Regardless of whether the Green Lotus Goddess lied to Xiao Chen in order to survive, there was still some hope. Moreover, when the Green Lotus Goddess died in the original work and her body returned to the Heavenly Death Bridge, two images appeared on the bridge, Green Lotus and Ruoshue. It was clear that the Heavenly Bridge of Death believed that the Green Lotus Goddess had not fully gained control of this body. The Azure Lotus Goddess is right. It's almost impossible to separate her soul from her body. Only Zhu Shen can do it. However, a great skill like the 6 Paths of Reincarnation might be able to do it. Tai Hao praised as he looked at the 6 Paths of Reincarnation spinning in the void. He already knew what Zhou Tong was thinking. He was definitely trying to use the 6 Paths Reincarnation to extract Goddess Qinglian's divine soul. Impressive. He can even control the 6 Paths of Reincarnation in such a fine manner. Impressive. Tai Hao watched for a while and praised in his heart. As expected of the fierce dragon that could easily kill Goddess Qinglian when he was serious. He could even use such a skill like 6 Paths of Reincarnation with such fine control. Can you extract the Blue Lotus Goddess soul? Xiao Chen's hope was rekindled at this moment. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly, like a traveler in the desert who saw an oasis. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation rotated in the void as if 6 great worlds were rotating in the void. Zhou Tong, who was in front of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, was also covered in sweat. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was a great skill that could only be fully unleashed by Zhu Shen. Zhou Tong was only a half-martial ancestor now. It was extremely taxing on his mind to control the 6 Paths of Reincarnation so meticulously. Fortunately, it was Zhou Tong. If it was someone else, even Ku's father when he was a half-martial ancestor, it would be impossible for him to control the 6 Paths of Reincarnation to such a fine extent. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had completely extracted Goddess Qinglian's divine soul and rotated it several times in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. He had completely refined every strand of her divine soul, but in the end, he still could not find a trace that belonged to Ruoshue. Goddess Qinglian is indeed smart. She did not refine the information of Ruoshue's divine soul into her own divine soul. Otherwise, she would have been contaminated by Ruoshue's divine soul. Zhou Tong thought to himself, but if there's no problem with her divine soul, then the only remaining trace of hope lies in Ruoshue's physical body. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, rotate. Zhou Tong did his best to control the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. A majestic force instantly acted on Ruoshue's body, and strands of power seeped into every corner of her body. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally discovered something. It was an incomplete imprint. It was an imprint that belonged to Ruoshue. Following this discovery, Zhou Tong's spirit shook. He continued to increase the intensity of his search and soon, he discovered even more imprint. However, these imprints were all broken. In order to occupy this body, Goddess Qinglian had destroyed all traces of Ruoshue. However, Goddess Qinglian was only a half-martial ancestor. The imprints that he thought had completely disappeared left some remnants in Zhou Tong's eyes. With a different level of cultivation, the scenery that one saw was naturally different. Goddess Qinglian was unable to discover these remnants of imprints, but she was unable to hide them from Zhou Tong. However, these imprints were also incomplete. Even if they were to be pieced together, it would only be an incomplete ruo shui. So what if it's incomplete? It's better than not having a person. Furthermore, there might be a possibility of recovery in the future, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Since he had discovered imprints that Goddess Qinglian had not, then there might be imprints that were deeper in the body that even he had not discovered. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong once again rotated the 6 paths of reincarnation. Goddess Qinglian's divine soul was directly refined by the 6 paths of reincarnation, turning into the purest divine soul essence. This essence was slowly poured into the remnants of ruo shui's imprints by Zhou Tong. Buzz! Gradually, strands of soul power undulations appeared in ruo shui's body. These fluctuations were very faint at first, but as Zhou Tong poured more and more divine soul essence, the soul power fluctuations on her body became stronger and stronger. These fluctuations abruptly stopped when ruo shui reached the Zephyr realm. It wasn't that Zhou Tong couldn't continue to strengthen ruo shui's divine soul, but Zhou Tong felt that it was better to let ruo shui cross the Nirvana realm herself. Perhaps she could activate some imprints that he had not noticed in her body. Ruo shui, it's about time. The next thing is my own matter. Zhou Tong rotated the 6 paths of reincarnation, refining the remaining divine soul essence and turning it into Zhou Tong's own strength and potential. After refining a 9th heaven half-martial ancestor, the consumption of Zhou Tong's 6 paths of reincarnation was instantly replenished. Boom! Finally, the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared, and ruo shui's body floated down from the void. Xiao Chun immediately rushed forward and hugged this body. His whole body trembled, especially when he discovered that the soul power fluctuations in this body were the one he was extremely familiar with, ruo shui. Chapter 8:18. Ruo shui. Ruo shui. Xiao Chen kept calling, but the beauty in his arms didn't respond at all. She was like a sleeping beauty, quietly lying in Xiao Chen's arms without any movement. What's going on? Tai Hao had some doubts. I spent a lot of effort to find a trace of remnant imprint in ruo shui's body, and saved her. But it's only limited to being alive. Whether she can wake up in the future, and how much she can remember after waking up will depend on her own fortune. Zhou Tong said softly, in the end I came too late. If I came 2 months earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. Ruo shui. Xiao Chen fell into deep self-blame. If he was strong enough and returned to the world of immortals earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. However, Zhou Tong didn't think so much. He had done his best to save ruo shui. Even Zhu Shen might not be able to do better than him. At this moment, Zhou Tong stood quietly in the same place. Countless images flashed through his mind. Those were the cultivation memories of Goddess Qinglian. When he used the 6 paths of reincarnation to refine Goddess Qinglian's soul, Zhou Tong obtained these images. Now that he had comprehended them, Zhou Tong suddenly gained a lot. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from the world of immortals. It greatly broadened Zhou Tong's knowledge, especially the alchemy, refining, and many other techniques of the world of immortals. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. The cultivation system of this world was completely different from that of the world of immortals. Although this cultivation system couldn't jump out of the huge system of the world of immortals, it was unique in terms of alchemy and refining. To a large extent, the combat power of a cultivator was determined by magic treasures. Most of the time, their cultivation was more focused on alchemy rather than their own cultivation. But alchemy is still not very useful to me. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong secretly shook his head. He could just eat the raw materials for alchemy. After all, there was nothing that he could not digest, and there was no potential that the deep sea could not contain. Zhou Tong took one last look at the sorrowful Xiao Chen, who was hugging ruo shui's body. Without another word, He put away the treasures left behind by the Green Lotus Goddess and entered the Shushan Immortal Island. He had his eyes on the heaven and earth essence in the Shushan Immortal Island. Cultivators were also very skilled in the aspect of taking care of spirit essence, far surpassing the world of immortals' magical ability system. However, it was a pity that the Shushan Immortal Island did not seem to have a lot of heaven and earth essence. Yes, Shao Qin came here last time to loot. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart. All the good things must have been looted by Shao Qin last time. On the other side, when Tai Hao saw Zhou Tong enter the Shushan Immortal Island, he immediately knew that Zhou Tong must have gone to collect the spoils of war. He immediately followed closely behind, wanting to save Qing Qing as well. Zhou Tong entered the Immortal Island and looted one side. Then, he entered a strange space. The azure sky emitted little bits of energy waves. There was no sun here, but the light was very soft. This was a man-made space. It was not very big, only about 10 miles in radius. The plants inside were lush and verdant. In the center of the small space was a lake. The lake was shimmering. The heaven-reaching lotus leaves were green, and the lotus flowers were red under the sun. There were also some small fish full of spirituality swimming around in the water. Some of the fish even spat out demon pearls and had some cultivation. However, Zhou Tong did not care about these things. Instead, he cared about the stone bridge on the lake. On the stone bridge, there were 4 indistinct ancient words that had been there for who knows how many years. Heaven-reaching Death Bridge. Zhou Tong approached the stone bridge. He could clearly feel the vicissitudes of time. The scratches of various battles on the bridge were clear and real. Vaguely, Zhou Tong seemed to see countless powerhouses standing on the bridge and having a decisive battle. Heavenly Sacred Artifact, Heaven-Reaching Death Bridge. Zhou Tong walked on the bridge. He could sense that the other side of the bridge was a whole new world. It was one of the 4 worlds of the 9 prefectures, the cultivation world. Feeling the unique aura of the cultivation world, Zhou Tong's heart was faintly stirred. It was an aura that was different from the world of immortals and the 9 prefectures. Vaguely, he felt a trace of opportunity. An opportunity to become Zushin. Yes, to become Zushin, one needs to understand the laws of the heavenly realms. In fact, the simplest way is to go to each world and understand the differences of each world. This is the easiest way to understand the laws of Tao that Zushin need. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, the cultivation world is only a part of the 9 prefectures. It will return one day. Moreover, I've already felt the aura of the cultivation world. Next is this bridge. With a thought, Zhou Tong directly used his mystique and stored the heaven-reaching death bridge into his inner world. Buzz. With something like the heaven-reaching death bridge in his inner world, the entire world became much more stable. Zhou Tong vaguely felt that if he used his inner world to fight, it would be very effective. Very quickly, Zhou Tong directly left the Shushan Immortal Island and returned to the sea. At this moment, Tai Hao had already brought the unconscious Qing Qing out. Shao Chen had also walked out of his sorrow. He carried Ruoshui on his back and his gaze was firm again. From the looks of it, you should have walked out from your sorrow. Zhou Tong sized up Shao Chen and said with a light smile. To restore Ruoshui to her original state, I need to have a stronger cultivation. If I can't do it as a half-martial ancestor, then Zushin will do it. One day, I will cultivate until I am strong enough to save Ruoshui. Shao Chen was very determined. However, Zhou Tong rolled his eyes at him and said, Only the heavens know when you'll be able to cultivate to the half-martial ancestor realm, let alone the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm. Instead of hoping that you'll be strong enough, why don't you look forward to me? Who knows, I might be able to cultivate to Zushin tomorrow. At that time, I might be able to wake your Ruoshui up. Based on the situation in the original work, Shao Chen had spent about 200 years to cultivate to half-martial ancestor. As for Zushin, he had only become Zushin when he was 7,000 years old. Xiao Chen's cultivation speed was definitely fast compared to other people, but by the time he reached Zushin, Ruoshui's corpse might have already turned cold. Xiao Chen choked. The fighting spirit that had been raised with great difficulty instantly turned into speechlessness. Let's go and take a look at your hometown. I am very interested in the Eddasaurus village where you were born, Zhou Tong suggested. The Eddasaurus village where Xiao Chen was born was moved from the only origin world. If there was a place where he could understand the purest laws of the universe, it would be the Eddasaurus village. The village contained the most primordial power and presence of all the worlds in the universe. Zhou Tong had a feeling that this village would be the key to his breakthrough to Zushin realm. Chapter 8:19. Beside the Yellow River, Eddasaurus village. Xiao Chen carried Ruoshui back to his house, and Tai Hao also brought Qing Qing to Xiao Chen's house. Xiao Chen's parents were overjoyed when they saw Ruoshui. The two elders liked Ruoshui from the bottom of their hearts and had long regarded her as their daughter-in-law. Ruoshui had been taking care of the two elders for the past few years when Xiao Chen had left the human world. However, when they learned that Ruoshui had been in a coma due to some accident and no one knew when she would wake up, the two elders sighed heavily. However, they also said that no matter how Xiao Chen went out, they would take good care of their daughter-in-law. On the other hand, the two elders knew that it was Zhou Tong who saved Ruoshui, and they directly regarded Zhou Tong as their family's great benefactor. They even told Xiao Chen to repay Zhou Tong in the future. As night fell, the bustling village quieted down once again. These mortals needed to rest, but Zhou Tong and the rest did not. At this moment, Qing Qing had also woken up and knew what had happened during this period. The few of them sat together at a stone table in the village and chatted. The table was filled with spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that they had plundered from Shushan Immortal Island. Little Ku, who had followed Xiao Chen to the human world, had regained its usual liveliness. It hugged the spiritual fruits on the table with a happy face. The little thing also drank wine and rolled around dizzily. Qing Qing liked Little Ku very much. She hugged it in her arms and stroked its fur like a cat. Little Ku did not reject Qing Qing and soon fell asleep comfortably, snoring softly. "Your village is amazing," Zhou Tong said. "It's not only because Eddasaurus once occupied this place, but also because of some deeper mysteries. I feel that this village is incompatible with the outside world. The laws here are somewhat different from the outside world. It gives people a comfortable feeling." Zhou Tong had already been in this village for a day. With his current divine instinct, he naturally felt that this village was extraordinary. Zhou Tong suspected that the king might be able to survive in this village. If Little Stone Emperor had broken through in this village, there might not have been so much trouble. "What did you find?" Tai Hao immediately asked. The previous battle with the Azure Lotus Goddess was enough to prove Zhou Tong's combat power and potential. Tai Hao also knew that the Eddasaurus in front of him was infinitely close to Zushin, much stronger than him. Once such an existence discovered something, it would definitely be something earth-shattering. "I can't say for sure. However, when you reach my level, you might be able to sense something." Zhou Tong shook his head. He did not say anything else. In truth, he could not explain it clearly. At this point, Zhou Tong warned Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, I suggest that you be careful. Try not to let those who are hostile to you discover this village. If the uniqueness of this village is discovered, it might attract many things that even I can't deal with." Xiao Chen trembled. He only now understood that the uniqueness of the Eddasaurus village was even greater than he had imagined. "I understand," Xiao Chen replied solemnly. "Don't be too deliberate. It's almost impossible for anyone below Zushin to discover the uniqueness of this village. Even Zushin might not be able to discover it. Don't compare me to them. We're not on the same level." Zhou Tong took a sip of wine and said leisurely. Xiao Chen was speechless. In the end, he still had to brag about himself. Too arrogant. Tai Hao was also speechless. However, he had to admit that this dragon had the right to be arrogant. Xiao Chen, I heard that you obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor? Why don't you show it to me? According to some rumors passed down by us dragons, the martial ancestor obtained a large amount of ancient martial arts techniques from us dragons. Zhou Tong put down his wine cup and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He thought of the portion of content passed down from the martial ancestor scripture. There were indeed some similarities to the Dragon Rebel 7 steps that Zhou Tong had taught him. I see. No wonder I felt that the battle techniques of the dragons were somewhat similar to the battle techniques in the martial ancestor scripture. Xiao Chen understood. In the next moment, he asked, was the punch you used to defeat the Azure Lotus Goddess the Dragon Fist? He recalled the earth-shattering punch that Zhou Tong used to defeat the Azure Lotus Goddess. It was somewhat similar to the Dragon Fist recorded in the martial ancestor scripture. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, although there are some similarities, it's the Dragon Fist that I created myself. It's not the Dragon Fist. However, the Dragon Fist is indeed a battle technique passed down by us dragons. Later on, the martial ancestor obtained this fist and developed it. Created. Xiao Chen, Tai Hao, and even Qing Qing did not know how to continue the conversation. Everyone was still learning from others, but he had already created his own battle technique? It would be easy for them to create their own battle technique if they really wanted to. However, they definitely would not be able to create such a ferocious battle technique. Anyone would be able to sense the terrifying might of the Dragon Fist that Zhou Tong had used earlier. Xiao Chen knew very well that even if this fist was placed in the martial ancestor true scripture, it would still be an absolute trump card. Ediosaurus is indeed an Ediosaurus. He probably didn't use his full strength against the Azure Lotus Goddess. Tai Hao thought to himself. For a race like the Ediosaurus, they were at their strongest when they revealed their true form. That was when they were at their strongest. Tai Hao seriously suspected that if Zhou Tong really revealed his true form as an Ediosaurus, he might be able to fight against the real Zhu Shen. I have to say that the martial ancestor is extremely talented. The battle techniques of our dragons are even more brilliant in his hands. Zhou Tong sighed in admiration as well. The martial ancestor was indeed a genius of his generation. If it wasn't for the fact that the other world had a supreme elder god that had embarked on that path, the martial ancestor alone would have been able to destroy the other world. If you want to see the martial ancestor scripture, I'll give it to you. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He sent out his divine thought and gave all the contents of the martial ancestor scripture to Zhou Tong. I see. This is the martial path that the martial ancestor created. Zhou Tong was immediately immersed in his comprehension. The martial ancestor's martial path was not flashy. There were no divine abilities. It was all about body refinement and ancient martial arts battle technique. This technique was to use the body as a weapon to refine it. The martial ancestor has taken a different path. Zhou Tong felt that the martial ancestor's cultivation method had completely broken the rules of cultivation. It continued to break through, and break through again. It did not take the path of the Stone Man King and the Supreme Zhu Shen. It only continued to refine its body until it was comparable to the Stone Man King, or even surpassing the Stone Man King. Everyone's potential is limited. It can continue to break through indefinitely. The martial ancestor is indeed someone who has seen the divine steel mystic technique. Zhou Tong vaguely found a hint of the divine steel mystic technique's potential. Chapter 820. After comprehending the martial ancestor scripture for a while, Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chen and said, Actually, I know of a method that might allow you to save Ruoshui in advance. What method? Xiao Chen asked anxiously. Do you know about the 8 notes of origin? Zhou Tong finally led the topic to where he wanted to be. They arrived at the Edosaurus village. Zhou Tong not only wanted to obtain the opportunity to become Zhu Xin, he also wanted to obtain the 8 notes of origin. The 8 notes of origin was contained in that yellow platform in the original work. Furthermore, this yellow platform was also a supreme treasure. It was condensed from the flesh and blood of several 9 prefectures Zhu Xin such as Nuwa. Fuxi had once made a mistake in his cultivation, and his body and soul were almost destroyed. In the end, he escaped into the yellow platform and reached a higher level. Furthermore, the 8 notes of origin was one of the most profound techniques in this world. As long as the 6 notes were used together, the power wouldn't be inferior to the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the 8 notes were used together, the power would be even more boundless and chaotic. The most important thing was that the 8 notes of origin could be used to repair the origin of the soul. The chaotic body that Zhou Tong's main body shed originally contained a trace of the shed soul fragment. It just so happened that such a technique was needed to strengthen the soul. 8 notes of origin? Xiao Qin was a little puzzled. Zhou Tong said leisurely, "It's said that the 8 notes of origin can repair the original soul. Perhaps it can be used to repair Ruoshui's soul and allow her to recover." Where is the 8 notes of origin? Xiao Qin was very anxious. He couldn't wait to find the 8 notes of origin immediately and cultivate them to repair Ruoshui's soul. Legend has it that the 8 notes of origin is contained in a yellow platform. Zhou Tong continued to guide Xiao Qin. A lot of things in the world of immortals were fixed, especially the countless sacred items. Only when they landed in the hands of key people would they be able to erupt with their true power. For example, if someone else obtained a sword like this, even if they refined it for tens of thousands of years, it would still be a waste of time, and Xiao Qin would benefit from it. For example, a treasure like the 5 Emperors' Pagoda. In the original book, the Purple Firmament Stone King secretly obtained a level of this pagoda and refined it for tens of thousands of years. In the end, it was easily taken away by Xiao Qin. In fact, after arriving at the Edosaurus village, Zhou Tong had secretly spread out his spiritual sense to search for the yellow mud platform, but to no avail. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that he had never seen a yellow platform before since he didn't know what it looked like. Zhou Tong knew that the yellow mud platform was in Edosaurus village, but it had to be excavated, so he had to rely on Xiao Qin to find it. Yellow mud platform? Xiao Qin was shocked. He remembered that the old people in the village had said that a very evil yellow clay platform had appeared in this village. Later on, no one knew where it went. "I'll go look for it immediately." Xiao Qin immediately got up and began to search without any hesitation. The legend left behind by the ancient village was almost the same as what Zhou Tong had said, so Xiao Qin immediately knew that this matter was true. Although he didn't know how Zhou Tong knew about the yellow mud platform and the Edosaurus village, for his wife, he was too lazy to care so much about it and directly took action. On the side, Qing Qing curiously asked, "You tricked Uncle into looking for the yellow mud platform. This yellow mud platform wouldn't be a supreme treasure that you need, right?" "I only need the 8 notes of origin in the yellow mud platform. As for the rest, I don't care." Zhou Tong had a leisurely expression. While drinking, he quietly comprehended the traces of Dao aura left behind by the ancient village. The laws of all worlds and the origin of everything could be clearly sensed here. This was the Edosaurus village from the only origin world. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong felt that the boundary between him and the Zhu Xin realm was becoming blurrier. He had a premonition that as long as he lived here for 10 days to half a month, he would be able to reach the Zhu Xin realm. Zhu Xin was a very special realm in the world of immortals. Only by comprehending the origin laws of all worlds could one become a Zushin. If one didn't comprehend this origin law, then no matter how powerful one's battle prowess was, they could only be considered a battle ancestor and not a Zushin. The battle ancestor's divine soul, physical body, magical abilities, battle skills, and other aspects were not inferior to the real Zushin. Some battle ancestors were even stronger than ordinary Zushin. However, Zushin was special in that only by becoming a Zushin would one have the qualifications to explore the realm above Zushin. In other words, if one didn't become a Zushin, they would never have the qualifications to explore the cultivation path of the Stone Man King and the Supreme Zushin. The cultivation path of the Stone Man King and the Supreme Zushin could be considered the true core and essence of this world's cultivation system. If one didn't come into contact with these two paths, it would be meaningless for Zhou Tong. Zushin. Zhou Tong quietly savored the unique laws and origin mysteries of this world. Gradually, he became intoxicated by it. At this moment, he had no desires, no sadness, no joy, and it was as if he had separated himself from everything in this world and entered a state of selflessness. His heart was tranquil, and his body seemed to have fused with this world. His body began to emit a lustrous and clear splendor, and his mind fused with this Etasaurus village. It was as if a divine lamp was blooming in his heart, and his divine sense became increasingly condensed. In this Etasaurus village, he became one with the world, and the origin laws of all worlds instantly lingered in his heart. At the same time, Zhou Tong suddenly felt a wave rush out from the deep sea in his body. Under the eruption of his potential, his physical body and divine sense instantly broke through a limit and reached an unbelievable level. The moment Zhou Tong entered this state, Tai Hao and Qing Qing clearly sensed that something was wrong. The two of them looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. This was because at this moment, the two of them saw Zhou Tong's body glow, and then it was as if he had disappeared from this world. Even though they were sitting next to him, they couldn't sense his existence. That's not right. However, in the next moment, Tai Hao suddenly jumped up in shock. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was sitting there quietly, in shock. Soon, Qing Qing also sensed something, and a look of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. Whoosh! Endless multicolored light bloomed from Zhou Tong's body, turning into auspicious colors that rushed into the sky. At this moment, heaven and earth were sprinkled with endless divine light, and the night sky became as bright as day. All the cultivators were indescribably shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens, and all things in the world glowed with new vitality. Even the once withered flowers and trees actually sprouted tender shoots at this moment, and were reborn. Peaceful heavenly music, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, resounded throughout the 9 states. Endless light illuminated the world, and a vigorous vitality and vigor instantly filled everyone's heart. This is a phenomenon. Zushin, it's Zushin. Heavens, a new Zushin has been born between heaven and earth. In an instant, all the cultivators came to a realization. This phenomenon would only appear when Zushin was born. A new Zushin had appeared in the 9 states, and this shocked everyone. Chapter 8:21. Even outsiders felt such a strong impact. Tai Hao and Qing Qing, who were closest to Zhou Tong, felt it even more clearly. They had never felt the great Tao divine law so clearly before. At this moment, every ray of light and light that overflowed from Zhou Tong's body seemed to be the most original great Tao divine law in the world. It deeply attracted Tai Hao and Qing Qing, causing them to be intoxicated. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to witness the moment a half-martial ancestor became Zushin. However, once they saw it up close, they would definitely be able to benefit greatly from it. At this moment, although he had advanced to Zushin, Zhou Tong was neither sad nor happy. He only calmly opened his eyes. After truly becoming Zhu Shen, his vision suddenly widened a lot. The things that he had not been able to notice in the past now all appeared in his mind. I can cultivate the great divine powers left behind by Eddasaurus. Zhou Tong could not help but have this thought in his mind. Eddasaurus had left Zhou Tong a complete set of supreme great divine powers. The Zhu Shun of the 9 provinces were selfless. They shared their divine powers and battle skills with each other. Therefore, the old Eddasaurus had also left the other Zhu Shun divine powers and battle skills to Zhou Tong. In addition to the 6 paths of reincarnation, there were many other supreme great divine powers such as the 3 paths of reincarnation, the 3 lives of yin and yang, the 4 symbols return to silence, the 5 elements seal the heavens, the 8 paths of alternation, the fleeting youth, and the destruction of heaven and earth. Previously, Zhou Tong had not reached the Zhu Shen realm, so he had only cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation, which he had the deepest understanding of. However, now that he had reached the Zhu Shen realm, he could already begin to cultivate the other great divine powers left behind by Eddasaurus. By comprehending the various great divine powers by analogy, he would definitely be able to speed up his cultivation. I remember that Ku's father sublimated the eternity of worlds from these great divine powers. This is the true supreme Zhu Shen path that belongs to him. Zhou Tong recalled these great divine powers and could not help but have this thought in his mind. Throughout the ages, this was a truly supreme divine ability. Once this divine ability was executed, one only needed to take a single step to traverse the ages and world. It was unfathomable and difficult to stop. This was a supreme divine ability that was sublimated from time and space. However, although time and space are mysterious, I only need to dabble in them a little. The Tao of my world isn't time and space, but rather the supreme battle skills and divine abilities of dragons, as well as the brand new divine abilities and battle skills transformed from the true dragon treasured technique. Zhou Tong was very clear that his Tao in this world was the combination of the true dragon treasured technique and the great Tao of the dragons of this world. This was the main thing, everything else was secondary. This was the true essence of his cultivation. However, when one truly cultivates up to the Zhu Shen stage, I've pretty much figured it out. Zhu Shen is roughly equivalent to the supremacy stage of the heaven shrouding technique. If I'm not wrong, the Stone Man King is roughly at the Immortal King stage. The kind of person who surpasses Zhu Shen but fails to become a king is almost equivalent to a true immortal. Ku's father and the 10th son of the Eddasaurus, Guqian, before taking that final step, they should be regarded as the 10 fierce immortals of the Immortal King stage. In that case, before I break through to the king stage, there shouldn't be too many obstacles. I just need to reflect the realm of the heaven shrouding technique with the cultivation method of this world. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. Of course, it didn't mean that the following cultivation would be smooth sailing. At least, the route taken by his current dragon body was different from that of his original body. This body took the route of dragons, so it needed to refine the power of the dragons and focus on the magical battle skills of the dragons. Just as Zhou Tong was thinking about the future path, on the other side, in the outer space of the 9 regions world, Zhu Shen was born in the 9 regions again? A surprised voice rang out in the void. However, this voice soon turned into a murderous intent. I didn't expect that a moment of carelessness would allow the 9 states to give birth to a new ancestor god. Moreover, it's the ancestor dragon of the dragon clan. The dragons have vast combat power. Once they become Zhu Shen, they can't be inferred by common sense. If more time passes, I'm afraid there will be a change in the future. A brand new Zhu Shen has appeared in the 9 regions under my surveillance. This is my biggest dereliction of duty, and I must correct it. This dragon must be destroyed. The surging killing intent surged through the endless starry sky. A large area of stars dimmed, and countless stars quickly collapsed under this killing intent. Then, this person turned into a ball of light and instantly rushed to the land of the 9 regions. At the same time, on the other side, an old farmer also opened his eyes. This person was Zhu Shenong. Another Ediosaurus was born in the dragons, and the curse of the dragons didn't break out. In other words, old friend, you really went. Are you paving the way for the new Ediosaurus? Shenong's eyes were gloomy, and his voice was sorrowful. Obviously, he knew about the old Ediosaurus. It seems like you think very highly of this junior, and you didn't hesitate to use your life to pave the way for him. However, it's still too fast. It's not time to end it yet. Becoming Zhu Shen at this time is a change. The old farmer sighed. Well, since it's almost time, let's start the false god tribulation in advance. It's time to open the seal of the 9 regions. Shenong's voice was resolute. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the 9 regions. At the same time, on the other side, a mighty spiritual wave appeared in outer space. A ball of light was quietly floating in the starry sky. This ball of light was extremely illusory, and it seemed like it didn't even have a real figure. This person was the current leader of the false gods of the 9 regions, Hongjun. Hongjun was a projection of the real body of the famous purple cloud stone king of the primitive heaven realm in 9 regions. This projection absorbed the faith of all living beings in 9 regions and gradually turned from nothingness to reality. Now, it even had the cultivation base of an ancestor god. A new Zhu Shen has been born in the 9 regions. It's impossible for Zhu Shen, who is in charge of monitoring the 9 regions, to remain indifferent. As long as he moves, the only remaining Zhu Shen in the 9 regions, Shenong, will definitely make a move. In the ball of light, Hongjuan's voice was emotionless, and it seemed quite cold and ruthless. The protagonists of the battle between the real and the virtual have not yet fully taken their positions. Perhaps it's about to start in advance. As soon as Hongjuan's voice fell, he moved instantly and immediately flew toward the 9 regions. At this moment, in the village of Ediosaurus, Zhou Tong was quietly comprehending the understanding after advancing to Zhu Shen. In particular, he had a new understanding of the magical fighting skills left by Ediosaurus. However, at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword piercing through the sky. Killing intent? There's a vast killing intent in the starry sky. It's Zhu Shen's killing intent. Zhou Tong suddenly felt this surging killing intent and his heart trembled slightly. I've never offended Zhu Shen. Who is it? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. In the end, he instantly thought of something. Yes, it's Zhu Shen, who is monitoring the 9 regions from the other world. The fluctuation of my advancement to Zhu Shen has triggered his killing intent. The battle between Zhu Shen and the 9 regions is bound to destroy the world. I can't stay here any longer. Zhou Tong's fighting intent soared to the sky. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in the starry sky. He wanted to meet Zhu Shen from the other world here. Chapter 822. In the starry sky, Zhou Tong, wearing an azure dragon scale armor, stood in the void against the gales of the universe. Buzz! A dazzling divine light instantly landed in front of Zhou Tong and turned into a man with a head full of azure hair and eyes as narrow as knives. He looked at Zhou Tong as soon as he appeared, and the shock in his eyes grew. It was obvious that he was shocked by Zhou Tong's age. Such a young Zhu Shen did not exist even in the other world. However, the more shocked he was, the more terrifying his killing intent became. The 9 states does not allow the birth of a new Zhu Shen. You're quite brave to come here alone. It's rare for a genius to appear in the 9 states, and one of them has fallen. The azure-haired man's face was full of killing intent, and his voice was also full of killing intent. You're the one who has the guts to release killing intent toward me. You won't be able to survive in this universe, Zhou Tong retorted. Zhou Tong wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing a senior from the xenorace that had become a universe-enlightened ancestral god for countless years. He walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, his imposing aura grew more and more powerful and heavy. He was like a war god that had existed since the ancient times, and his entire body emanated green radiance while the surrounding space trembled along with his footsteps. You're courting death. Zhu Xin's expression changed slightly. His opponent's aura was vigorous and fierce, and it was even more powerful than he had imagined. In an instant, Zhou Tong and Zhu Xin attacked at the same time. The two of them collided in an instant, and a series of explosions rang out in the void, echoing throughout the heavens. Boom! The boundless starry sky collapsed and collapsed completely. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared between the two of them, connecting to the eternal unknown. There was also the sound of landslides and tsunamis. The stars shone brightly, and the boundless universe collapsed at this moment. This was the ultimate attack that Zhou Tong had unleashed after becoming an ancestor god. He was like a supreme god of war. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and the dragon-scale armor on his body was releasing endless draconic chi. It was as if an azure dragon had occupied the entire starry sky, erupting with endless divine laws that drowned out the area. Zhu Xin's expression changed again. He had underestimated his opponent. He was definitely not an ordinary Zhu Xin. Even if he was an Edisaurus that had just entered the Zhu Xin realm, he shouldn't have such overwhelming combat strength. Fight! Zhou Tong roared as he clenched his dragon fists. He opened and closed his fists with unparalleled power. This strike was world-shaking. The starry sky seemed to have been blasted apart by the dragon's roar that seemed to be everywhere. There was even more boundless divine power that flooded out like an ocean. The battlefield seemed to be boiling over. When the otherworldly ancestral god saw Zhou Tong's nearly berserk fighting spirit, his indomitable spirit, and his invincible divine fist, he felt as though he saw a familiar figure in a daze. That was an invincible expert of the 9 prefectures, a pure martial artist with an incomparably domineering aura, martial ancestor. Is another martial ancestor going to be born in the 9 provinces? Zhu Xin was shocked by Zhou Tong's punch. No, that's absolutely impossible. After all, I'm 3 levels higher than him. Even if he's a martial ancestor, he's definitely no match for me. After all, he was Zhu Xin. In an instant, he regained his confidence and instantly struck out a divine law, destroy. A divine light shot up into the sky like a monstrous ocean. It made people's hearts palpitate. The starry sky was torn apart as it met Zhou Tong's peerless dragon fists. The dragon fists collided with the great destruction divine power, causing a vast and unfathomable power to surge. A large area of the starry sky of the 9 provinces was silently annihilated, and the endless stars seemed to have dimmed forever. Clang! The sound of a sword shook the sky. After the strike, Zhou Tong finally took out his Edisaurus sword and attacked. His eyes instantly became as sharp as a divine sword. With the sword in hand, Zhou Tong's temperament changed a little. He was no longer as stagnant as before. Instead, he was like a peerless swordsman with an incomparably sharp aura. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, the Edisaurus sword was as thick as a mountain. It reached up to the sky and slashed down as if it was the judgment of the heavens. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if the heavens were wailing. Meanwhile, Zhu Xin was also roaring. He also took out his own weapon, which was a golden divine saber. It clashed with Zhou Tong's Edisaurus sword, and the sound of metal clashing was endless. Outside the sky, the saber and the sword collided repeatedly. Every time they clashed, endless sparks burst forth. They were like suns shocking the world. This was Zhu Xin's peak battle, and outsiders could not fathom it. Clang! Finally, in the last collision after 300 moves, the void between the two of them was destroyed. Only then did the extreme confrontation finally stop for a moment. Zhou Tong and Zhu Xun were on opposite sides of the sky. Pata! Blood dripped down. Even though Zhu Xun was covered in armor, Zhou Tong still managed to crack it. One could see that the armor on his left shoulder and right abdomen had been split open, and crimson-red blood flowed out from the cracks. Even Zhou Tong's sword chi and sword intent coiled around the wounds. Zhu Xun did not even have a chance to heal. When it came to battle, even if Zhu Xun was 2 levels higher than Zhou Tong, he was definitely not his opponent. When he was in the Shrouding the Heavens world, he had already sublimated battle to the level of life and art. In the world of immortals, he had fought his way up. In the trial of the 6 paths of reincarnation set by the old Edisaurus, all the opponents of the old Edisaurus were gathered. That was an old Edisaurus who had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The number of enemies he had in his life was terrifying. However, it was precisely this terrifying amount that Zhou Tong, in the short span of 60 years, had continuously farmed more than 10 times. The concentration of these battles and the terror of these battles were definitely beyond anyone's imagination. But what about Zhu Xun from the other world? Their biggest battle was with Zhu Xun from the 9 states, and every time, they had the advantage in numbers. When it came to a real life and death battle, Zhu Xun from the other world was probably not even a fraction of Zhou Tong's strength. The advantage would only accumulate over time like a rolling snowball. After a long battle, this person would gradually lose. I said, if you dare to release your killing intent towards me, you will not be able to survive in this world. Zhou Tong said coldly. You! Zhu Xun from the other world looked at Zhou Tong with an unsightly expression. At this moment, he truly experienced an indescribable bitterness. In the past, he had dominated the 9 states, and it was difficult for him to find a worthy opponent. But now, he was being treated like an ant by such a young dragon. Rumble! Right at this moment, a massive palm that covered the sky and shone with a hazy chaotic light suddenly slammed down toward Zhou Tong. However, before Zhou Tong could retaliate, rip! An earth-shattering divine light flew down from the sky and severed the massive palm. At the same time, another powerful spiritual fluctuation was transmitted. Zhou Tong looked around and saw 2 figures staring at each other not far away. They were none other than Hongjun and Zhu Xun. Hongjun? Very good, after I destroy this ant, it will be your turn. Zhou Tong harumphed coldly. He once again activated the Edisaurus sword and attacked Zhu Xun with all his might. Chapter 8:23. In the battle between Zhou Tong and the otherworld Zhu Xun, the advantage was constantly expanding. In the end, he was practically suppressing the otherworld Zhu Xun. If it wasn't for the huge gap of 3 realms, this otherworld Zhu Xun might have already died. On the other side, Hongjun and Zhu Xun were confronting each other in the void. Shenong, you violated the agreement and attacked. Hongjuan's grand voice resounded. He was like a ball of light, only a vague shadow could be seen. It was simply like a piece of nothingness. Opposite Hongjun, Shenong's figure was also like an ancient lamp, flickering indeterminately. His body had already been destroyed long ago, even his soul was only a remnant soul. Shenong opened his mouth and said, "That day, on the devil plane of the world of immortals, you collected millions of soldier souls. This battle was already unavoidable." Hongjuan's voice was still cold and emotionless. Under Zhu Xun, everyone is an ant. I collected millions of soldier souls in order to repair Zhu Xun's Cyprius cauldron and complete a killing tribulation of the world. This is a great merit. What is a killing tribulation? You can't come up with a definite explanation, everything is just your own words. I only saw you intimidating the four realms. Although Shenong was only left with his soul, his aura was as majestic as a mountain. He berated Hongjun to his heart's content. Swearin used his own essence to create the Cyprius cauldron for the benefit of millions of people in the world. But what about you? You collected millions of soldier souls only to refine the Cyprius cauldron again. Would it benefit the ants in your mouth? I'm afraid the Cyprius cauldron will become a great killing weapon in your hands. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. The ants in your mouth are the people I protect. In my heart, they are more important than Mount Tai. Shenong's voice was powerful and resonating. In the past, the mountains and rivers of the human world were separated and coexisted with the illusory world. Fushi, Nuwa, Swearin, and you all passed through the four realms to protect them. But in the end, you couldn't protect them completely. Instead, three realms were controlled by the otherworld Zushin, leaving only the world of immortals. And in order to protect those ants, you all died or were injured. What a pity! Although Hongjun said it was a pity, his voice was as cold and heartless as ever. Although Shenong's remnant soul wasn't bright, his aura didn't diminish. He had the spirit of a man who was unstoppable. He said, "Who in this world doesn't die? Even Zushin will fall one day. But since I'm called Zushin, I'll do my best to protect my people. I'll die a worthy death with a clear conscience." If Zushin had feelings, he would no longer be Zushin. Right now, you are merely the ancestor of the human race. The battle between you and me has yet to begin, but you have already lost. The outcome has already been decided. The four worlds will be destroyed. I'll kill you first, then help Xingwu Zushin slay that little dragon. As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, he immediately attacked. He knew that he did not have much time left. He didn't expect that Zushin from the other world would be defeated so quickly by Zhou Tong. If he didn't kill Shenong now, he would be the unlucky one when the other side was determined. Boom! The moment he attacked, he used a peerless divine ability. His terrifying divine might intimidated heaven and earth and suppressed the universe. He attacked Shenong until he kept retreating. Even his soul light was unstable. After all, Xingwu Zushin was only left with a remnant soul. It was naturally difficult for him to resist Hongjun's combat strength. Hongjun wanted to race against Zhou Tong. Whoever got rid of their opponent first would directly lock in the victory. However, a moment later, boom! Zhou Tong's figure flashed over. He took a step forward in the starry sky, using the dragon counterstep's 7-step. Under the 14 steps, it was like a hurricane, shaking out an incomparably terrifying storm. With a rumble, he charged directly towards Hongjun. Crack. It was too ferocious, too powerful, and too fast. Under the superposition of Zhou Tong's dragon countersteps, he stomped heavily on Hongjun's body, almost dispersing its illusory body with one stomp. Hongjun's illusory figure kept trembling violently. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss and was directly injured. How can he be so fast? Hongjun was finally shocked. He forcibly stabilized his body. His voice was no longer as calm and cold as before. Instead, it was filled with shock. At this moment, he finally saw clearly that Zhou Tong actually didn't really get rid of Zushin. Instead, he only used a strange divine ability to trap him in a strange space. That was Zhou Tong's inner world. It was easy to defeat Zushin, but it was much more difficult to kill Zushin. Therefore, after Zhou Tong severely injured his opponent, he directly used his inner world to suppress Zushin. A mere ant in the void dares to attack me. Who do you think you are? Zhou Tong shouted coldly. He didn't give Hongjun any time to react. He used the dragon's 7 steps again. Furthermore, he used the power of the 14th step as a starting point to further superposition the power of this battle skill. Boom! Zhou Tong stomped his foot. Instantly, the void exploded and the universe exploded. A powerful aura covered the sky and earth, shaking the ages. This stomp was simply going to completely trample Hong Jun under his feet like a reptile on the ground. The power of the 7 steps of the dragon countersteps had reached a whole new limit after the previous stacking. Hong Jun was unable to dodge or block this stomp. The stomp landed on his chest, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. Fleeting youth. At this moment, Zhu Shenong seized the opportunity and used an earth-shattering divine ability. The vast divine law of time surged and directly froze the defeated Hong Jun in the void. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally used his divine ability for the first time. 6. Dao. Wheel. Return. In the dazzling divine light, the universe collapsed and the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated. Millions of stars turned into ashes. The countless galaxies in the universe were almost destroyed and turned into an area of eternal darkness. The 6 massive world wheels instantly swept the suppressed alien elder god, as well as Hong Jun, who had been frozen by Shenong, into the world wheel. Both Hong Jun and the other world Zhu Shen screamed in agony in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Refine. Zhou Tong didn't directly destroy them with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the 6 paths. He wanted to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to forcefully refine the 2 Zhu Shen at the same time. Of the 2 Zhu Shen, one was the real otherworld Zhu Shen, and the other was the illusory Hong Jun. The reversal of reality and illusion was like the yin and yang of Tai Chi in the process of refining the 2 Zhu Shen. The 6 paths of reincarnation trembled. A mysterious and unfathomable power spread out, benefiting Zhou Tong greatly. This was the greatest result of the battle between the real and the illusory. With such great benefits, Zhou Tong wasn't in a hurry. He sat cross-legged and pushed the 6 paths of reincarnation to refine them bit by bit. Not only for the mysterious and unfathomable power of reincarnation, but also for the techniques in the memories of the 2 Zhu Shen and the divine power of the 2 Zhu Shen. The mysterious and unfathomable power represented the unknown. The divine arts and battle techniques in the memories of the 2 Zhu Shen represented a deep foundation. The divine power of the 2 Zhu Shen, after being refined and integrated into the sea, represented potential. Zhou Tong had a feeling that after refining and absorbing these 2 great universe-enlightened ancestral gods, he would definitely welcome another great improvement. Chapter 8:24. In the starry sky, the 6 paths rotated, and streams of divine power surged out of the 6 paths like rivers and merged into Zhou Tong's body. During this process, Zhou Tong's aura continued to expand and expand again. Amazing! This kind of domineering fighting spirit is even stronger than that of the martial ancestor back then. This generation of Etasaurus is too amazing! Shenong exclaimed in his heart. Originally, it was an unimaginable calamity, but in the end, the thing in the deepest part of the calamity was solved by this new Etasaurus just like that? Well, since Hong Jun is destined to die, then the following false god calamity and the battle between the real and the false will come to an end. Moreover, Zhu Shen from the other world has already left the 9 regions, leaving only this one who has been refined by the 6 paths of reincarnation. There's no need to have any scruples. Shenong casually pointed, and those illusory things were directly destroyed. The seal of the 9 regions was broken, the illusion disappeared, and the world returned to reality. But that ghost town is indeed a bit troublesome now. Zhu Shenong's eyes were deep as he looked directly at the ghost town in the void that was constantly approaching the 9 regions. Then, he saw Xiao Chen and Qing Qing in the Etasaurus village. He knew very well that as long as he sacrificed the 2 of them, he could easily seal the ghost town and completely complete this calamity. Moreover, it would be very easy. Other than the 2 lives, He basically didn't have to pay any price. If I'm reduced to sacrificing my descendants, then what's the difference between me and those Zhu Shun from the other world and Hongjun? Shennong withdrew his gaze and sighed leisurely. Let me do my last bit for my people. Shennong sighed, and his voice came to an abrupt end. Then, a majestic and vast holy light appeared between heaven and earth. This holy light brought along the yellow platform that Xiao Chen had just dug out from the Ediosaurus village and rushed toward the ghost town that was about to descend on the 9 regions. Boom! Bright light also came from the distant starry sky. Then, a sparkling and translucent rain of flowers floated between heaven and earth wept together. At this moment, everyone in the world felt something in their hearts and looked up into the sky. Although they didn't know what was happening in the starry sky outside, an inexplicable instinct made everyone in the 9 regions feel incomparable heartache. Everyone couldn't help but shed tears. The petals between heaven and earth and the sky were all withered. Every sparkling and translucent petal was stained with scarlet blood. The beautiful and gorgeous red color was particularly shocking, causing everyone's heart to feel sorrow. Dead. Ancestor God Shennong was dead. Heaven and earth grieved. Even the endless plants and trees in the world seemed to have died along with it. Previously, when Zhou Tong became an ancestor god, everything was in spring and everything was peaceful. However, in the blink of an eye, all the flowers and plants were withering. An atmosphere as desolate as autumn filled the 9 prefectures, and blood-stained flowers were drifting everywhere. Sky, 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 earth, heaven, heaven. Shen Nong is dead? Zhou Tong, who was refining Zhu Shun and Hongjun in front of the dominator of the 6 paths, also revealed a hint of surprise. They won this battle, but Shen Nong's ending was the same as the original? Is it because of that ghost town? Zhou Tong couldn't help but have this thought. During the Great Tribulation of the False God Realm, the biggest problem was actually the ghost town on the Dragon Island. That thing was the most difficult thing to deal with during the Great Tribulation of the False God Realm. In the original, they had to rely on Xiao Chun and Qing Qing's sacrifice to activate the power of the yellow clay platform to block the Devil's Well in the ghost town on the Dragon Island. What a pity if you were willing to wait for a while, and wait for me to refine these 2 Zhu Shun. You and I together can completely block the ghost town. There's no need to sacrifice anything, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. However, Zhou Tong also understood that if he really had to make a move, then Hongjun and these 2 Zhu Shun wouldn't have that much time to refine them bit by bit. He had to directly kill them. Of course, if he cooperated with Zhu Shun, it would be a lot easier to unseal the Dragon Island. Boom! At this time, suddenly, an endless amount of multicolored light soared into the sky, blossoming with millions of auspicious colors. Heaven, heaven and earth were filled with auspicious signs, sprinkling with endless divine radiance. The atmosphere of heaven, heaven and earth changed again, from the sorrowful autumn to the spring brimming with vitality. Everyone understood that a new Zhu Shun was born in the 9 continents. At the same time, everyone saw the shadow of a sacred sword. This sword directly slashed into the sky. Ah, it's the Xianyuan sacred sword. Yellow Emperor, it's the Yellow Emperor. Great Emperor Xianyuan has become Zhu Shun. Everyone immediately understood. When Zhu Shun fell, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan became Zhu Shun. In the ancient times, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan was originally infinitely close to the realm of Zhu Shun. However, he fell in the ghost town in a battle back then, and only a soul escaped. After countless years, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan finally advanced to Zhu Shun. The unforeseen event on this day really made everyone in the 9 continents tremble with fear. First, Zhou Tong became Zhu Shun, and the dragon roars continuously sounded in the heaven and earth. Then, an endless amount of pressure came from the starry sky. That was the Battle of Zhu Shun. After that, The pressure in the starry sky dissipated, and all kinds of scenery appeared before the eyes of all the cultivators in the 9 continents. Following that was the fall of Shennong, and the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan became Zhu Shen. In just one day, too many changes had taken place in the land of the 9 prefectures. In just one day, the entire world of cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. Many high and mighty half-martial ancestors fell. Shennong, who was recognized by all the cultivators, fell and was replaced by 2 brand-new Zhu Shen. This change made many cultivators at a loss. At this moment, in the starry sky, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, who had become Zhu Shen, came to Zhou Tong's side. He looked at the slowly rotating 6 paths of reincarnation in shock. "Fellow Taoist, you're amazing. You used this divine ability to suppress Zhu Shen and false god Hong Jun." The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan praised. Zhou Tong said as he rotated the 6 paths of reincarnation, "You've just become Zhu Shen and you're still weak. I'll allow you to comprehend the Tao of illusion and reality on the side." The great Emperor Xianyuan was speechless. He was clearly a little dragon, but he was talking to him like an elder. Although the cultivation world had always prioritized the strong, he still felt that the previous conversation was a little strange. However, he was not a shy person. He did not say anything and directly injected his divine power into Zhou Tong's 6 paths of reincarnation to help Zhou Tong refine the 2 Zhu Shen. At the same time, he was also comprehending the mystery of the transformation between illusion and reality. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan was very clear about the current situation of the 9 continents. He had to quickly increase his strength. The great tribulation of the false god and the battle between illusion and reality. The greatest Tao fruit was the Tao fruit of the 2 Zhu Shen. As long as he could understand the principle of the transformation between illusion and reality, his cultivation would definitely improve greatly. Although Zhou Tong's words were not polite, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan also understood that he was most likely the weakest among Zhu Shen. Zhou Tong had only advanced to Zhu Shen half a day earlier than him. However, it was obvious that he was very powerful to be able to suppress a Zhu Shen. Therefore, he could not be bothered to care so much. He had to do his best to strengthen himself. Chapter 8:25. When the false divinity tribulation dissipated, the world of the 9 continents shook and the 4 worlds collapsed. The entire world seemed to have become a lot clearer. Endless vast regions appeared in the sea. There were huge cities, islands, deserts, plains. All of these came from the destroyed 4 worlds. The illusions of the 4 worlds were destroyed. Everything in the void disappeared. The boundless region shrunk countless times. Everything in the real world was preserved and scattered in the void. When everything quieted down, 9 lanterns rushed out from the 9 continents. The 9 lanterns rushed to various places in the 9 continents. There was an eternal lantern in the sky above each continent. The 9 continents were completely unsealed from today onward. In the end, the 9 lanterns rushed into the ground of the 9 continents together. At the same time, the Etasaurus village in Xiao Chen's hometown also disappeared. At the same time, the withered flowers dyed with blood gradually disappeared. The auspicious sign of the birth of Zhu Shen also disappeared at the same time. Time passed day by day. The trembling mountains and rivers of the 9 continents also gradually calmed down. The false divinity tribulation this time was completely different from the original work. Xiao Chen didn't die, and Qing Qing didn't die either. Apart from Shennong Zhu Shen, everything was moving in the direction of perfection. Time passed day by day, year by year. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The spiritual energy in the 9 continents was abundant. The cultivation of the cultivators in the mortal world began to advance by leaps and bounds. They quickly broke the original cultivation barrier and began to give birth to real experts. In a short period of time, the The young people who were at the top of their cultivation had already reached the peak and started their own era. The three-headed golden lion was invincible in the western region and began his glory. The nine-headed serpent god was famous in the southwest. No one knew its origin. The barbarian's ox was known as the Ox Demon King. His name shook the region. There were also the various dragon kings who came out from the Dragon Island. They also began their legend. The descendants of the three great Etasaurus Yazi, Swanee, and Pishio were famous in the southern region. No one dared to go against them. The most famous one was naturally Shao Chen. He inherited the inheritance of the martial ancestor. He dominated the world with his ancient martial arts and was known as the Battle King. In addition to the cultivation world, the political power of the world was also changing. Zhao Lin Er, who fought against Shao Chen in the world of immortals before, became the empress of a generation. She opened the treasury left behind by the previous era and obtained the terrifying weapons within, intimidating the world. Countless experts and geniuses emerged from the four worlds and the nine states. This was the best era that belonged to them. There were no seniors blocking the way ahead, and there was no Zhu Shen from the other world interfering in the outside world. They relied entirely on their own talents and potential to dance in the land of the nine states. Of course, the most terrifying place in the 9 provinces was the sea. The Dragon Island was still sealed. Countless dragons were trapped on the Dragon Island. They were isolated from the outside world. Other than this, there was also the War Race's Battle Valley, Beauty Race's Mount Li, the Winged Dragon Island that broke away from the Dragon Island. There were also endless deserts, cities, and wastelands located outside the sea. Countless powerful individuals had already appeared in many of these places, their strength extremely powerful. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation became smaller and smaller. Zhou Tong and the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan sat in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation, slowly comprehending the laws of reality and illusion. Damned Etasaurus, you'll die a horrible death. My world must have found out about me by now. I'll wait for you in hell. Zhu Shen from the other world roared angrily in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After being thrown into the 6 paths of reincarnation by Zhou Tong for 10 years, Zhu Shen was only left with a wisp of his soul. Whether it was his body or his soul, they were all refined by Zhou Tong, refining a huge amount of divine power and memories. These things all became Zhou Tong's nourishment. In 10 years, your memories and divine power have all been refined by me. You're no longer valuable. Zhou Tong's voice was incomparably cold. The 6 paths of reincarnation spun, and with a final scream, all traces and imprints of Zhu Shen from the other world completely disappeared. It was as if this person did not exist in this world. Etasaurus of the dragons, do you really want to offend me to the point of death? Even if I die, someone will come and settle everything with you in the future. On the other side, Hong Jun also let out an unwilling voice. Hong Jun? Do you think I don't know your origin? You're related to the king of Purple Heavenstone in the primitive realm. You're the projection of the second true body of the king of Purple Heavenstone. But do you really think your true body can come and make trouble for me? King Pangu of the 9 prefectures is not dead yet. Zhou Tong did not speak this time. Instead, he only sent a message to Hong Jun's mind. Hong Jun's expression changed greatly. This was his last secret. He had hidden this secret until the very end, but he did not expect that the other party had already known about it. Well, you can go now. The 6 paths of reincarnation spun for the last time, and the last trace of Hong Jun was also erased. The enormous 6 paths of reincarnation in the starry sky finally dissipated. Zhou Tong withdrew his magic and continued to sit cross-legged in the starry sky, quietly savoring the harvest of this period. Compared to Zhu Shen from the other world, what he got from Hong Jun was the most amazing. As the projection of the second true body of the King of Purple Heaven Stone, Hong Jun knew too much. Not only did he know all kinds of peerless magic and combat skills, but he also knew many secrets between heaven and earth. He even knew about the Stone Man road that the second true body of the King of Purple Heaven Stone had walked on. Refining his divine soul completely broadened Zhou Tong's horizons, witnessing a completely different new world. After all, it was a complete Stone Man road. This road gave Zhou Tong a clear understanding of Zhu Xun's cultivation path for the first time. The Stone Man road was full of dangers. It was not enough to describe it as a path of self-destruction. There were endless difficulties and dangers in front of it. It was like a natural moat. There was no road on this road. It was completely dark. Only a little bit of starlight in the endless distant sky indicated that there was a higher realm there. However, no one could say for sure how to move forward. The Stone Man Road is indeed a cultivation method that can be called a dead end, Zhou Tong said in his heart. Zhu Xun of the Ninth Heaven was equivalent to the great emperor of the heaven-shrouding art in terms of battle strength and realm. However, after completing the Stone Man Road, the Stone Man King was comparable to an immortal king. This road skipped the true immortal realm of the heaven-shrouding world, so there was no way forward. It's a bit similar to the War Immortal Road I walked in the heaven-shrouding art. They both skip a very long realm and reach the sky in one step. Zhou Tong could not help but think of this. The War Immortal of the heaven-shrouding art was equivalent to jumping from the peak of the human Tao to the immortal king realm. The Stone Man Road was even more exaggerated. It was equivalent to jumping from the peak of the human Tao to the immortal king realm. From the distance and realm, it was enough to see that the difficulty of the Stone Man Road was above that of the War Immortal Road. However, the only gratifying thing was that the Stone Man Road was not completed overnight. It needed to be advanced bit by bit over a long period of time. Relying on the endless years to spread out the risks, the hope of this road was greater than the War Immortal Road. If the Stone Man Road was completed overnight like the War Immortal Road, then this system was a dead end. No matter how amazing one was, it was impossible to cross that far in one step. Chapter 8:26. After the sixth Tao dissipated, Zhou Tong and Emperor Huang Xianyuan did not leave immediately. Instead, they continued to sit cross-legged in the starry sky for a year, reminiscing about the feeling of comprehending the Tao of reality and illusion. A year later, the two of them began to discuss the Tao. Both of them talked about some of the problems in their cultivation process and discussed with each other for a long time. It was not until 3 years after the death of Zhu Xun and Hong Jun in the other world that the two of them finally stopped. Fellow Taoist, your Tao is amazing, thought-provoking, and impressive, especially the method of cultivating both the martial Tao and divine ability. It has even created a new inheritance that the dragons have never had before. Emperor Huang Xianyuan praised. Emperor Huang Xianyuan was indeed shocked by Zhou Tong's Tao. He had long been familiar with Shennong and even the Edosaurus and the other Zhu Xun. He was nurtured as a seed of Zhu Xun. It could be said that Emperor Huang Xianyuan knew everything that Shennong and the old Edosaurus knew. However, after discussing the Tao with Zhou Tong, he suddenly realized that Zhou Tong's Tao was actually a brand new and unprecedented inheritance that was born from the dragons. Moreover, this inheritance perfectly combined the two systems of martial Tao and divine ability, creating an unprecedented new world. Without a doubt, this was definitely created by him. His achievement was even close to the martial ancestor who created the martial Tao. Fellow Taoist, you're too kind. I've also benefited a lot from your Tao of Earth. Zhou Tong smiled and nodded. Zhu Xun in the other world and the leader of the fake gods have already dissipated. I'm almost done comprehending the Tao. It's time for me to go back and take a look. Emperor Huang Xianyuan stood up. It was time for him to return to the 9 provinces to take a look. Emperor Huang Xianyuan was heroic. After 10 years of comprehending the Tao of reality and illusion and discussing the Tao with Zhou Tong for more than 2 years, he had already cultivated from the beginner Zhu Xin realm to the 3rd level of Zhu Xin. His strength had increased greatly. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a moment and said, "I should also go and make preparations for unsealing the Dragon Island." After 10 years of arduous cultivation, Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan had reached the 3rd level of Zhu Xin just by comprehending the power of reality and illusion. Zhou Tong had also absorbed the divine power of the 2 Zhu Xin and their memories, obtaining the cultivation techniques and skills in their memories. Naturally, his progress was much faster. After that, he discussed the Tao with Emperor Huang Xianyuan for 2 years. He had already cultivated from the 1st heaven Zhu Xin to the 6th heaven. Furthermore, after 10 years of comprehension, 10 years of enlightenment, and the discussion with Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Zhou Tong had already further integrated the true dragon technique into the world of immortals cultivation system. It could be said that 80% of the true dragon technique's contents had already been converted by Zhou Tong into the world of immortals. It could be said that Zhou Tong had walked a completely new path that the natives of the world of immortals didn't know about. Roar! On this day, the entire land of the 9 prefectures heard an impassioned dragon roar falling from the sky and descending on the Dragon Island. Ediosaurus has returned. Could it be that the dragons are going to be unsealed now? Ediosaurus has reappeared, and the dragons are about to be unsealed. The world in the future is going to be even more exciting. Countless cultivators trembled in their hearts. This dragon roar shook the minds of many cultivators, causing many cultivators to once again remember how terrifying and powerful the dragons were. Ediosaurus has returned to the Dragon Island. Is the dragon's seal really going to be unsealed? On the land of the 9 prefectures, the dragon kings looked toward the direction of the Dragon Island at the same time. Moreover, they all turned into flowing light and flew toward the Dragon Island at the same time. At the same time, Zhou Tong arrived at the Dragon Island and directly landed in the Sea of White Bones at the center of the Dragon Island. He saw a huge heavenly steel towering at the center of the Dragon Island. This heavenly steel was originally suppressing the Dragon Island's ghost town, but due to a freak combination of factors, it became suppressing the Dragon Island. Zhou Tong walked in front of this heavenly steel and sighed softly. The ghost town had already left the Dragon Island, but this heavenly steel was still suppressing the Dragon Island. As a matter of fact, the most important thing was that the words on the heavenly steel were wrong. It should be more accurate to say forever suppressing the ghost town, and not this island. However, now is also the time to unseal the dragon's seal. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with endless divine radiance. He quickly transformed into the body of the azure dragon. A 10,000 zhang long azure dragon instantly stretched across the sky above the Dragon Island. The huge dragon claw directly grabbed at the heavenly steel that was suppressing the Dragon Island. After that, the heavenly steel was pulled up little by little. Rumble! The entire Dragon Island instantly became turbulent. The surging power rippled like the tide. The roar of countless dragons instantly appeared on the Dragon Island. Immediately after, the ocean-like fluctuations spread out. One heavenly steel's shadow appeared beside the Dragon Island's heavenly steel. Soon after, the second heavenly steel, the third heavenly steel. The heavenly steel shook violently. Along with the emergence of the heavenly steel's shadow one after another, this suppressive power became even more terrifying. Zhou Tong also mobilized the divine power in his entire body and spared no effort to pull the heavenly steel out from the Dragon Island. At the same time, the deep sea in his body also seemed to have a reaction. One after another, raging billows rose up. And along with these raging billows, the heavenly steel that was originally heavier than a star suddenly loosened up a lot. Especially the heavenly steel's shadow seemed to have some kind of bizarre connection with Zhou Tong. They disappeared one after another. As expected, the heavenly steel's mysterious technique is the supreme technique to control the heavenly steel, Zhou Tong said in his heart. However, he took the opportunity to make his move. His other dragon claw condensed the supreme divine power and swiped at the dragon character on the heavenly steel. Along with the incomparably terrifying divine power, that dragon character quickly disappeared from the heavenly steel. After losing the dragon character, the heavenly steel immediately seemed to have lost its power. It turned into a steel that was only slightly heavier than an ordinary steel. Very smoothly, Zhou Tong directly threw this steel out of the Dragon Island and into the ghost town. The first step to unseal the dragons is already completed. Next is the second step. Zhou Tong flew to the midair and looked down at the golden ocean in the vicinity of the Dragon Island. The taboo ocean was not an illusion. Rather, it descended together with the Dragon Island. And it was precisely this ocean surrounding the Dragon Island that sealed the dragons on the island. In the original work, it was broken by the remnant power of the Eddosaurus. It's time for the taboo ocean that sealed the dragons to disperse. Eddosaurus has a way to unseal the Eddosaurus, and I have my own way. Zhou Tong's draconic body swelled up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 1,000-li-long dragon. The terrifying divine might shook the entire 9 prefectures. Zhou Tong stretched the body of the Eddosaurus. One could vaguely see the boundless vision of a dragon soaring in the sky. An Eddosaurus wandered wantonly among the myriad of worlds. It tore apart the boundless galaxy and devoured millions of stars. This kind of aura was too terrifying. It made the 9 prefectures tremble. This was the power of the Eddosaurus. Once it revealed its true form, it was enough to destroy everything. And at this time, the azure dragon Zhou Tong transformed opened its mouth and inhaled. Rumble! In an instant the void collapsed. Stars appeared in the originally clear sky of the 9 prefectures. At this moment, all the sunlight was stripped away. A huge amount of worldly essence and the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars all gathered at Zhou Tong's dragon mouth. In a split second, time and space distorted. The origin power that was as vast as the sea all entered his mouth. All the living beings looked at this scene in horror. The huge dragon mouth was like a black hole swallowing the heaven and earth. It devoured everything between heaven and earth. It was simply as if it wanted to suck the world dry. Also, the golden taboo ocean surrounding the Dragon Island was like 10,000 streams returning to the sea. It gave rise to millions upon millions of waterfalls out of thin air. The waterfalls rushed towards the sky and poured into Zhou Tong's mouth together. However, in the process of swallowing the taboo ocean, Zhou Tong also revealed a hint of astonishment. That was because he sensed an unusual draconic aura contained within the seawater of the taboo ocean. This draconic aura, could it be the power of the Eddosaurus? The Eddosaurus also gathered its power on the Dragon Island and wanted to break the seal of the dragons? This thought emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. That's right, it's the Dragon Ball of the Eddosaurus. The more Zhou Tong swallowed, the more he understood what he was getting. After the Eddosaurus fell, it turned into the Yellow River, and its Dragon Ball merged with the sea. And after the Dragon Island returned to the 9 prefectures, most of the power of the Dragon Ball gathered at the taboo ocean near the Dragon Island. It wanted to break the seal of the dragons and release the seal of the Dragon Island. But in order to break the seal of the dragons, the divine monument must be dealt with first, and then the golden taboo ocean. The Eddosaurus had fallen a long time ago. Although the power of the Dragon Ball was extremely powerful, it didn't complete the first step. Naturally, it was unable to break the seal of the dragons. But now, Zhou Tong first dealt with the divine monument, and then used his own method to break the seal of the taboo ocean. He didn't expect that by a freak combination of factors, he would also swallow the power left behind by the Eddosaurus. The whole process lasted for 2 hours. In the end, Zhou Tong withdrew his cosmic idol and landed on the Dragon Island's sacred mountain. And the surroundings of the Dragon Island were sparkling, there was no trace of the taboo ocean. Roar! At this moment, the seal of the Dragon Island was lifted. 10,000 dragons roared, the dragons awakened and regained their divinity. Everyone knew that the next competition between the younger generation would be even more terrifying, because a truly invincible race was about to enter the fray. The dragons! Due to the lifting of the seal of the 9 prefectures, the myriad races that reappeared sighed inwardly. Although the dragon's little dragon king was still roaming outside, the myriad races weren't too afraid. Because before the dragons, there was only one lofty Eddosaurus, and this Eddosaurus hadn't appeared in the world for many years. Therefore, they were rather unyielding towards the little dragon king that roamed outside. But now, the Eddosaurus had returned, and the seal of the Dragon Island had been lifted, so no one dared to be unyielding towards the dragons. Chapter 8:27 Roar! The Dragon Island was unsealed, the dragon's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. The taboo ocean surrounding the Dragon Island disappeared. The Dragon Island that had been sealed for countless years finally appeared in the outside world. The Dragon Kings that left the Dragon Island all returned to the Dragon Island one after another. Even Xiao Chen, Kiki, and the other practitioners that were on good terms with the dragons also came to the Dragon Island one after another. There was also the powerful winged dragon, that southern wasteland elder dragon. The group of dragons whizzed past and gathered at the sacred mountain. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the depths of the sacred mountain quietly. And all the people that returned to the island were in front of him. Back then, including me, a total of 11 Dragon Kings left the Dragon Island. Now, including me, only 7 dragons are left. Looking at the 6 youngsters standing at the front, Zhou Tong also let out a slight sigh. Among the Dragon Kings in front of him, there were 2 that Zhou Tong was very familiar with. For example, the Black Dragon King that he met in the barbarians' territory. However, he had already abandoned the essence of the Eddosaurus and walked the path of the War Dragon. The other one was the tough little dragon that left the Dragon Island together with Zhou Tong. It killed the Monarch Lion Dragon's Dragon King and successfully ascended to the position of Dragon King. As for the other 4 dragons, one was scarlet red like blood and soared into the sky. One was flickering with silver light and had a ferocious expression. One was dark green like jasper. The last one was completely azure. It was the winged dragon's Dragon King. Fast cultivation speed doesn't mean strong combat power. Wait until I become Zushin, I will seize back the position of Eddosaurus. The Crimson Dragon King's murderous aura soared into the sky. He didn't put Zhou Tong in his eyes at all. Zhou Tong had never fought with him before. He was naturally not convinced that Zhou Tong had become an Eddosaurus in advance by relying on his cultivation speed. Then hurry up and cultivate. If you can reach the same level as me, I will give you a fair chance to fight. The same goes for the rest of you. If you can keep up with me, I will also give you a chance. Zhou Tong didn't mind and said casually. It's not like they couldn't advance forever. If they had to wait for them to catch up, these little dragons wouldn't have a chance in this lifetime. Where's the old Eddosaurus? At this time, the old dragon of the southern wasteland opened his mouth. He was in existence second only to Zhou Tong among all the people present. He was a half-martial ancestor-level Dragon King. This was also his first time meeting Zhou Tong face to face. As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. There was actually an old Eddosaurus among the dragons? No one had expected this. The two Eddasaurus don't meet. Where do you think the old Eddasaurus went? Zhou Tong glanced around and asked indifferently. You killed the old Eddasaurus. Am I right? The Southern Wasteland's elder dragon glared at Zhou Tong. Roar! Just at this time, a huge silhouette suddenly appeared on the Dragon Island. It towered high up in the sky like a lofty mountain. The boundless pressure engulfed the entire Dragon Island and intimidated everyone's mind. It made everyone on the scene tremble with fear. This imposing aura was so astonishing that it caused everyone to be alarmed. That huge dragon's silhouette gradually became clear. It erupted with millions upon millions of rays of light as if a golden divine mountain was floating there. This was one of the most powerful dragons, Monarch Lion Dragon. Divine War Emperor, you are still alive. The Southern Wasteland's elder dragon was shaken. Immediately after, he felt a burst of excitement. When the dragons were sealed back then, it was the Divine War Emperor who forcefully bore the seal's power and sent a branch of the dragons out of the Dragon Island. This branch was precisely the winged dragon branch that the Southern Wasteland's elder dragon belonged to. That's why the Southern Wasteland's elder dragon was rude to Zhou Tong, but he didn't dare to be rude to the Divine War Emperor. The Divine War Emperor was his branch's greatest benefactor. Winged Dragon King, don't be rude to the Eddasaurus. The Monarch Lion Dragon's imposing voice transmitted down from the sky. Divine War Emperor, but the old Eddasaurus, he. The Southern Wasteland's elder dragon wanted to argue with reason. The old Eddasaurus had fallen. He used his own life to pave the way for the new Eddasaurus. Since you are the Dragon King, you should know how the Eddasaurus was born. If you are not convinced, feel free to challenge the Eddasaurus. The Divine War Emperor's tone was indifferent, but the charm contained within was very shocking. This kind of pressure was not deliberately released, it was released naturally. I am. The Southern Wasteland's elder dragon was convinced. He didn't say anything else. However, all the practitioners that came to the Dragon Island were indescribably shocked. The Monarch Lion Dragon and the Tyrannical Dragon are the strongest dragons below the Eddasaurus. I never thought the dragons would have this kind of Dragon King. The dragons are too powerful. Other than the Southern Wasteland's elder dragon, there is actually another dragon that looks even more powerful. It doesn't have any Eddasaurus characteristics. Could it be that it didn't evolve into an Eddasaurus? Everyone sized up the Monarch Lion Dragon in midair. It didn't have any Eddasaurus characteristics from head to toe, but its imposing manner was vigorous. It had the innate aura of a king. Its entire body was dazzling with golden radiance, as if it was cast from gold. It was as long as 1 kilometer. Its majestic mountain-like dragon body looked very similar to a lion. Its entire body was covered with golden dragon scales. Its pair of jade-green eyes were unfathomable like 2 cold ponds. Its mane was completely composed of bony spikes. It was dazzling with golden radiance. Swoosh! The endless golden radiance vanished. The mountain-like Monarch Lion Dragon transformed into a heroic middle-aged man. His eyes were incomparably deep. He directly walked in front of Zhou Tong, bowed and said, I pay my respects to the Eddasaurus. Squeak! At this time, the little critter Kiki who had been following beside Xiao Chun all along ran over excitedly. Strange uncle, it's really strange uncle. Thank you for teaching me the dragon's divine ability. The dragon's war god emperor carried Kiki in his arms very dotingly and placed it on his shoulder. He said with a smile, After teaching you the divine ability, I have been sleeping all the way until now. Today is the great day for my dragons to be unsealed. It's naturally worth celebrating. Seeing that some mundane matters were settled, Zhou Tong immediately opened his mouth and said, I have been sitting cross-legged in the starry sky for more than 10 years. I once again sorted out my dragon's inheritance, and also created some new divine ability battle skills. Today, I might as well pass them on to you all. Many thanks, Ediosaurus. The war god emperor's expression was slightly happy. This Ediosaurus was even more daring than he had imagined. It was actually willing to share its divine ability battle skills. Since it's the dragon's inheritance, let's just leave. Shao Chen muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then he said. The other two human cultivators at the side were perturbed. They wanted to listen to the Ediosaurus inheritance, but Shao Chen's words made them uneasy. No matter. Since you are my dragon's friends, if you are willing to listen, you can all stay. Zhou Tong was very magnanimous. He allowed these people to listen as they pleased. Many thanks, Ediosaurus. The other two cultivators immediately expressed their thanks, then they quickly found a place to sit cross-legged. Dragons gather. Zhou Tong's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded throughout the entire Dragon Island. For a moment, the dragons on the entire Dragon Island roared and gathered at the sacred mountain. Tyrannical dragon, monarch lion dragon, eight-clawed tyrant dragon, saber dragon, lightning dragon, winged dragon. After the dragons recovered their divine ability, their speed was naturally incomparably fast. In a short half an hour, the entire sacred mountain was filled with countless dragons. Although the sacred mountain was tall and majestic, the dragons' bodies were huge. Some dragons were even 1,000 meters long. They occupied a large amount of space. Therefore, after these dragons gathered at the sacred mountain, they immediately transformed into their human form and quietly sat cross-legged on the sacred mountain like the human cultivators. Dragon Chi condensation. Almost all the people who wanted to listen had arrived. Zhou Tong immediately began. Chapter 828. Zhou Tong preached to the dragons. This time, he preached for no less than half a year. During this period of time, those dragon kings from the same batch, even if they were hostile towards Zhou Tong before, they gradually became convinced after listening to the lecture. They extinguished the desire to compete with Zhou Tong. Even the Crimson Dragon King and Tenex, who were the most hostile towards him, also extinguished the desire to compete with Zhou Tong. With their knowledge and experience, they were naturally able to see that Zhou Tong had indeed created a brand new inheritance. It was a brand new inheritance that was extremely suitable for the dragons. Furthermore, its might was not the slightest bit inferior to the dragon's orthodox inheritance. It was definitely a supreme inheritance. They were also able to see Zhou Tong's true strength from the inheritance. They were obviously dragon kings of the same age, but the other party actually created this kind of inheritance. A few dragon kings were convinced in their hearts. The divine warrior king who was listening to the lecture also felt endless admiration in his heart, as expected of the youngest Ediosaurus in history. He could be considered to have created the second supreme inheritance of the dragons. However, his inheritance, the divine warrior king, also felt a little regretful. The most suitable one for this inheritance was actually the tyrannical dragon. It could be foreseen that the tyrannical dragon would definitely become stronger in the following period of time. However, he was also a little helpless. After all, he also knew that Zhou Tong evolved from the tyrannical dragon to the Ediosaurus. From these divine abilities, battle skills, and even the cultivation method, he could also see traces of evolution. The lecture that lasted for half a year ended very quickly. The numerous dragons on the island also dispersed. Those dragon kings that left the Dragon Island once again. They headed to the 9 continents to undergo all kinds of training. The southern wasteland's elder dragons also returned to the Winged Dragon Island that belonged to the Winged Dragon. There were also other practitioners that left the Dragon Island one after another. And at this moment, the Dragon Island regained its former tranquility once again. Other than the dragons, only Shao Chun and the little critter Kiki were left on the island. You stayed behind on purpose to invite me to save your fiancé, Ruoxue? Zhou Tong asked. Shao Chun shook his head with a hint of worry in his eyes. Ediosaurus village is gone. Ever since Shenong Zushen took the yellow platform away from me, the village has been disappearing bit by bit before my eyes. Legend has it that Ediosaurus village was once inhabited by Ediosaurus, so it was named that way. Do you know why the village disappeared? Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "There are many secrets in that village. Although I didn't stay there for long, I managed to break through to the Zushin realm in your Ediosaurus village. There are many secrets in that village. But there is one thing you can rest assured about. Although the Ediosaurus village disappeared, the villagers will definitely not die because of it. Perhaps, to the villagers, the disappearance of the Ediosaurus village was just like a dream. When they came back to their senses, thousands of years had passed. You only need to keep moving forward. When the Ediosaurus village reappears one day, you may realize that they haven't changed in the slightest." "Haven't changed in the slightest?" Xiao Qin was startled, but it was followed by a wave of relief. With Zhou Tong's words, he didn't have so many misgivings and worries. "Oh right, the origin 8 sounds that you've always wanted, I've already found it in the yellow platform. It's just that my cultivation is too low, so it's difficult for me to practice it. So I can't give it to you. Moreover, I only obtained a vague imprint back then, and only later on did I realize that it was the 8 notes of origin. If you want it, you can see it for yourself from my memories." The origin 8 sounds was originally a mysterious and unpredictable method. Xiao Chun had only obtained the imprint of the origin 8 sounds and had no ability to give it to others. The only way was to let Zhou Tong see the origin 8 sounds from his memories. "You're quite bold to be willing to let me see your memories." Zhou Tong smiled and said, "But I won't let you suffer a loss. Although you've practiced the divine steel mystic method, you haven't touched its essence. Please give me some pointers." Xiao Chen's face was overjoyed and he immediately asked, "What do you think the divine steel mystic method is?" Zhou Tong didn't answer directly, but asked this question instead. "Isn't that a supreme martial art?" Xiao Chen said naturally. Zhou Tong chuckled and said, "You were born as a martial artist, so you think that the divine steel mystic method is a martial art. But you know, when you gave me the first step of the divine steel mystic method, I comprehended a great divine ability from it. The divine steel mystic method is mysterious and unparalleled. Cultivators with different cultivation systems will have different results when they see it." In an instant, Xiao Chen's heart seemed to have been struck by lightning. After hearing Zhou Tong's words, Xiao Chen suddenly felt something different. The divine steel mystic method was not only a martial art, but also a divine ability. Big Dipper God Sealing, 4 major techniques, divinization of acupoints, and so on could be seen from a different perspective. At this moment, Xiao Chen's horizons were broadened, and he saw a different world. The divine steel mystic method is only a method of guidance. But to what extent you can cultivate it, and what you can comprehend from it, it will depend on the cultivator. However, if you want to truly cultivate the divine steel mystic method, you need the heaven mark. You already have one in your body, right? Zhou Tong looked at Xiao Chen and said. Xiao Chen's heart moved. He thought of the divine steel that suppressed the Yellow River. He had a divine steel imprint in his body. He nodded and said, "I have one. One is not enough. If you want to truly cultivate the divine steel mystic method, you need to find 6 heaven marks." Zhou Tong said leisurely, "There are a total of 9 heavenly steels. The cultivation techniques recorded in the first 6 heavenly steels are only the foundation. The 7th heavenly steels is the key to connecting the profundities of the first 6 heavenly steels. As for the 8th and 9th divine steels, the things recorded on them are no longer important, because they are no longer the foundation cultivation method of the divine steel mystic method, but some usage methods. Without the contents of these 2 divine steels, it doesn't matter. After cultivating to a certain extent, you will be able to comprehend it sooner or later. There are a total of 9 divine steels, the first 6 heaven marks. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the divine steels and the divine steel mystic method. It was as if he had obtained a catalogue. He had a rough understanding of the divine steel mystic method, and he knew what he needed to do next. What I need to do next is to collect heaven marks, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Thank you. Xiao Chen thanked Zhou Tong. There's no need for that. I am also doing this for the 8 notes of origin, Zhou Tong said leisurely. At the same time, he pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead. He was exploring the mysteries of the 8 notes of origin from Xiao Chen's memories. Soon, he found a trace in the corner of Xiao Chen's memories. A few vague heavenly sounds resounded. Suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into an ancient, desolate world. A desolate and ancient aura assaulted his face. A few origin heavenly sounds rose and fell one after another, constantly reverberating in the vast and endless world. It seemed real and illusory, and it seemed illusory and real. The ancient heaven marks resonated with Zhou Tong's soul. He could vaguely sense a trace of a vast power. Chapter 829. The next day, Xiao Chen also left Dragon Island. At the same time, Zhou Tong also announced that he would be cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, he was quietly studying the 8 notes of origin on the sacred mountain of dragons. At the same time, he was also refining the power left behind by Ediosaurus. Buzz, go, ah, roar, mu, duo, zao. These were the 8 heavenly sounds that Zhou Tong had obtained from Xiao Chen. Each heavenly sound represented a kind of origin power. The buzz sound represented the power of life and death, the goose sound represented the power of origin, the sound represented the power of nothingness, the roar sound represented the power of time and space, the mu sound represented the power of reincarnation, the duo sound represented the power of yin and yang, the zao sound represented the true power, and the zao sound represented the power of termination. Zhou Tong quietly studied the 8 notes of origin on the sacred mountain. The heavenly sounds continued to resound and vibrate in his soul and body. In addition, Zhou Tong began to refine the portion of power left behind by Ediosaurus. During this process, Zhou Tong could feel that his soul and body were actually faintly transforming. Zhu Shen's cultivation realm of the 6th firmament became more and more stable. His body and soul also became stronger during this process. Zhou Tong went into seclusion for a full 3 years before finally coming out. After coming out of seclusion, Zhou Tong did not head to the 9 prefectures. Instead, he directly entered the spell realm of the 4 worlds near the 9 prefectures. After the false god tribulation, the area of the spell realm shrunk greatly, and a portion of the mountains and rivers had already descended into the 9 prefectures. The present spell realm, Zhou Tong could see it all at a glance. The spell realm was the most mysterious realm among the 4 worlds. It maintained the most primitive appearance. There were stretches of ancient forests on the ground, and there were countless barren mountains and huge ridges across most of this realm. This realm was sparsely populated, and there were many ruins of civilizations that belonged to different eras. There were many secrets hidden in this realm. Many of these areas were difficult for any cultivator to set foot in. There were even a few places that would only affect Zhu Shen, but not other low-level cultivators. On this day, Zhou Tong finally arrived at the spell realm. He directly arrived at a region that affected Zhu Shen. After staying there for a while, he shook his head and left. Then, he found a second area that affected Zhu Shen. This time, he found the right place. As soon as he arrived, he felt uneasy. At the same time, the dragons in his body were constantly vibrating. There should be corpses of Ediosaurus nearby. That's right, it's here. After confirming the location, Zhou Tong stomped his foot and a powerful force burst out. Instantly, the ground cracked and the mountain range collapsed. An unfathomably deep abyss appeared there. Zhou Tong didn't stop at all and rushed straight down. The wind whistled, the black fog rolled, and the bottom was misty. In a trance, Zhou Tong saw a huge heavenly monument suppressing this abyss. Seeing this thing, Zhou Tong confirmed once again that he didn't find the wrong place. This was the place. Roar! Then, a dull roar came from the depths of the ground, as if a huge monster was roaring. At the same time, an incomparably demonic blood-colored lightning struck toward Zhou Tong. "I'm not looking for you. Get lost," Zhou Tong snorted coldly. Then, a terrifying dragon's might erupted. The entire abyss seemed to be suppressed by an ancient divine mountain. All the demons and monsters quieted down. As he continued down, the black fog rolled. A huge pressure came from below. It was as if a demon was looking up at the sky and was about to pounce on him at any time. Buzz! At the same time, Zhou Tong heard the sound of countless wings flapping. A dark cloud quickly formed. In the darkness, there were pairs of red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. This was a group of very strange creatures. Their bodies were pitch black. Although they were only a foot long, their shapes were like dragons. They even had a pair of transparent wings on their bodies. These creatures looked like thousands of small Eddosaurus with wings. These are creatures formed by the words on the divine monument. There's no point in fighting with them. As long as the divine monument isn't destroyed, these creatures won't die. Zhou Tong took a step forward and used the dragon countersteps. The first step was enough to shatter all the strange creatures. After these creatures were shattered, they quickly recovered to their original state. But at this time, they couldn't catch up to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong was like a bolt of lightning, approaching the divine monument in an instant. Buzz! Abruptly, a boundless pressure soared up into the heavens as a gigantic heavenly steel appeared in the middle of the abyss. At this moment, those monstrous lifeforms no longer continued to attack Zhou Tong. Instead, they flew towards the heavenly steel and imprinted themselves onto it, transforming into complex and profound diagrams. Continuing down, Zhou Tong finally arrived at the bottom of the abyss after passing through layers of black fog. At the bottom of the abyss was a huge black lake. The black lake water didn't have any waves. Waves of cold murderous aura seeped out from the black lake. It was filled with the aura of death. In the center of the black lake, there was an island. On the island stood a huge divine monument. Near the divine monument there were hazy huge corpses. The dragon energy in Zhou Tong's body was also vibrating. Clearly, there were Eddosaurus corpses among the corpses. I found it. The seventh divine monument and countless Zhu Shen corpses. Zhou Tong was overjoyed. Zhou Tong directly flew over the Black Lake and landed on the huge island in the middle of the lake. Other than the huge divine monument, he could see that there were corpses all over the ground. One could see the corpse of a bull that was as large as a mountain. There was also the corpse of an ancestral god that only had half of his body left. His upper body had been smashed into meat paste. There was also another corpse that only had a head left. There was also another corpse that had been cleaved in half. Of course, the most eye-catching one was the corpse of an Eddosaurus. It was a black Eddosaurus. Its body was as huge as a mountain, but it seemed to have been cut into 6 or 7 pieces. There was a huge claw hole on its head. It was killed by someone who had forcibly grabbed its primordial spirit. Although it was unknown how many years had passed, this Eddosaurus corpse didn't have any signs of decay. Moreover, there was a large amount of dragon blood on the ground that shone with specks of divine light. If it wasn't for the divine monument, this place would have been filled with bloody light. Buzz! At this moment, a vast amount of divine light rushed out of the Eddosaurus corpse and condensed towards Zhou Tong. The light was gentle, and Zhou Tong felt warm all over. The vast amount of divine light rushed out of the Eddosaurus corpse faster and faster. In the end, the divine light was so dazzling that it drowned Zhou Tong. The Edisaurus aura was, in essence, something condensed from the essence of 10,000 dragons. The stronger the essence of the Edisaurus absorbed, the stronger the Edisaurus would be. Therefore, after the dragons in the original work became extinct, the remaining 3 Edisaurus became Edisaurus. Moreover, they were known as the strongest Edisaurus in history. This was because the 3 of them had absorbed the essence of all the dragons. That was why they had such a title. And now, a fallen Edisaurus had given all its remaining divine power, draconic aura, and essence to a descendant of the dragons. The vast draconic aura and essence fused with Zhou Tong's own draconic aura, causing the Edisaurus aura in his body to become even purer and more powerful. The vast power was like a stormy sea, surging and surging in his body, and advancing to a higher realm. Crack! Suddenly, Zhou Tong seemed to have heard a sudden clap of thunder. He felt that some kind of shackle in his body had been broken, and he had entered a new height. At this moment, Zhou Tong's realm broke through again. 7th Heaven Zhu Shin. Chapter 830. The divine light on the black Edisaurus corpse became dimmer and dimmer. It was as if the entire dragon corpse had experienced thousands of years in an instant. Soon, it decayed, and all of its essence was given to Zhou Tong. Boom! However, along with Zhou Tong's advancement into the 7th level of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm, an enormous bang suddenly erupted from the dragon corpse, and then the ancestral dragon's corpse that was enormous like a mountain range started burning completely before it collapsed. All of the essence in the Edisaurus corpse instantly transformed into a dragon-shaped rainbow, and majestically rushed directly into Zhou Tong's body. And Zhou Tong, who had just broken through, suddenly received such a ferocious impact, and immediately completed the consolidation and accumulation of the 7th heaven. Roar! A clear dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth, and this abyss was filled with supreme pressure. At the same time, a powerful dragon's aura soared into the sky, and brilliant green divine light illuminated the entire abyss, shocking everyone. Crash! At this moment, the originally calm black lake water seemed to have been stimulated by something. Black splashes rolled, and black fog and black waves rushed to the island together. All of this happened so suddenly, and one could clearly see a pair of huge eyes the size of a house, malevolently staring at Zhou Tong. In the next moment, the black figure stood up, and its blood-red eyes shone brightly. A pitch-black hand pierced through heaven and earth, covering the sky, and grabbed at Zhou Tong. The divine might was immeasurable. Every pitch-black finger flickered with a cold luster, and they were all over 100 feet tall, not to mention the terrifying body, which was majestic and imposing. This was a bona fide elder god-level aura. How dare a corpse be so impudent? Zhou Tong turned around and slapped directly. Bang! The pitch-black waves were instantly defeated, and a dense aura of death erupted, turning into demonic fog. At the same time, half of the giant's body was shattered by the palm, and blood splattered everywhere, turning into ashes. A thick, baleful aura rushed out from the giant's body, turning into a demon that roared in the sky. How dare an evil spirit possess Zhu Shin's body and attack me? You don't know what's good for you. Zhou Tong's cold gaze swept across the sky. At the same time, he pressed his palm against the void. Boom! In an instant, the void collapsed into a huge cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron opened and swallowed all the remaining Zhu Shin corpses on the island. Then, the furnace burned, directly igniting these corpses and extracting all the life essence contained within. Sacrifice! Zhou Tong's actions were clean and direct. He directly sacrificed all the life essence he had refined to the 7th steel. He knew that this steel was completely different from the previous ones. It required a tremendous amount of life essence to unlock its mysteries. Boom! After obtaining a tremendous amount of life essence, the steel began to tremble violently. The patterns on it shone brightly, and the entire island was overflowing with majestic divine light. At the same time, all the words on the steel shone brightly, as if they were small Eddosaurus, and they were about to jump out of the steel. Roar! At this time, Zhou Tong had also transformed back into his Eddosaurus form. However, this time, he did not transform into his huge dragon body. Instead, he shrunk to the size of the words on the steel, the kind that was only 1 foot long. He blended into the words on the steel. Boom! Not only that, but he even used his divine power and imprint to create 6 illusory steels around him. These illusory steels were not the real Tianhen, but Zhou Tong simulated them himself. Zhou Tong had truly seen the heavenly monolith before. He knew the profound technique of the 6 heavenly monolith. He had even erased a word from the heavenly monolith on the Dragon Island. Therefore, the heavenly monolith he simulated had some fluctuations similar to the real Tianhen. At this moment, the entire abyss shook. The light was dazzling, dispelling the darkness in this place, causing the depths of the abyss to be dazzling. The changes in the abyss had already attracted the attention of many cultivators in the spell realm. Especially when the light in the abyss was so bright, countless cultivators thought that some treasure had appeared and came here. But at this moment, all the cultivators could only feel a fluctuation that made their souls tremble. Although the light in the abyss was bright, it was too bright. It was like the sun, drowning the bottom. No one's divine sense could pry into it. Beside the steel, the words that looked like Eddosaurus seemed to have a life of their own. They gathered supreme profoundness and poured into Zhou Tong's heart. At this moment, he vaguely understood the meaning of the words that he couldn't understand at all. And just as Zhou Tong was doing this, on the heavenly mark that he had forged, there were actually traces of the rhythm of the great Tao that appeared. These Tianhen marks actually stole some of the mysteries contained in the heavenly steel. The deep sea in his body also began to evolve according to these great Tao profoundness. The circulation trajectory of the yin and yang became more and more mysterious, and even more obscure and profound. This was the essence of the heavenly steel mystic technique. At this moment, it was slowly fusing into Zhou Tong's mind. Even though he didn't truly cultivate the heavenly steel mystic technique, he still obtained the true great Tao profoundness. For a moment, Zhou Tong was immersed in the sea of great Tao. And just as Zhou Tong was doing all of this, a turtle head suddenly popped out from the base of the heavenly steel. It was a stone turtle. At this moment, it was dumbfounded as it looked at the heavenly steel and Zhou Tong in the void. Monster, it's simply a monster. The dragons of this generation of Eddosaurus are too heaven-defying. The old turtle was shocked. There's actually such a heaven-defying technique that forcibly absorbs the profoundness in the heavenly steel. This dragon must have seen the heavenly steel mystic technique, but just like that young man back then, he only verified it and didn't really cultivate it. At the same time, he doesn't have any Tianhen marks in his hand. Those heavenly steels are also fake. He's actually 1 step ahead of that young man called Martial Ancestor back then and forcibly extracted so many heavenly steel profoundness. Heaven-defying, it's really heaven-defying. The old turtle was extremely shocked. Using fake cultivation? Damn it, how can there be such a dragon? What the hell, he's even more terrifying than the person I raised back then. The cauldron in the void was still burning, and the vast essence turned into divine splendor that rushed into the heavenly steel. More and more profoundness appeared in Zhou Tong's heart, making his deep sea even more mysterious and unfathomable. All of this was seen by the old turtle, which made it even more shocked. This dragon was simply a monster among monsters. He could actually think of such a method to extract the profoundness in the heavenly steel and even artificially create a brand new Tianhen mark. Boom! Finally, all of Zhu Xin's corpses were refined into ashes by Zhou Tong and disappeared. The light on the heavenly steel also gradually dissipated. At this moment, Zhou Tong turned back into his human form and quietly sat in front of the heavenly steel to comprehend the great Tao. The 6 fake heavenly steel phantoms revolved around him non-stop. These 6 fake Tianhen marks had already been imprinted with mysterious Taoist rhymes, and they looked just like the real heavenly steel. Chapter 831. Time flowed like water, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong sat quietly in front of the divine steel. The 6 pseudo-divine steels beside him were all trembling. The endless essence of Tao and supreme profoundness had turned into the most profound imprint that was engraved in Zhou Tong's heart, and it would never be erased. The 6 pseudo-divine steels beside him also had strands of divine light flowing on them, overflowing with dreamy light. Crack! After 10 years, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes again. His eyes were like 2 green lightning bolts that cut through the abyss and traversed the sky above the spell realm. After 10 years of enlightenment, Zhou Tong finally woke up completely. Moreover, after 10 years of comprehending the divine steel mystic technique, he had already cultivated to the 8th heaven of Zhu Xin. Unfortunately, the divine steel mystic technique is not my main cultivation technique after all. I can only glimpse the profundity of this technique. At most, I can reach a higher level, but I can't completely master it. Zhou Tong shook his head and sighed. In 10 years, he had roughly comprehended the surface profundity of the divine steel mystic technique, but he still couldn't completely master it. As he sighed, the 6 heavenly marks beside him also disappeared. "Kid, you're so proud." At this time, an old turtle stretched out its head and rolled its eyes at Zhou Tong in a very human-like way. "You didn't cultivate the divine steel mystic technique, and you don't even have a single heavenly mark, but you can actually use such a heaven-deceiving technique and forcefully obtain the profundity of the divine steel mystic technique. You can be considered the first dragon since ancient times." The old turtle praised. "You should be satisfied that you can obtain so many profundities even though you don't major in this technique. Moreover, not everyone can comprehend the divine steel mystic technique. You must have a suitable physique for this technique. This technique is suitable for humanoid creatures to cultivate. As an Ediosaurus, it's already heaven-defying for you to be able to comprehend so many profundities." The old turtle finally said. Zhou Tong smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He knew himself very well. His heaven-deceiving technique was not his own creation. It was Hongjuan's Dharma access. Hongjun's main body was near the 8th heavenly steel. From time to time, he would use this method to seize the profoundness of the 8th heavenly steel. However, Zhou Tong was stronger than Hongjun's main body in that he truly knew the profound meaning of the first 6 heavenly steels and transformed them into a divine ability. Therefore, it was much faster and easier for him to obtain the mysteries of the heavenly steel than for Hongjun's main body. Of course, Zhou Tong wouldn't tell Old Tortoise about this. The profoundness of the heavenly steel profound technique is unfathomable. Although I can't obtain the complete method, it can give me endless inspiration. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, then a peerless armor appeared on his body. Then, the 6 fake heavenly marks reappeared and lined up beside him. The 6 heavenly marks were like 6 real heavenly steels. There were all kinds of images on each of them. They were very lifelike, as if they were alive. 6 heavenly scars, 6 pieces of the main map, with a natural charm, surrounded Zhou Tong. On the first heavenly steel, the engravings faintly emitted multicolored light. A heavenly palace stood tall in the clouds. The second heavenly steel was eerie and lifeless. It was as if the gates of hell had opened, emitting the aura of death. The third heavenly steel was engraved with agriculture, forestry, husbandry, fishing, and merchants. The various forms of life and the mortal world were all in the picture. On the fourth heavenly steel, Nuwa and Fushi were side by side. Behind them, thousands of beasts were galloping, and the earth was trembling. On the fifth heavenly steel, there was a boundless sea of blood with thousands of waves. The eerie white bones turned into a divine mountain towering in the sea of blood. On the sixth heavenly steel, dark clouds covered the sky, heavy rain poured down, lightning split the sky, and magma surged. It was a doomsday disaster. This is the origin of the heavenly steel. Old Tortoise was shocked. Zhou Tong's comprehension of the heavenly steel profound technique was beyond his imagination. He had actually obtained the most origin of the heavenly steel patterns. However, in the next moment, something that shocked Old Tortoise even more happened. The 6 heavenly steels actually dispersed silently. Traces of great Tao imprints were engraved on his armor. Traces of Tao appeared on every piece of the green dragon scale armor. Upon closer inspection, one could see the various engravings on the heavenly steel. Crack! However, in the next moment, Zhou Tong's armor suddenly collapsed as if it could not withstand the great Tao rhythm of the heavenly steel. Cracks continued to spread on the armor, and pieces of dragon scales slowly fell off. Kid, not everything can withstand the heavenly steel's Taoist rhythm. Even if this armor was refined from the dragon skin you shed, it can only withstand the Taoist rhythm of one heavenly steel. It's impossible for it to withstand the Taoist rhythm of 6 heavenly steels. Old Tortoise spoke in time. That's not necessarily true, Zhou Tong said casually. As soon as he said that, Zhou Tong's dragon scale armor completely shattered. It fell to the ground and turned into fragments that emitted a metallic luster. However, in the next moment, a giant tree emerged from the fragments. It was the longevity tree that Zhou Tong had refined into the armor. As soon as the longevity tree appeared, it quickly withered and turned into dust. However, in the dust, a green sapling emerged. This sapling seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. It no longer had the symbol of the longevity tree. Instead, it was replaced by a vast dragon chi. The sacred tree of the dragons. I know. You did this on purpose to let your armor and the sacred tree transform. Old Tortoise exclaimed subconsciously. You're imitating the heavenly divine tree of the dragons. You want to create a sacred tree that belongs to you. The sacred tree that had undergone a metamorphosis took root on the shattered armor and absorbed the essence within. The armor fragments dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, all the fragments turned into ashes, leaving behind an ancient green tree that floated quietly beside Zhou Tong. It was a small tree that was as tall as a palm. Its trunk was as tall as a thumb, winding like a dragon. It gave off a sense of vigor as if it was a 10,000-year-old ancient tree. There were a total of 7 leaves on the ancient tree. Each leaf was translucent and looked like a green cloud. The back of each cloud was engraved with dragon patterns. What shocked Old Tortoise the most was that there was a pattern engraved on the front of each cloud leaf. It was similar to the pattern on the divine steel. 7 leaves and 7 patterns. They represent the mysteries of the 7 divine steels. Old Tortoise was shocked. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. He had imprinted the mysteries of the divine steel on the brand new sacred tree of the dragons. What shocked him even more was that some of the patterns had undergone some changes. For example, the people in the human Tao pattern had all turned into dragons. For example, Fushi and Nuwa, who were the commanders of all beasts, had been transformed into Ediosaurus by him. However, although the patterns had undergone some changes, it did not damage much of the terrifying Taoist rhythm of the divine steel. The patterns are only the surface. Has he really comprehended the mysteries of the divine steel? Old Tortoise was somewhat doubtful. However, Zhou Tong also sighed in his heart at this moment. He thought to himself, it's still lacking a little. I have secretly changed the patterns on the 7 leaves, but the Taoist rhythm is still lacking a little from the real divine steel. In the end, I still haven't comprehended all the essences of the divine steel. But forget it. The foundation of the divine steel lies here. As for transforming the patterns into the ones I want, it will depend on whether I can improve further. Also, the next 8 and 9 leaves of the brand new sacred tree of the dragons will have to depend on my own comprehension to make them regrow. With a thought, Zhou Tong transformed the tree into a divine light and pounced on the surface of Zhou Tong's body. It transformed into a new set of battle armor. This battle armor was no different from the previous one. However, the battle armor was resplendent with a green radiance. There was even a resplendent vitality blooming on the surface of the battle armor. The green scale battle armor was also successfully reborn. Moreover, it had undergone an unimaginable rebirth and reached a new height. Chapter 832. It's been 10 years. It's about time for me to leave this place. After the armor and the holy tree were completely reborn, Zhou Tong said leisurely. That's right. It's useless for you to stay here any longer. You don't major in the heavenly steel mystic technique. No matter how much you comprehend, this technique will come to an end. The old turtle nodded. Such a young Ediosaurus. A true prodigy has really appeared in this generation of dragons. Zhou Tong smiled and didn't say anything else. He directly left the abyss of the spell realm. Next, it's time to go to the world of death to take a look. I'll also take a look at the most evil place and the eternal light in the deepest part of the world of death. Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all and directly attacked. Open! At this moment, the cultivators of the entire spell realm finally saw Zhu Shun's first-rate methods again. With just a casual punch, he directly pierced through the world barrier and created a huge passageway. Evil light scattered, accompanied by a large amount of pitch-black smoke. An evil aura filled the air. This was a dead silent world, causing one's heart to tremble and fear. Stepping in, Zhou Tong quickly entered this world of death. Although there were thousands of worlds in this world, even Zhu Shun couldn't casually advance because he didn't know the coordinate. However, to Zhou Tong, he had completely refined Zhu Shun and Hong Jun from the other world. Naturally, he knew the coordinates of many worlds, including the world of death and the other world. In fact, Hong Jun's main body was actually in the deepest part of the world of death. However, the moment Zhou Tong opened up this passage, the unique rules and fluctuations of the world of death immediately woke up Emperor Huang Xianyuan in the 9 prefectures. The new Ediosaurus is heading to the world of death? What is he going to do? Did he discover something? Emperor Huang Xianyuan's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. At the same time, on the other side, the world of death. This was a gloomy world. In a gloomy swamp, wisps of gray fog drifted slowly. The stench of decay caused many beasts to retreat. They could clearly see that other than the rotten roots of plants, there were also many skeletons of animals in the black sludge. The yin qi in this place was especially heavy, as if they were in the netherworld. Moreover, although there weren't many plants here, they were usually large trees. A few trees could cover a large area, making the swamp seem even darker and gloomier. Not far away, waves of low and deep roars could be heard from time to time, causing one's scalp to go numb. At this moment, a monstrous wave of energy spread out, causing the surroundings to become silent. A black hole appeared out of thin air, and Zhou Tong's figure walked out of the black hole. The world of death is indeed a world of death. Zhou Tong glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a light voice. After that, he took a step forward. It was as though the stars in the sky were moving and the flow of time was changing. Space couldn't obstruct him as time danced in the air. With this step, he crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers and approached the most devilish region of the world of death. There were no longer any cities that were inhabited by monarch-level creatures here. Stepping into this place, even Zhou Tong couldn't help but be cautious. This was because the level of evil in this place was enough to threaten a powerhouse at the level of Zhu Shun. Pfft! An extremely terrifying light of slaughter instantly pierced through the void, traversing thousands of kilometers and brushing past Zhou Tong. The so-called light of slaughter was a terrifying light of slaughter that was born from the will of slaughter between heaven and earth. Even if Zhu Shun accidentally came into contact with it, he could be severely injured. It was very difficult to encounter such a thing in the real world. Generally speaking, such a thing would only be born when the apocalypse arrived, when the world collapsed and all living beings died tragically. This was the depths of the world of death. Various dangers would appear from time to time. Even Zhu Shun couldn't let his guard down, or else he could be severely injured at any time. It's a pity. If I could capture this light of slaughter and refine it into my Edisaurus sword, I might be able to further improve the quality of the Edisaurus sword. Zhou Tong was a little regretful. After all, he had just arrived in the depths of the world of death. His reaction was a little slow. But it doesn't matter. There will definitely be more light of slaughter ahead. Zhou Tong continued to move forward. However, this time, he didn't travel hundreds of millions of kilometers in a single step like before. Instead, he slowly flew at a low altitude. This flying speed wasn't fast, but it was about 1,000 kilometers in a day. He walked forward for several days and saw many scenery that he had never seen before. He had once seen a resplendent celestial garden. Inside the garden, there were luxuriant foliage and abundant spiritual qi. However, the entire garden was surrounded by endless white bones, and a baleful aura lingered around it. He saw ruins left behind from an unknown era. It was terrifyingly desolate. From time to time, mournful screams could be heard from the ruins, causing one's scalp to go numb. He also saw a vast battlefield. There were huge weapon fragments scattered everywhere. Moreover, these weapon fragments had long lost their divine nature. They were like ordinary metal that had decayed over the years. He even saw an enormous skeleton that was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was simply like an unparalleled and terrifying mountain that stood towering in the desolate world. In just a few days, Zhou Tong saw countless strange and evil things. During this time, there were even some monsters that came to him. However, in the end, there were no exceptions. They were all slapped to death by Zhou Tong. Whoosh! Right at this moment, another terrifying golden line that was several dozen kilometers in length rushed out from the depths of the world of death. Although this line was extremely thin, it was extremely dazzling. It was even more dazzling than the sun. Moreover, this line was extremely powerful. It was even more terrifying than hundreds of millions of divine lightning bolt. Light of slaughter. Zhou Tong finally saw the light of slaughter again. This is it. Zhou Tong's face lit up with joy. He pressed his palm against the void. Immediately, the void caved in and transformed into a ring. The light of slaughter rushed into this ring and immediately fell into a cycle, unable to escape. Refine. Zhou Tong immediately sat cross-legged in the void, waved his hands, and struck out a divine law, refining this light of slaughter bit by bit. A few days later, Zhou Tong dispersed the hollow space, and a golden line rotated around him. This thing is also a good thing. I don't know what will happen if I bring it back to the shrouding heavens world. Zhou Tong was very curious. If this thing was placed in the shrouding heavens world, could it be refined into some supreme killing weapon? But this thing is in the depths of the world of death. I will refine it later. For now I should strengthen the weapon. Zhou Tong directly slapped the light of slaughter into his Edisaurus sword. Subsequently, the Tao fire burned, and the light of slaughter was smelted into the Ediosaurus sword little by little. Clang! A few days later, the Ediosaurus sword overflowed with murderous aura. The power of this sword skyrocketed. Chapter 833. As Zhou Tong traveled deeper into the world of death, he soon discovered a primeval devil city. The ancient city stood quietly on the continent of death, looking deathly still. Beside the city, the ground was filled with piles of bone powder. It was unknown how thick the pile was. As expected of the depths of the world of death, I can casually find an immemorial devil city and a stone golem. Zhou Tong became nervous. Stone golems were different from ordinary Zushin. They were the product of the apex Zushin's stone golem path. Each of them was stronger than the apex Zushin. Of course, Zhou Tong wasn't too nervous because the path of stone golems was special. They were often in a state of nirvanic rebirth. Even if these stone golems were to wake up, how many of them would be able to fight? Moreover, there weren't many stone golems that could smoothly walk down this path. More than 90% of them failed in nirvana. But I'll go take a look. I wonder if there are any signs of life left in this city. Zhou Tong went to the city and studied it for a while. He soon found that most of the stone golems in the city had decayed. It was impossible for an unbroken city to appear. This was because Zhou Tong's arrival was a serious threat to its life. However, the stone golem didn't sense it and didn't wake up from its slumber. Zhou Tong soared into the sky with a single step and directly appeared above the primeval devil city. He didn't use any sacred art, he just stretched out his hand and grabbed at the city. When the ancestors of the world of death condensed their immemorial devil city, they liked to use forbidden arts to refine the bones of millions of skeletons to strengthen their city. This was the main reason why the ancestors of the world of death kept on summoning skeletons. Zhou Tong had no intention of showing mercy to these stone golems. In any case, they believed in the law of the jungle. It was normal for them to die because of their belief. Crack! With a soft sound, the earth around the immemorial devil city was torn apart. Zhou Tong's grab directly broke the foundation of the city. Roar! A furious roar spread in the air. The foundation of the immemorial devil city was destroyed, and the stone golem finally woke up. It flew out from the depths of the city. It was a dilapidated stone man. Its head, one of its arms, and one of its legs had already been petrified, but its body was badly damaged and badly mangled. The other leg and one of its arms had already turned into bones. It was as if the slightest vibration could shatter his body. However, Zhou Tong did not underestimate him in the slightest. After all, this was a stone man who had surpassed Zhu Xun. Although he had failed in his nirvana and was forced to walk out of the stone city, if he really went all out, he might be able to erupt with unimaginable power. "Damn you for disturbing my sleep!" the stone man roared. He casually took out a stone axe and swung it down. The axe blade suddenly burst with light, shooting out a dazzling axe light. Zhou Tong took out his Ediosaurus sword, wanting to use this stone man to test his newly refined divine sword. Clang! Zhou Tong stabbed out with his sword, and a dazzling sword light suddenly hit the axe light. Suddenly, a series of sparks burst out. It was as if a large number of meteors had fallen from the sky. Suddenly, the continent of the world of death cracked open. The gray fog of death rolled, and the sky was filled with bone dust. Although you're about to die, you still have the combat strength of Zhu Xun's ninth heaven? Good. Really good. Fight! Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. In the face of such a strong enemy, he could not help but feel excited. After so many years of hard work, he had long wanted to find an opponent who was on par with him to verify the enlightenment he had gained during this period of time. He came to the world of death to find the eternal light and to find some stone golems to fight. Boom! In an instant, the sound of heaven and earth shattering was heard. The great Tao of heaven and earth roared, endless god laws erupted, and dazzling god light bloomed. Zhou Tong and the stone golem fought fiercely, and the endless void of the world of death trembled. If it were not for the world of death being special, the battle between the two would be enough to tear the world apart. If it were the 4 worlds near the 9 states, the whole world would have collapsed. This battle also attracted the attention of other experts in the depths of the world of death. When they looked over, they could see terrifying godly rules erupting, dazzling sword chi, dazzling axe light, and endless godly power surging like waves. Billions of godly rays shot up into the sky. Someone is attacking the primeval devil city. Hey, that aura, it seems to be the Etasaurus of the dragons. Dragons and Etasaurus have reached the 8th heaven? What an amazing race! Oh, what a pity! A stone golem was forced out of the city, and there is no possibility for it to improve anymore. A very powerful ancestral dragon. An 8th celestial layer was able to force the stone man who retained the battle prowess of a 9th celestial layer to such an extent. In the distance, countless experts were communicating with each other in the void. Countless experts were watching this battle. Boom! Clang! Whang! The violent collision stirred up endless rumbling sounds. 2 blood-stained figures danced in the void at the same time, like 2 lightning bolts colliding. Clang! Finally, after 500 moves, Zhou Tong finally found an opportunity and slashed apart the stone man's body that had yet to turn to stone. The stone golem let out a final mournful howl, and then its entire body exploded, leaving only its petrified head, 1 arm, and 1 leg behind. It fell back into the primeval devil city. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the void, and waves of god power surged, and began to refine the primeval devil city. Boom! With Zhou Tong's refinement, the entire primeval devil city instantly lit up, looking like a huge light source. Endless life essence was extracted by Zhou Tong, and madly condensed into Zhou Tong's body in the air. The originally pitch-black primeval devil city was now dazzling like a sun temple, full of majestic and sacred aura. The city was almost completely illuminated by the divine light. Streaks of dazzling divine splendor condensed within Zhou Tong's body. The broken stone man melted like snow, and the broken stone body gradually dimmed before finally shattering. During this process, Zhou Tong forcibly extracted the stone golem's memories from its remaining head. He wanted to obtain another stone golem path. Each of the stone golem paths in this world was unusual, and they were all paths of cultivators. Even if it was a failed stone golem path, for Zhou Tong, it would still greatly enrich his foundation. During the refining process, the remnant soul of the stone golem constantly resisted, but it was useless. Zhou Tong used the 8 notes of origin to directly suppress the stone golem. This refining lasted for half a month, and Zhou Tong finally digested all the life essence of the primeval devil city. At the same time, he also successfully obtained a failed stone golem path. Chapter 834. The immemorial Devil City had completely collapsed. Where the city was originally located, there was only a ground full of waste stones. There was no longer any essence chi in the stones, all of which had been extracted by Zhou Tong. At this moment, although Zhou Tong's realm had not grown much, in the deep sea of his body, there was endless divine power hidden in it. There was also the circulation of yin and yang, and the sea currents became more and more mysterious. After completely refining a stone man, Zhou Tong's potential soared by a large margin. It takes half a month to refine such a stone man. It's too slow. It's a pity that I don't have the sacred sacrifice secret method of the martial ancestor. Otherwise, I could completely drain this city in half a day at most. Zhou Tong shook his head, feeling a little regretful. After all, what he got from Shao Chen was only half of the martial scripture. In fact, the martial ancestor had only passed down half of the martial scripture. The remaining half was still with the martial ancestor. Among them, the sacred sacrifice method that Zhou Tong was most interested in was in the remaining half of the martial scripture. It's fine if it's slow, let's move on. Zhou Tong had already regarded the stone men in the world of death as treasures. Refining them would not only give him a huge amount of life essence, but also a stone man road. These stone man roads were the essence. Zhou Tong was now Zhu Shen 8th heavenly layer. It was time to consider how to move forward on the road of the king in the future. Zhou Tong walked for 10 years. He walked alone in the depths of the world of death, towards the most evil place in the world of death. Along the way, there were constant crises and bloody battles. He fought all the way. Of course, most of the so-called bloody battles were actually self-inflicted by Zhou Tong. As he moved forward, he destroyed all the cities along the way. As long as there was a city outside the city, Zhou Tong basically did not let go. Along the way, there were more than 20 immemorial devil cities that had been destroyed by Zhou Tong. Among these ancient demon cities, some of the stone men had already fallen and were directly refined without any difficulty. There was also a portion that only had a remnant consciousness left. Only when Zhou Tong read their memories did they awaken, but there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. When Zhou Tong broke through the immemorial demon cities, a few stone golems appeared and fought with Zhou Tong. One of the stone golems was so powerful that even Zhou Tong had to pay a heavy price to kill it. In addition to the stone men, Zhou Tong also saw some ancestral lords that had evolved from the world of death in the depths of the world of death. They were also engaged in great battles. Many of the ancestral lords' great Dao divine laws touched Zhou Tong. Along the way there were endless bloody battles. Zhou Tong's potential was constantly stimulated in these bloody battles. The true dragon treasure technique was further transformed by Zhou Tong into a cultivation method of this world. Moreover, along the way, he had collected more than a dozen complete stone golem paths. Some stone golem paths were obviously dead ends, some stone golem paths had unknown futures, and some stone golem paths looked bright. These stone golem paths broadened Zhou Tong's horizons. They gave him a deeper understanding of this world's cultivation system and gave him a deeper understanding of something like the Stone Man King. At the same time, the essence of those stone golems made Zhou Tong's foundation unprecedentedly stable. The waves in the deep sea were monstrous. If these potentials were fully developed, it would be enough to shock the real Stone Man King. It had been 10 years of bloody battles, 10 years of exhaustion, and 10 years of rapid improvement. He had witnessed one peerless master after another in this world and encountered thousands of godly rules that were beyond his imagination. All of this had been his foundation and reference for improvement. Rumble! Finally, after 10 years, Zhou Tong's body trembled. He finally broke through to the next realm and reached the peak of Zhu Shen's 9th celestial layer. Sitting cross-legged on the continent of death, he opened his eyes and shot out 2 resplendent divine rays. They traced back the river of time and broke through the origin. He had a clear understanding of everything in this space-time before his eyes. This was the Delusion Breaker Eye. It was an ability unique to Zhu Shen in the 9th celestial layer. This eye could trace back the traces of time and restore the truth of history. Zhou Tong immediately used this eye as soon as he entered the 9th celestial layer. He wanted to find the traces of the evilest place in history. He wanted to see if there was anyone in this space-time who knew about this place. At this moment, fragmented scenes appeared in front of Zhou Tong's eyes one after another. White bones were everywhere and the world was gloomy. Skeletal creatures walked past before his eyes. There were also some broken stone golems. There were even some sovereign kings and ancestral lords. Found it. I finally know how to head to the evilest place. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up. He had found the traces that led to the evilest place. The evilest place was in the depths of the world of death. However, it wasn't the deepest part. Moreover, there was a chaotic spacetime before this place. Many ancestral lords who wanted to head to the deepest part of the world of death were blocked by that area. Zhou Tong was currently searching for the location of that chaotic spacetime. This time, Zhou Tong directly used the ninth celestial layers method. He took a step forward and the world spun. In an instant, he arrived in front of the chaotic spacetime. However, there were already skeletons blocking in front of this chaotic spacetime. The leader was a ninth celestial layer ancestral lord. He was covered in white bones and his body was 10,000 feet tall. There was a large group of followers beside him. They were 8 skeleton sovereigns who had reached the half-martial ancestor realm. Zhou Tong's arrival attracted their attention. All the skeletal creatures looked at Zhou Tong in shock. "You are not a creature of our world of death." The leader of the ancestral lords spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a grandeur that suppressed the world. Even space-time seemed to tremble with his voice, rippling like a long river. Zhou Tong couldn't be bothered to speak. He only responded to the ancestral lord with a single dragon claw. It was an invincible dragon claw that could tear through the firmament and crush the void. Creak! The bones of the white bone ancestral lord's massive body creaked. Against Zhou Tong's attack, it was like a tiny bug that had been squashed to death. Its body trembled invisibly. However, it was a ninth celestial layer ancestral lord after all. It reacted quickly and roared. A white bone fist collided with Zhou Tong's dragon claw. Boom! The fist of the white bone ancestor lord shone with a holy light, peerlessly terrifying. However, in the process of clashing with Zhou Tong's dragon claw, it was directly broken. At the same time, the bones of the white bone ancestor lord began to rapidly crack. The white bone ancestral lord roared as it retreated. It couldn't withstand Zhou Tong's attack at all. The difference was too great. "Who exactly are you?" the white bone ancestral lord roared. However, Zhou Tong didn't say a word. He took a step forward and arrived beside the white bone ancestral lord. His dragon claw grabbed a portion of the white bone ancestral lord's body and shook it forcefully. A terrifying divine light burst out and surged towards the white bone ancestral lord. Boom! The white bone ancestral lord felt as though it was struck by lightning. Zhou Tong's powerful strength caused its body to crack. The tremors continued as the white bone ancestral lord's bones were turned into bone dust under Zhou Tong's dragon claw. After advancing to the ninth celestial layer, Zhou Tong's combat strength had long exceeded the imagination of ordinary ninth celestial layer Zhu Shen. Be it his body or divine powers, they had reached an extreme. His combat strength was unparalleled and his divine might was unparalleled. Just a claw and a tremor was enough to completely pulverize the body of a ninth celestial layer ancestral lord. Zhou Tong grabbed with his dragon claw and extracted the ancestral lord's soul before searching it. The ninth celestial layer ancestral lord had been studying the chaotic space for a very long time. His understanding of the chaotic space was naturally above Zhou Tong's. And what Zhou Tong needed was the knowledge and understanding of the chaotic space in his memories. "I see," Zhou Tong said calmly. Following that, he took a step forward and entered the chaotic space. Chapter 835. Chaotic Spacetime. As the name implied, the time and space here were chaotic. The creatures seen here were likely to be shadows left behind hundreds or even thousands of years ago. And here, one step could lead to a completely different spacetime. However, the white bone ancestor that Zhou Tong saw before had been here for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had already figured out most of the rules here. and Zhou Tong, who had obtained these rules, naturally figured out the rules of this place. As Zhou Tong moved forward, he saw many prehistoric creatures. They were creatures left behind from the previous civilization and had long been extinct in the outside world. Only in this chaotic spacetime could they have a chance to survive. And in the process of moving forward, Zhou Tong also saw some dangerous things, such as the killing light, Zhu Xin's killing intent, and other things that could kill Zhu Xin. But these things unsurprisingly became Zhou Tong's spoils of war. After he refined them, he prepared to bring them back to the shrouding sky world to study. As he moved forward, the surrounding spacetime rippled like water. Zhou Tong directly opened up one spacetime after another. When he opened up the last spacetime, his eyes suddenly opened up. It was a desolate land. The ground was bare and completely barren, empty and lonely. The chaotic spacetime has been opened up. The next part of the journey will be much easier. Zhou Tong continued to move forward. Not long after Zhou Tong walked, he found a ruin. And the moment Zhou Tong arrived, a broken metal man rushed out from under the ruins. It held a gun that looked like a modern firearm in its hand. In an instant, the gun erupted with a terrifying energy wave and blasted toward Zhou Tong. Something from the previous civilization, the legendary antimatter weapon? Zhou Tong casually slapped the energy wave away and looked at it with interest. Then he attacked again and directly punched the metal man into pieces. He put away the weapon and planned to study it when he had time. After dealing with the ruins, Zhou Tong continued to move forward. Soon, he found another strange place. There was no danger here at all. Instead, it was as if he had entered a pure land. The spirit qi here was abundant, and the essence qi was abundant. There were also countless immortal Ganoderma and spirit fruits, which were emitting waves of fragrance. Zhou Tong did not hold back and directly transplanted all the good things here into his inner world. Boom! They continued to move forward. At this moment, a mountain in front of them suddenly collapsed. A huge skeletal Eddosaurus soared into the sky. It looked like a mountain range dancing in the void. Just a small part of the Eddosaurus's body that was exposed was hundreds of miles long. There were even divine flames dancing in its head. After the fall of the Eddosaurus, has its remaining consciousness been reborn? The divine light in Zhou Tong's eyes skyrocketed, and a terrifying dragon's might instantly rushed out. This impact was like a meteorite crashing into the sea, directly setting off stormy waves in this area. The skeletal Eddosaurus trembled slightly and immediately sensed something. Two divine flames danced in its empty dragon eyes, showing that it was not calm at all. Roar! However, in the next moment, it suddenly opened its dragon mouth and let out an earth-shattering dragon's roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The skeletal Eddosaurus instantly rushed out of the ground. The terrifying skeletal dragon stretched for thousands of miles and coiled in the void. It was like a white continent was pressing down, and there was a terrifying sense of oppression. The new Eddosaurus of the dragons? The skeletal Eddosaurus seemed to have recovered some of its consciousness. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "That's right. I've already fallen, and there's not much time left for me to recover my consciousness. It's enough that I can see the dragons continue to pass on their legacy. I should take advantage of this period of time to be free." The skeletal Eddosaurus's voice shook the world. Then, it suddenly collapsed and turned into bone powder that drifted down. Roar! At the same time, a brilliant divine light rushed into Zhou Tong's body with a high-pitched dragon's roar. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. The unity and dedication of the dragons were beyond his expectations. These old Eddosaurus were willing to give up their lives for the sake of their juniors. Whether it was the dead black Eddosaurus in the spell realm or the skeletal Eddosaurus that he saw now. "Don't worry with me here, the dragons will not be wiped out." Zhou Tong made up his mind. He would not let the dragons repeat the mistakes of the original work, and only 3 dragons were left in the end. In order to protect the dragons, the first thing I need to do is to attack the Zushin in the other world. I also need to destroy the void in the depths of the world of death, Zhou Tong said in his heart. In the original work, the other world invaded again, causing the dragons that remained in the land of the 9 continents to be wiped out. As for the dragons that were scattered in the world of death, they were all devoured by the void. After completely digesting the power left behind by the skeletal Eddosaurus, Zhou Tong continued to move forward. This time, it didn't take long for him to sense that he was about to arrive at the evilest land. He was less than 300 miles away from the evilest land. However, at the same time, he also felt a sense of pressure in his heart, as if there was something dangerous in front of him. After walking forward for 50 miles, the ruins in front of him were endless. At the same time, in the distance, there was a vast aura of vicissitudes. In front of him was a majestic primordial devil city. This city was completely undamaged, and was somewhat different from the other primordial devil cities that Zhou Tong had destroyed along the way. It seemed to have a trace of an eternal concept, as if it could stand here forever. Swoosh! At the same time, there were 2 terrifying Zushun's killing intent revolving around this ancient demon city. The so-called Zushun's killing intent was formed after the fall of the incomparably powerful Zushun. The purest killing intent merged with the world's origin to form a terrible thing. This thing could easily penetrate Zushun. These 2 Daozu's killing intents were tamed by the ancient demon city and were used to protect it. I wonder who left behind this immemorial devil city. To be able to create such a immemorial devil city, even if that person wasn't a peak king, he or she should have reached the final stage and is only 1 step away from the peak, Zhou Tong thought. Such an ancient demon city wasn't something he could provoke at the moment. He had to go around it. Continuing forward, it didn't take long for him to see another terrifying ancient demon city, which was also incomparably majestic. Ancient demon cities are everywhere. It should be the deepest part of the world of death. Moreover, the eternal light should not be far ahead, and it should be a source of light. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed and stared at the horizon. Although it was far away, Zhou Tong had already perceived the aura of the eternal light. However, before that, I still have to solve some problems. Zhou Tong didn't continue forward. He turned around and said loudly, "You've been following me for so long. It's time to come out." Chapter 836. Interesting, a new Eddosaurus has been born in this generation of dragons. Unfortunately, it won't live long. A cold and ruthless voice sounded. Then, under Zhou Tong's gaze, a tall figure slowly walked out from the place where Zhou Tong had walked before. From the direction he came from, it could be seen that he was following Zhou Tong's footsteps. This was a Zushin. His long gray hair draped over his shoulders, his white skin was as delicate as a woman's, and his light blue eyes were as deep as the starry sky. His temperament was elegant. So, it's an incarnation of Zushin from the other world, Zhou Tong said leisurely. At this moment, he already knew who this person in front of him was. It was an incarnation of Li Huiyu from the other world Zushin. In the original work, Li Huiyu and several other Zushin from the other world went to the evilest land together, but they were trapped in the chaotic spacetime for countless years without coming out. If Zhou Tong hadn't broken through here, they would have been trapped for more than 100 years. After all, according to the time in the original work, it would take them more than 100 years to meet Shao Chen and the others in this place. Is the old Eddosaurus of your dragons dead? Or did you appear in advance and cause the dragons to destroy 3 more species? Although Li Huiyu's tone was unfriendly, his expression was like a scholar, showing a refined smile. Junior Xiaolong, you can see that I'm just an incarnation. Amazing. While speaking, Li Huiyu looked at the distant horizon and said softly, "Back then, I suspected that Zhu Shun from your side had a hidden chess piece here, and I guessed right. I didn't expect it to be the eternal light. Such a thing actually exists. You people of the 9 regions have a broad ambition. You actually created the source of the eternal light." Li Huiyu sighed. Back then, because of this speculation, the 4 Zhu Shun from the other world forcibly opened the path to the evilest land with supreme divine power, but we didn't expect to be trapped in the chaotic space-time for countless years, and even 2 Zhu Shun had fallen. It was worth it to pay such a huge price to see the eternal light. Li Huiyu's expression was cold. "Are you done? If you're done, you can die." Zhou Tong didn't seem nervous at all. He looked at Li Huiyu very calmly. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, another 9 figures flew over swiftly. They were 9 Xenorace quasi-ancestors. They descended behind Li Huiyu and glared angrily at Zhou Tong. "A mere half-martial ancestor ant. Do you really think that you can change your fate?" After saying that, Zhou Tong unleashed his powerful divine sense. In an instant, the 9 quasi-ancestors that stood behind Li Huiyu instantly exploded into a mist of blood, and they were obliterated in body and soul. "You!" Li Huiyu's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize that this opponent was not ordinary. Without him noticing at all, he had directly and silently wiped out all of his subordinates that he had brought with him. With such terrifying battle prowess, even if his main body was here, he would definitely not be a match for it. "I told you, you're just a mere avatar, and you dare to pretend in front of me?" Zhou Tong's expression remained unchanged as he spoke unhurriedly. Clang! However, Li Huiyu's reaction was extremely fast. Light flickered on his body, and sharp metal spikes instantly appeared on the surface of his body. This was a set of shiny silver Zhu Shun battle armor, and he was armed to the teeth all over his body like a hedgehog. In the face of Zhou Tong's previous attack, he no longer dared to continue pretending. In an instant, he took out his strongest defense, the Zhu Shun battle armor. He was afraid that Zhou Tong would attack again and severely injure him before he could react. However, the moment Li Huiyu put on the Zhu Shun battle armor, Zhou Tong raised his hand. A terrifying dragon claw suddenly appeared. It was incomparably huge, and it covered a large area of the void. The 5 fingers were like heavenly pillars that completely enveloped the void around Li Huiyu. This scene was simply as if Zhou Tong's claw had pinched the void of the universe that Li Huiyu was in. Li Huiyu's expression changed. He let out a roar and used all his strength to resist Zhou Tong's claw. A pitch-black heavenly spear appeared in his hand. It shone with boundless light and directly pierced through the void. It went through the gaps between Zhou Tong's 5 fingers and arrived in front of Zhou Tong. Although this pitch-black heavenly spear was only 3 meters long, it was unknown how heavy it was. The moment it pierced out, it seemed as if the entire world was shattered. This was the Doomsday Heavenly Spear, a great killing weapon among the Zhu Shun army. Who knew how many generations it had been passed down among the Zhu Shun army in the other world? It was unknown how many ancestor gods of the 9 prefectures had died to this weapon over the countless years. However, even if Li Huiyu used all his strength to attack, it was still too late. Zhou Tong's dragon claw closed. Crack! With a soft sound, Li Huiyu's incarnation instantly collapsed. His powerful divine sense was shattered, and his endless soul power was also collapsing. His incarnation's physical body, soul power, and divine sense were all forcefully crushed by Zhou Tong's claw. This kind of divine power was too terrifying, causing people to tremble. As for the Doomsday Heavenly Spear, it naturally lost all its divine power when Li Huiyu died. It retracted its power and fell heavily to the ground, smashing a bottomless abyss in the ground. After killing Li Huiyu's incarnation, Zhou Tong directly extracted Li Huiyou's memories and Zhu Xin essence from this incarnation. These universe-enlightened ancestral God essence aren't worth mentioning to me at all. It's like a drop of water in the ocean, but it might be of some use to others. Zhou Tong pondered deeply for a moment, and then he sealed the universe-enlightened ancestral God essence, and put it away. Then, he looked at the abyss, at the heavenly spear that Li Huiyu left behind. Doomsday Heavenly Spear? The peerless Zhu Xin weapon that has been passed down for several generations? It can barely be considered a good weapon. Zhou Tong nodded, then took out his Edosaurus sword and cut off the weapon. Then Zhou Tong directly extracted all the essence of the weapon. The terrifying Zhu Xin weapon essence quickly poured into Zhou Tong's Edosaurus sword, turning into nourishment for the sword. Zhou Tong's method was too shocking. If people saw it, they would definitely be shocked. The current me barely has the battle strength before shrouding heaven's world's Dao validation. Zhou Tong took back the Edosaurus sword and said silently in his heart. However, the other world's Zhu Xin is really weak, don't you think? Zhou Tong suddenly turned and looked at a figure in the distance. It was a huge figure, standing there like a heavenly monument, but when he saw Zhou Tong turn his head to look at him, he was clearly a little flustered and subconsciously took several steps back with a thump thump thump. This was another Zhu Xin sent here by the other world. A total of 4 Zhu Xin came here. 2 of them fell. Just now, Li Huiyu also died, so there was only 1 left. This Zhu Xin originally wanted to secretly help Li Huiyu, but he did not expect Li Huiyu to be defeated so quickly. Li Huiyu was killed in 1 move, and he could not even hold on until he came to help. Didn't you people from the other world want to exterminate us from the 9 regions? Why did you retreat? Zhou Tong took a step forward, and under the shocked gaze of this Zhu Xin, he came to his side. Sky Star Sword. This other world's Zhu Xin did not have the slightest intention of answering. He quickly moved his hands and used a great technique. A sea of stars appeared between his palms and fingers. Suddenly, the sea of stars in his palms burst out a bright light. Each star rapidly enlarged and finally turned into thousands of sword rays that flew towards Zhou Tong. The sea of stars turned into swords, and for a moment, the entire void was covered by a sea of swords. This was the great technique of the other world's Zhu Xin. However, Zhou Tong was wearing a blue armor and stood quietly in the void, allowing the sea of swords to surge towards him. He was motionless, just like a reef standing by the sea for thousands of years, unshakable. The other world's Zhu Xin's strongest technique could not do anything to Zhou Tong at all. The armor on his body was like a natural moat. The countless sword rays formed by the stars all dissipated when they pierced the armor. Nameless God from the other world, you've done your best. Zhou Tong looked disdainfully at the other world's Zhu Xin. His voice was calm, but it was incomparably powerful. You! The other world's Zhu Xin's heart trembled. He turned around and wanted to fly into the sky. However, Zhou Tong had already reached out a dragon claw and captured this other world's Zhu Xin. Then, he used a great technique to separate this person's soul and body. Zhou Tong had refined his ancestor god's corporeal body into an endless amount of life essence and filled the deep sea. As for his primordial spirit, Zhou Tong had sealed it again. It might be of great use in the future. Next is the eternal light. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at the end of the horizon. There was a faint multicolored light dancing there. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.